Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to our inaugural Hop Culture and Samuel Adams Presents Queer Beer Festival, celebrating the unique, diverse, colorful, and vibrant voices in the queer community in craft beer. My name is Grace Weitz. I'm the content marketing manager for Hop Culture and also founder of Queer Beer. And I'm joined today by my lovely co-host, Megan Stone. You guys probably all know her as @isbeercarb. And while Megan has a fantastic following on Instagram, almost 40K followers now, Megan, amazing. She's also an incredible advocate for diversity and inclusion in the industry, especially within the queer community, and has a vast brewing knowledge. So Megan's gonna be helping me out. We'll be tapping into her expertise for a lot of the tastings today from some of the great queer owned and queer supporting breweries that we'll be drinking from today. Megan, what's going on?
I'm so stoked to be here. This is actually my first virtual festival, and I couldn't be more excited that it's this one. And thank you so much for putting this on and including me. And I'm just really excited. There's a lot of cool stuff going on today, and I can't wait to get into it and try these beers too.
Yeah, we're so excited to have you to join us to taste the beers and really tap into the knowledge that you have about brewing and beer itself and craft beer to help us with those. So, this is you said it was your first festival that you're joining us for. This is our first ever queer beer. This is the inaugural one. I really developed this event as an evolution from our Women in Craft Beer Festival, Beers Without Beards, which I started as my graduate school thesis project actually about 3 years ago now. And I started that event because I saw an imbalance in the industry, right? And if you guys will kind of indulge me for a little bit, think a little bit about the last beer that you drank. What did it taste like? Maybe it was a New England hazy. It was very juicy, citrusy. What did that beer smell like? Maybe it was an imperial stout and it smelled like opening up a bag of coffee beans or unwrapping a chocolate bar. And now I challenge you to think about the person that brewed that beer. What did they look like in your mind? And 9 times out of 10, when I would ask people this question, they'd come back and say, oh, I picture this big man with a burly beard, maybe some overalls and lumberjack button up, right? And that's the stereotype that I really originally wanted to break with Beers Without Beards and now with queer beer as well, because if you think about it, beer is made up of all these fantastic but really kind of desperate ingredients that all come together to form something beautiful and delicious. And our queer craft beer community is the same, made up of so many unique and vibrant voices. And whether you're straight, lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer, trans, male, female, however you identify on the spectrum, we all deserve a safe space to be able to enjoy beer. And that's what queer beer is for. So we're here to celebrate these great queer brewers, brewery owners, and also those who are allies, right? Breweries like Samuel Adams, who've been paving the way for diversity and inclusion and equity in the craft beer community for a while now. For those who don't know, Samuel Adams started last year its Love Conquers All initiative, which is a pride platform created in partnership with GLAAD, a national organization that's committed to rewriting the script for LGBTQ plus acceptance, and actually donated $100,000 in 2020 to GLAAD. And they're bringing that back this year. And so we were really honored to partner with them for for bringing queer beer to life in its inaugural year. So Megan, we're on a journey today, right? This is going to be a long event. And I know people are going to bop in and out, sit in on some things and join us for some tastings and whatnot. But this is a really important topic, I think, for both of us. And it's something that we've seen, in our industry now more than ever. We need events. We need people that are willing to speak up and speak out and find our voice, because we're really stronger together. So like I mentioned, you're going to hear some of those great voices today. We have Patrice Palmer, the Diversity and Inclusion Specialist from New Belgium, joining us. Ren Navarro, who's leading the wave of diversity in beer in Canada. But we'll also have fun, right? Pride's about fun. I don't know about you, Megan. I've spent a lot of Pride celebrations having a lot of fun. So we'll drink today. We'll do some cooking. You're going to cook alongside Allagash and Bon Appetit's assistant editor, Chef Chala. And we'll also look at some rad artwork from some of the collective arts, queer artists that are featured on their special edition Life in the Clouds cans today. So I think it's almost time for us to, this is a beer festival, for us to get into the beer. And speaking of beer, I want to give a huge shout out to Halftime, because without our official shipping partner, none of that beer would have made it to your lovely doorsteps for us all to enjoy. So thank you so much, Halftime. And then last but not least, I call this the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, if you will, but we partnered with the Transgender Law Center today. They're the largest national trans-led organization in the country. They're advocating for a world in which all people are free to define themselves and their future. We'll be donating, Halftime and ourselves, $5,000 just right off the bat. But you guys have the potential to also donate as well, and we will match any of those donations up to $5,000. So we really have the chance to raise over 10K for this fantastic organization. All you got to do is hit that lovely QR code or link right there and donate what you can. So, all right, I'm going to stop blabbering. Like I said, this is a beer festival. We want to get into the beer. Starting off first, Megan, we have Love Conquers Ale. This is kind of going to be our toast beer from Samuel Adams. And I think this is a great beer to start off the festival with. We have Shelly Smith, who's the Brewing Innovation Manager from Samuel Adams, joining us. Shelly, what's going on? How are you today?
How are you doing? I'm great. How are you?
Fantastic. So I heard that you developed this beer after you ate a blackberry lime donut, and I'm so curious to how you translated that kind of food memory into this fantastic beer. And I also would love to learn more about just Love Conquers All in general and why you guys started that beer a few years ago. So I think, Megan, should we crack this open and give a toast and kick off queer beer?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yes. Shelly, do you have yours as well?
I do. Yes.
The best sound in the world.
It is. Great. Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers to queer beer. All right, everyone. To those of you out there, I hope you're joining us as well. You cracked your Love Conquers Ale. Cheers to queer beer. Megan, you got yours? Yeah.
Cheers.
Yeah, so Shelly, tell us a little bit more about how you came up with the idea for this beer, how you turned it from a donut into this lovely blackberry lime goza that we're drinking right now.
Yes, I will. So yeah, it is actually kind of a fun story. I was on my way into work one morning, stopped by a coffee shop. While I was there, I looked over, I was like, oh, that donut looks delicious. I'm gonna grab that too. And it was a blackberry basil lime donut. Delicious. I really loved the way the flavors worked together, the combination and sort of how it all worked. So anyway, it kind of sparked this idea. I thought, it'd be really cool to make a beer inspired by these same kind of flavors. And so that's really what started the wheels in motion. And then thinking about, okay, how would we construct sort of the beer based on those flavors? What beer base would work really well for that? So I ended up deciding that the Goza beer style, which is a historical style out of Germany, typically brewed, is really light, refreshing, got some fresh fruity notes. I thought that base would work really well for this. So yeah, I kind of started there and then figured out how do we want to layer these flavors in? And so then added some lime peel and brought in some fresh basil and also some blackberry. And so I really started working with that, figuring out, where do we want to add these ingredients, and then put the recipe together. it was pretty funny when I shared it with the brewing team. They were like, "You want to do what?" I was like, "It's gonna be great. Just trust me." But yeah, so we ended up brewing it. So the first time we brewed it was in 2018, so a few years ago. And the cool thing is kind of at the same time that this recipe was coming together, we were working on a Pride event, and we really wanted to have a special beer for this event. It was going to be a party in the beer garden at the brewery. And started talking, and I was like, I think this beer could really work for that. It kind of represents like all these different ingredients coming together. It just looks festive, it looks celebratory, and so yeah, it was kind of cool how the two things came together at the same time and really worked. And ever since then, we've been brewing it every year as part of Pride and as part of the events that we celebrate. And so it's been a lot of fun. And I give the design team a ton of credit because I think this label is awesome. I absolutely love it.
Really just shout out to Bree if you're watching. I know she had everyone designing this wonderful can this year, so good job.
She really nailed it for sure.
That poster that came in everyone's beer box that you can kind of see behind me, that was also designed by Asher. Got to give him a shout out as well on the Boston team. So Megan, where do you kind of walk us through? What are you picking up on this beer? What are some of the notes that you're tasting and smelling?
First of all, I was gonna say, did you guys know it's National Donut Day today?
What? I did not. What?
I'm like a big donut person, so yeah, it's on my calendar. But
happy coincidence. It's actually on your calendar. That's like
amazing.
This is great. I like that the fruit isn't like overwhelming. It's not in your face. I get a lot of like the coriander, which is nice. And like, yeah, it's the sea salt coriander. It's really like, to me, this is something that I would love to drink like in the summer on the beach, and like it feels very like Pride appropriate because we like have our fest during the summer. But yeah, it's really easy drinking, and everything's really nice and like subtle and balanced.
Yeah, Shelly, I think this beer would be great in your beer garden. I heard our events manager Britt drove by it this morning and said it was all decked out for Pride. So I think it'd be
a great beer. It looks awesome out there. So yeah, it's gonna be great.
I know this year you guys actually partnered with New Belgium as well to, in the past, this beer has just been available kind of at Samuel Adams tap rooms. And this year you actually partnered with New Belgium to make it more available across the country. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit more about that partnership.
Yeah, so I think, we've seen over the last few years that this is a beer that's really resonated with people, and it's something that we're really excited about and proud to share. And so we were kind of thinking about, how can we make things even bigger this year and also make it available on a wider scale. And, thinking about partners, we knew New Belgium was also a big supporter and had similar values and sort of, would be a really good partner in terms of this project. And so, yeah, we reached out to their brand team and, asked if this was something they would be interested in. And they were like, yeah, absolutely, we'd love to partner with you. And, we're very enthusiastic about joining us and also brewing the beer. And so it's been really cool to see it kind of grow and to be able to share it with more people now and have it, available on an even wider scale, which is really cool. And they're great partners. So really excited to work with them and yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah. And I know you guys are donating 100% of the purchase price, from every pour pack sold to GLAAD. And I think, that's super important, especially to us because, in the queer community, there can be kind of this phenomenon of people slapping a rainbow on things and just kind of calling it a day. And Samuel Adams is the complete opposite, actually doing the work and putting in the work and donating the money and the time and your time brewing and everything to really give back and support the community. So thank you guys so much for doing that. We really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really is core to who Samuel Adams is and part of our values. And we started a coworker group, network group a few years ago called Labels Out that really brings together advocates and people of the community and, supports training and education and professional development. And yeah, I'm really proud to work for a company that supports.
Amazing. And kind of on that note, we're going to be hearing next in our panel from Jennifer Glanville, who is the Director of Brewery Operations at Samuel Adams and Boston Beer. And she's going to be bringing in some really great leaders, LGBTQ+ leaders in the industry. But before we get to her, I was just hoping we could kind of get one more tidbit from you. What does this beer really represent to you? What does it represent to Pride? And just kind of tell us about really, what this beer stands for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this beer is really a celebratory beer. Even just the color and unique flavors. And I love that, all of these ingredients that may seem very disparate and odd and like they wouldn't go together, come together to create this beautiful beer that, really works. It has all these different layers, all these sort of different elements that work together. And in some ways, I really feel like that represents the LGBTQ community. It's kind of all these different aspects of life coming together. And so I love that sort of symbology of what the beer means and how it works, and sort of representing the community that we're supporting with this beer. So,
Shelly, you read
I love it.
I said the thing in the beginning.
Awesome.
Perfect. So, well, I appreciate you joining us for this first tasting here, and for kind of this way to really toast and send us off on this journey that's going to be Queer Beer. I hope you stick around and check in on some of the panels later in the day. But on that note, we're going to be transitioning to our next panel featuring Jennifer Glanville and some of these great LGBTQ plus leaders. So we'll say goodbye to you, Shelly. Thanks so much for joining. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right, Jennifer, what's going on? How are you today?
I am awesome. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, kicking us off in the morning for our first panel. I really wanted to start Queer Beer with a bang. I really wanted to start by hearing from some of the top LGBTQ plus leaders that are currently in the industry. And I really think there's no one better to run this panel than yourself. So just for folks that don't know, I met Jennifer while planning last year's Beers Without Beards, and she helped us put together a fantastic discussion with 3 women brewery owners that participated in Samuel Adams Brewing the American Dream program. And at the time, I remember you mentioned how Samuel Adams have been pioneering programs and initiatives in the queer space. You told me about Love Conquers All, how you donated $100K to GLAAD, your internal program Labels Out, and this kind of light bulb went off this rainbow light bulb went off in my head. And I was like, oh, we seem to have really similar missions and goals. And it would be great if we worked together on Queer Beer. And this was 8 months ago, I think?
Yeah.
And so here we are now. And it's really inspiring for me to see such a revolutionary brewery like Sam Adams, who has spent so much time pioneering things on the brewing side, really take that spirit and innovation and approach to diversity and inclusion. So I'm going to get out of your way here and kind of let you introduce our panelists and bring them into the show. But thank you for being such a leader in this crucial discussion that we're about to have on some of the experiences of our wonderful queer folks in craft beer. So go ahead, Jennifer, take it away.
Well, thank you, Grace. And I have to say, I mean, we had such a great time with Beers Without Beards that I was really excited when we started talking about this. And I know we were just chatting this week that we can't believe now it's here because we've been planning and talking about it. So happy Pride. This is amazing. I'm so excited for this panel today. Again, my name is Jennifer Glanville Love. I have been at Boston Beer for 20 years this August as a brewer and currently the director of partnerships here. And love making beer, but being able to work in partnerships with amazing companies and like GLAD and organizations like GLAD, they're doing such great work. Being able to partner with Help Culture and Untapped to do things like this and really just, be able to spread opportunities for education, awareness, allyship is just an amazing, I can't even think of anything I'd rather be doing as part of my job. So cheers to all the great work that you've done. I already drank my Love Conquers Ale that Kelly was doing. So cheers to everyone. Cheers. And I will say, at 20 years here, at Boston Beer Company and Samuel Adams, we have been supporting the LGBTQ plus community for over 35 years in a variety of different ways. So, working to work for a brewery for 20 years that has, really walked the walk. I mean, we look at every partnership as authentic and how can we really bring it together and collaborate. It's not just, you can throw money at things, but that's not what we're about. We really want to make sure that we're engaging in the communities where we brew beer, where our drinkers live, where we sell beer. And so I can't wait for this discussion today. We're going to have some great, my colleague Carissa's on here and I'm going to have her talk about our group Labels Out a bit. So this is so exciting. Again, we have a long-term commitment to the LGBTQ plus community. Events like this really help, Shelley mentioned the unique and vibrant, diverse voices of the queer community, and events like this really capture that and create a culture of really inclusivity, I think, for the beer industry and for breweries and drinkers and the communities. And, again, we all just tasted the Love Conquers Ale. So, for us, this is an exciting month, but also for us, Pride, like for many of us, is 365 days a year. It's not just this month. Certainly, it's wonderful to be able to highlight that, but we think about Pride and we think about how we can engage year round. So before I introduce our panelists, I just wanted to say that you may have seen some conversations circling around the industry around sexism and harassment. And there's really never an excuse for any mistreatment in the workplace. And the issue of prejudice-based harassment is one that unfortunately no industry is exempt from, which is why it's really crucial to protect those most vulnerable in these spaces. So we talk a lot about allyship, and this is a way that as drinkers and coworkers and participants in the beer community that we can all support. So we can all take an active part to make the well-being and safety of its employees and guests our highest priority. So I'm going to introduce our panelists now. I'm so excited. We have a amazing group today. And I'm going to start with Maureen Mabry from Craft Roots Brewing in good old Massachusetts, Milford, Mass, where I am. Hello, Maureen.
Hey, Maureen.
Hello. Hey, good to see you both.
Great to see you. I'm going to introduce Carissa Swagger, my coworker. Carissa has also been at Boston Beer a long time, so we've done a lot to support Pride and had a lot of fun over the years. So Carissa, welcome.
Hello.
And last but certainly not least, Melissa Myers is joining us from, not quite from Oakland, but from Oakland, California.
Hey.
At the Good Bar, the Good Hop Bar and Bottle Shop. So welcome all of you today on this beautiful day and this wonderful panel that we're going to have today. So I think I'm going to start with Maureen. If you want to just introduce yourself and I think talk a little bit about your role for a minute or so at your brewery, and then we'll go to Carissa, and then we'll go to Melissa, and then we're going to dive into some questions.
Sure. Thanks, Jennifer. So I'm Maureen Fabry. My wife and I have Craft Roots Brewing, which is in Milford, Massachusetts. We're coming up on our 5th year in operation. I am the head brewer and the only brewer, and she runs the taproom side of things.
Awesome.
Hey everyone, my name is Carissa Swagger. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I have the amazing pleasure to be a coworker here at Boston Beer for 16 years next month. And I'm currently the leader of diversity, equity, and inclusion for the organization.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. I'm Melissa Myers. I own the Good Hop Bar and Bottle Shop in sunny Oakland, California. We've been open for about 7 years, actually 7 years this month, and I started brewing professionally back in '96. So been around the industry for a while, moved over to the bar side for a change of pace.
I love it. And so it's almost 100 years of brewing experience, if that makes anyone want to feel old here. But I love that. So my first question
Thanks,
I want to
Jennifer.
start with, yeah. Well, I thought combined it made us feel a little better. I'm like, 20 years, where's that college student when she started? So I'm going to start with a question that I actually want all of you to answer. I'm going to go in the same order of intro. So, and this is one I really think, you could bring in some personal or, anything professional. And again, I want to encourage our audience here, please type some questions in the chat. We want to make sure this is really impactful and interactive for you. So have you experienced any personal roadblocks or challenges based solely on your identity or background? And how did you overcome or address these? And again, we'll start with Maureen, go to Carissa, and then go to Melissa.
Sure. So I think that's a question that I know myself could talk about for a long time. I've been in the industry for 20 years, so I think I'll select one roadblock in particular. But I think being a member of the LGBTQ community, I've always felt that it's important to be authentic in my identity. So as a brewer, I've always been pretty out. But the experience that I would say that's like most impactful I want to talk about is that I worked as a brewer for about 10 years and then stopped to start a family. So I had our kids, and it was, a bit of an evolution, but I wanted to get back into the industry, and our wife and I were talking about starting our own business. So I discovered that when I was looking for work and going back to some of the breweries that I had worked with before, I had an interview with a guy that I had worked with. He was the director of operations. Thought the conversation went really well. We left on really good notes. I sent to him my resume and never heard back from him and got totally ghosted. So I think, I won't really ever know if that's because I was older at the time. I doubt that it was because I was female. I really won't know what the reason was, but I think for me, that was such a huge roadblock because I had to sort of not know where that experience was coming from for him, and also sort of pick myself up and garner my my motivation and my desire to be authentic to myself and sort of reinvent myself as a mom and also as a woman and also as a gay woman in the industry. So that's kind of one of the fires in the belly that really got me started to get back to home brewing, to get back to conceiving the idea of craft roots, and also to be not quite so reluctant to have our LGBTQ identity be part of our brand. I think it's just really important to know that you don't always feel safe in certain environments, and sometimes having the ability to create something for yourself is really a luxury, and we don't always have that. So it's super important to kind of have that that perspective that we're pushing and challenging ourselves, but also we need to be authentic to who we are.
Yeah, that's great, Maureen. Thank you, Carissa.
Yeah, it's always hard. I feel like I'm following Maureen a lot because we've been doing a lot of things together. But I love it because there's similarities, and I think this is the beauty of this community. I think for me, honestly, it was myself. I don't think I was comfortable, when I started this industry 16 years ago, of my identity. And I think that I did a very good job of the people that knew that I was bisexual, of kind of showing that I was authentic, but I was hiding. And I think I was hiding in order to be accepted, because at that time, 16 years ago, there weren't a lot of people that I thought that were like me. And I was in Colorado Springs, which, focused on the family. For those of you that probably know that organization, they were very big in where I was selling, where I was working daily. And so that was a challenge where I just thought for my retailers and wholesalers, I needed to hide myself. And similar to Maureen, it was when my wife and I decided to start a family. And when we actually had our daughter, that I think I began to realize the importance of being my authentic self. And for my wife and I to embrace this and really provide our daughter with an environment where, she feels proud of the parents that she has. And, it's great because we see it daily. I mean, our daughter gets asked all the time, what is your mom and daddy? Where are they? And our daughter is like, mommy, mom, I have a mommy, mom. And so, I think it's been great, this progression, of the time I've been in this industry, and just, I think the time that I've realized that I've been hiding my identity, looking at my daughter's so proud to say that she has two moms. And that's really just impacted everything now as I move forward as a mom, a coworker, and just a person.
Thanks, Carissa. Melissa?
Yeah, I almost not the same stories, but I think, when I started brewing in 96, I was a handful. There was like 25 female brewers in the whole country. We all didn't really know. You just kind of run into someone and be like, oh my gosh, are you a brewer here too? And so I think for me, it was just me trying to be a brewer in the industry. And I wasn't even thinking about the fact that I was gay or that I needed to tell anybody. It was just me. I was like, I'm here, I'm brewing, I'm in the cool club. And I think it took me a really long time I would bring a girlfriend to an event or, I would talk about them and people were just kind of like, yeah, okay, whatever. But I think for me, it took me a really long time to actually go, yeah, not only am I a woman in this industry, but by the way, I'm super gay and I'm super proud to be here. And so I actually don't think I found that voice until I opened the bar. And even then I was kind of like, I didn't want to lose it. Maureen spoke about you want to find your foothold or the, opening something and owning something and having it be ours. And that hasn't always been, I think, something we all think we can have. And so when I opened the bar, I was still really cautious about it. And then as the bar has progressed and we've gotten more attention, I found my voice and the ability to be like, yeah, this is who I am. Let me tell you all of the things I am, and I think that has been a great growth. I mentioned maybe roadblock, but for me, it's been a great growth in coming out all over again, but in the industry as well, and feeling really comfortable about it and being really proud of it.
Yeah, I think, the thing that resonates with me is it's really about the authenticity, because when you can be your authentic self, it all the time, it shows, and it shows in your work and your personal life. And that's incredibly important. So, I think it helps drive the passion that I know all of you have too. So thank you for sharing that. I'm going to go to Carissa. What are some maybe frequent or often misconceptions that you've come across?
Oh, that's a good one, Glanny.
We don't have all day, but
I think this is probably something we all share. I cringe when people ask my wife and I, who plays the male female, those gender norms that are forced on us as a gay couple. So I think there's always that misconception of oh, you're two women, then which one of you is the male today? And it doesn't work that way, right? So I think that's one of them. I also think industry related. I just remember when I started and I was doing a lot of wholesaler, retailer incentive trips. And I remember, my white male coworker or white buyers, cis buyers, that would be like, oh, my wife is she's so happy that you're here because you're gay. And she knows that I'm not going to hit on you, or she knows that you're not going to hit on me and nothing's going to happen. And so I think those are kind of the two that have, they still happen to this day. They're that's not the case, and it's not any different because of my sexual identity, how I'm going to interact with somebody, right? And it's my sexual identity doesn't dictate how I'm supposed to fit into what you perceive as a gender norms relationship or role. So those are the two that I have.
Thank you. Maureen, I'm going to ask you the same question. So what are some frequent misconceptions you may have come across?
For the first time, I'm following you, Carissa. So you get a break. You get a head start on this. Thank you. I really wasn't quite sure where to go with this when we first started talking about it. But I guess I'll just state something that to me seems so obvious, but as a misconception, it's so counterintuitive. Sometimes we have customers and even friends really that feel like being part of the LGBTQ community is somehow a desire to be separatist, right? A desire to surround ourselves with people like us. And, we sort of tolerate, I guess, people who are not part of our community. And it couldn't really be any more opposite. And that's kind of what we're all talking about here, right? Is inclusion and recognizing that difference is difference, but it's good. And it's what, really, makes it a richer experience. So sometimes we do come up against that with customers. They're not sure if they're going to feel comfortable here. They're not sure what the vibe's going to be. And I just find that so unique in an industry that sometimes, and it still is obviously very homogeneous white male. So it's interesting to have the shoe on the other foot as the business owner and be working to make that demographic feel comfortable in our space. I just find that like pretty interesting, but also a pretty cool challenge for us, because it's something that just is a relief when you can dispel that misconception from somebody.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. Melissa, what types of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs do you may have in place, or do you work on currently? And it could be something with the Good Hop, or if there's something in your community that you're working on.
I mean, I think, we're pretty small. It's me and 3 employees. So we're pretty inclusive. I mean, I think one of the things in this industry, and, we've actually been talking about this for a while. It was all white male. And so, women kind of started coming up in it, and then it was still all white. And so, we've been looking at getting people of color in. And I think that that's just an ongoing discussion all the time. So for us, part of what we do is I put my bar in a neighborhood that I really liked. It was super diverse. It has a beautiful jazz history to it. It's got a huge Korean population in it. And that was really important to me. I didn't want to come in and be like, I'm just, here to gentrify everything. I wanted to be a part of it. And so with that, we're always looking to make sure that not only is it inclusive for, gays and lesbians, but for everybody around, and to slide into that neighborhood and not take it over, but to be an awesome part of it. So I think we're always trying to do that. We're always looking for the events that we can help introduce people to us, maybe from a different side of life, and that they come in and go, oh, this isn't just a gay bar, or this isn't just a bunch of Black people, or it's not just the Koreans. We try and bring all those things in so that it's a diversity of all of it. So I don't necessarily have a specific program, but it's just that, honestly, it's the constant desire to make sure that everybody has the same outlook that I do, which is that everybody's included. And we use that bar to amplify that as much as we can.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it's really interesting to me when people think that I'm not sure if I'm going to feel comfortable there. If you think about the history of beer, and I won't even go into the whole women being brewers for so much before the white males, but it's really about beer representing so many different cultures around the world. Beer has broke bread at the table, and beer has been something that's so inclusive. So it's interesting to me, as I, in the last 20 years, especially, like, thinking about this and working for Sam Adams, where we are thinking about this, is, why is it taking so long to catch up? Because beer has been brought to us and brought people together from all over the world. So why can't it do it right in our own communities? And it should be doing that. So I always appreciate all breweries, all bars, all bottle shops that are thinking that way and bringing and being very inclusive and making sure we're sending that message out that it's inclusive and that it's welcoming. So I'm going to go now to Maureen and talk about that same question. So about any diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that you may work with. I also know that you work very closely with Carissa on the Mass Brewers Guild. So I don't know if if you want to talk about that a little bit and the work that they're doing there.
Sure. I wanted to talk just a little bit too about a program that the BA is doing also, but I'll start with the Mass Brewers Guild. So yeah, we have the pleasure of having Carissa on our diversity and inclusion committee. We formed ourselves about two years ago, I'd say. And in the beginning, it was a lot of well-intentioned white people trying to figure out like how to be more inclusive and what to do. But I think we've really come a long way in branching out into beyond member breweries, but also into different like allied trades within the brewing industry. So we're working on bringing some training workshops to our membership. We're writing a code of ethics right now, which has been laborious and super, super important. Really glad we got that program underway robustly in January. So, we really do have a lot on our plate and a lot of things that we're working on. To quickly jump over to the Brewers Association, just because I'm like super passionate about what I'm doing there. Dr. J Jay is the diversity ambassador, and she has spearheaded this mentorship program. So she has pulled together a team of mentors and then sent the call to applicants who want to work in the brewing industry but find it very hard to get started because perhaps they don't have qualifications or whatever the barrier might be. So as a mentor, I've had the pleasure of working with 2 different women over the last 6 months, one of whom was in the Boston area, another queer woman, having her come to our brewery to brew a batch of beer with me. And it is just an incredible experience to be able to work with someone that has kind of the same passion and reason for being, and help her find her way in a way that I didn't really have. I was super fortunate to have some women brewers as mentors, but I never saw a gay woman as a brewer. So that's just so exciting to be able to put somebody's hands in, on the hoses and the clamps and stirring the mash and throwing hops in the kettle, and have them see that their passion and their dream can come true, and they can still be themselves. There's a place for them.
That's awesome. And I know that both groups are doing great work, and I appreciate your time and all the folks that are passionate about this and giving time above and beyond the businesses they're running and the work they're doing to help move the industry forward with that, because I think that's incredible work, and we need to move the needle, like you're saying, and make sure that we have mentors and examples for people who want to be involved in this amazing industry that we are in. I'm going to go to Chris. I wanted to tee this up a little bit, because at Boston Beer, we have a new network group. It's a few years old, called Labels Out, which I'm going to have her talk about. I assume she's going to talk about when I ask her this question. But, it's interesting when you talk about that. We had, years ago, I remember a gentleman I worked with came to me and said, Glennie, do you know if there's any other gay people here? And, I was thinking about, Chris, when you were saying, just where you feel comfortable and talking with your wholesalers. And I said, yeah. And it really, it got me thinking. And I really think that's when, for me, making sure we had a lot more inclusivity and allyship internally for us was something that's important. So, I think it's wonderful that we're talking about this now, but, I think the work that's been done in the past couple of years has moved us significantly, not only at our own organization, but at so many breweries. We mentioned our partnership with the Love Conquers Ale in New Belgium, which has been awesome. They do great work in the Human Equities Act. So it's Equalities Act. So I just want to say, it's the communities at great. It's the folks listening to this today that are supporting this, and we can continue to do this together because, beer is wonderful and the industry is wonderful, and let's continue to support that. So Carissa, I would love it if you can add in some of the other work you've done, but I know Carissa will maybe talk about her role a little bit, her new role, but if you could talk about Labels Out, and I love the story about how it really was started and launched, and then the support and some of the work that we've done internally with that.
Yeah, listen, it's been a movement, and I get emotional when I talk about this, at least internally. So if I get emotional with this, I apologize. But honestly, it did. It started 2 years ago, and I think it was an amazing group of coworkers who had the courage to stand up and say, as an organization, we have opportunities. And we got together, and I will mention Gabe Cologne, Brianna, Teresa. There's so many people at Boston Beer. If you're on this right now, if you're tuning in, thank you. And there's many more that we do need to thank, because honestly, we wouldn't be where we are today with Labels Out, with Love Conquers Ale, if we didn't have the support of our coworkers. And I think that's the important thing to recognize. And this is the one thing that we are embracing more. And I'm fortunate enough to be in this role to help quarterback that, of getting our coworkers to be in a place where they can support the community that they represent, where allies can come in and be vocal and help drive change. And we've seen that. And so, we started 2 years ago. Labels Out was an amazing group, that we formed, again, focused on voices being risen from the LGBT community internally at Boston Beer, but then our allies. And then how can we make a difference externally in the communities that we profit and serve from? And that group was honestly, I think, the basis for our network groups that we have today, which we have over 7 networks today and growing. But the focus of these groups are really to provide a safe space and really to encourage all of our coworkers just to participate in active dialogue. And I'm really proud of, what we've accomplished in the last 9 months, which is really just kind of understanding our competencies and capabilities as an organization, and then putting resources in place. So whether that is, coworker development to ensure that all of our coworkers have equitable pay in an equitable way to advance our organization, or the work that Jennifer's doing with our partnerships. and ensuring across this country that areas that we work, that we are giving back to those communities. And one thing that I'm really proud of right now is the work that we're doing with the HRC with both the Corporate Quality Index, which this is the first time as an organization that we've participated in this, but this holds us accountable. As an organization, it holds us accountable to walk the walk and ensure that all of our coworkers have the protection that they need in our building, but also ensure that they have the protection that they need when they go out. And the second piece of our work with the HRC is Boston Beer signing the Business Coalition for the Equality Act, which I'm sure many of you on this call understand the importance of that federal legislation that is still sitting on that floor right now. But as a country, we need to pass that, because I can walk out the door and get denied service. Any of you on this call right now that represent this community can walk out the door and get denied service in 29 states. And so this is why, as a brewery, this is what we can all do as a community to not only make this industry more inclusive, but make an impact outside those doors of our industry. So hopefully I touched on that enough, Jennifer, for you. But again, very proud of the work that Labels Out is doing to drive change at Boston Beer.
Yeah, and one thing I really love about it is that, you know, we've encouraged, and well, we didn't even have to encourage, but we have then encouraged even more folks. But our coworkers, when we started I remember someone outside in the industry, but I was talking about our Labels Out group, and they said, "Oh, is that the group for the gay people at your company?" And I was like, "No, it's not." And so what I love is we have so many coworkers in this group because we all want to be allies and support and be inclusive. And it's not just about being how you identify. It's about how are you as a human and how can you help and hold yourself accountable and support. And I think that's what I really love about it. And I know there are other great breweries that are doing work like that with their coworkers. So I would say keep it up. We want to be again, keeping this moving forward where we know that we have inclusive places to work. We want to be able to attract great talent from all over the world and the country, regardless of how you identify. So that leads me to my next question. And I'm going to start with Maureen. Do you have any advice, like thinking back to your first examples about some of the roadblocks and challenges, but do you have any advice to anybody in the community who may be interested in pursuing a career in the industry, LGBTQ plus, who is unsure if there's a place for them?
Well, I would resoundingly say yes, there is a place, absolutely. We all bring our sets of skills and personality and, what makes us unique. So that's the most important thing, right, is to not just celebrate, but to support and to amplify, what makes all of us bring kind of our best game to whatever it is we're doing. But there's also, to be sort of rosy about it, there's never been a better time to be your authentic LGBTQ self in the craft beer industry, right? I mean, I personally have seen such a huge change just in the last 2 years. So sure. Timing, couldn't be any better for you to feel that you would be seeing other peers and seeing other role models and having mentors and allies as well. I mean, allyship is kind of a new concept too that we've been talking about in the industry. So I would absolutely say pursue it, to your heart's content. But I want to temper that a little bit too with always having an eye to knowing if you feel safe in an environment, knowing if you see some red flags that to you look like they might be stumbling blocks or things that might be an obstacle for you. And I would encourage you to speak up about those and do that in a way that's safe, but also do it in a way that's respectful, because we're doing a lot of soul searching in the industry right now. And that's a fabulous thing. That's a really, really great thing. And so the more that this is talked about by everybody across the spectrum, whether we're business owners, whether we're new hires, that's only going to give momentum to us making some really needed changes in our industry.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Maureen. Chris, I want to ask you the same question because I know I'm actually going to ask it to Melissa as well, because I think with the long tenure, as I pointed out earlier, I do think this is a really great question because so many things have changed. So I like the perspective that all of you can give from when you started in the industry to what you're seeing now. So Chris, if you could answer that same question, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think, don't let your perceptions get in the way of something that you love or passionate about. And to Maureen's point, especially with this industry, I mean, we're evolving. This industry is evolving right now. This country is evolving. And I think there's such a great opportunity now with connection versus the social media platforms that we have, that there is visibility. We are here. And I would encourage everybody that's watching this, if you are interested, reach out to us. There's LinkedIn. There's so many different ways to connect and just ask questions. Research our companies, come and spend time in our tap rooms and breweries, talk to our coworkers there. And hopefully that will help paint the picture of the culture that we have, and how inclusive that we are. But I do think it's important just to kind of like set those perceptions kind of to the side and don't assume, immerse yourself into it, and get to know people that have been doing this, because all experiences are different, right? But I think at the end of the day, listen, I've been here for 16 years. I cannot see myself doing anything else than this industry. I love it. I love the people I work with. I love the passion that we all have. And we are on the precipice of something special, and I say that because I think this industry finally is recognizing the power of everyone that's been participating in this for so long, the power of the people that drink these products. And we have to make a change, because if not, we're going to lose. This industry is going to just go away. Our breweries, our cideries, our distilleries are not going to be successful.
That's right. And I really feel and have felt this way a long time, that the industry needs to represent the people that we serve, essentially, which is everyone, right? So we talked about, being unique, and that's what we need to be as well. So I agree. And I would also say, Maureen was mentioning some of the work from the Brewers Association and from in our state, the Mass Brewers Guild. There's a lot of opportunities. If you're curious about, how to get involved, or how would I find someone to talk to that could be a mentor, I think most of the Brewers Guilds, your state Brewers Guild, do have diversity, whether if they don't have a head of diversity or a group yet, they definitely have seen a lot of opportunities to engage. So I would highly recommend that if you're interested. It's a great way to just see what's in the industry and find places that you will feel comfortable and can learn a lot more about where some good opportunities are. So Melissa, same question for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all said it. Absolutely, if somebody wants to get into this industry, come in. But also come in with the knowledge of, I think if you find a place and it doesn't feel right to you, I mean, you can bring it up and you can talk to them, like that's what we're working on right now, but also maybe go to another place, right? So, I mean, I think every brewery has its own identity and its own personality. And, it's like finding a group of friends, maybe these people aren't quite your group, or you like them a little bit, but I encourage people to move around. I mean, in the industry, brewers move around, people move around and find a different brewery. Maybe they find a place where they're like, oh my gosh, I'm home, and so I encourage people to not only come into the industry purely because of your passion, and passion will carry you a very long way, but also don't give up. Like if you have one bad experience, don't be like, that's it, I'm out. Because it's such a diverse, in general, the brewing culture is so diverse as it is, that I think you can always find your spot. You can find your tribe within this awesome tribe to be a part of, and to like slide in and discover that passion. I mean, my history as a brewer, I worked at several breweries, and each experience was very different, and not positive or negative. It was just very different, right? So like everybody runs their places differently, and you get different customers, which means you get different, different people around you and different experiences. So I think I definitely would encourage anybody, if you want to be in this industry, come in, definitely come in and reach out and find the people that you find you match with.
But I love that. I'm chuckling to myself because I was thinking about when I told someone I was at another brewery that I was interviewing at Sam Adams for a brewer job, and they said, "Oh, how will you get that job?" And I was like everybody else, I'm going to interview and hopefully get it. I don't know what to tell you. And I also was thinking, as you were all talking, we mentioned the word mentor a lot. And I think one thing I've always found over time, and to Melissa's point, when I started even 20 years ago, there weren't that many female brewers. Find mentors that can relate to you and you feel like can support you. They may be male, they may be female, they may be part of the LGBTQ+ community, they may not, but find a mentor is someone who has the personal connection. They don't have to necessarily have the same experience, but they have to be aware of it. So I would just want to caution people, because I think sometimes we look for this perfect mentor, and it could be right in front of you, and it could be someone at your local tap room that you might know that you're close with because you frequent there, and talk to them about your interest in the industry, because you can tell from all four of us, we want more people in the industry. So come in. I want to go back to Maureen. I want to talk a little bit. I know you mentioned talking about your community. And so how do you connect, your personal identity to your brand's identity, and then ultimately to your community? I know you talked about you and your wife talking about the business for a long time and how you were going to do that. And so how did you create that really inclusive brand at Craft Roots?
I'd say we're still doing it. It took us, it's a path all the way along so far to be more and more comfortable and more sort of like out. I mean, we've been, we live in Milford. We have kids in the school system. People have known us here for, 15 years. We didn't exactly put front and center that we're an LGBTQ owned business as we, promoted ourselves wider. It reminds me a lot of when I was first learning to brew and starting out 20 years ago. I think I made a mistake at times in saying, hey, I don't want to be known as a woman brewer, I'm just a brewer. I want to be taken seriously as a brewer. And, I understand where that sentiment came from, but I also think, and I understand now that was a mistake because I wasn't really owning and being proud of, and also recognizing that, as a woman and as a queer woman, I'm going to do things my way. And so that's something to be, celebrated and really pursued in a way that you want to express it. So I think with our business, we're kind of starting to do the same thing too. In fact, we've never had a Pride celebration, and we had the honor to be a collaboration partner with Sam Adams and Provincetown Brewing to brew a beer. We're having our very first Pride celebration next weekend. So here we are, the first woman-owned 100% woman-owned brewery in Massachusetts, finally feeling like, okay, we want to do this. We want to have a Pride celebration. So that's a big step forward for us in our community. While we've been, understood and seen on a smaller level, to be a little bit more comfortable to go wider with that has been great. One other thing too, in our town, we have an initiative to instill more visual art in our community. So we were fortunate enough to sponsor another lesbian woman who's a person of color, and she is going to do a design that's going to appear on a picnic table that will be in one of the parks in our town. So that's just another really amazing step that our town facilitated for us. But if we can get behind those things and begin to, not as slowly, but a little bit more robustly incorporate that into our identity, it really speaks to how much things are changing.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I think even just in the past couple of years, the amount of tap rooms, obviously they have increased, but the amount of celebrations, and again, we talk about Pride being 365 days a year, but it's wonderful to be able to engage with the community during the month of June. And so I think the amount of events that are happening are incredible around the country that you see if you look on the local listing. So that's awesome. So all you brewery and tap rooms, keep up those amazing parties. So you mentioned the beer. It's the Love Conquers Ale Evolution. And it was, yep. Oh, there it is. I drank mine, Maureen, so I don't even have it. I got excited. I was prepping last night. I had to have the beer. And I think you mentioned it just, it was brewed really with Provincetown Brewing, who's very close to me. I'm on Cape Cod, so big fan. And so just brewed to acknowledge, the unity and that, safe spaces are important. So thank you, Maureen, for participating with us. That was awesome. And I know Travis had a ton of fun with that. I'm going to ask a question that is in the chat. So I'm going to ask this to Carissa. What are some steps the brewery and industry businesses should take to equitably empower LGBTQ plus employees?
Yeah, that's a good one. I think first, let's start with your coworkers, right? As a brewery, whether you're 2 or 25, or in our case, 2,400 as Boston Beer, start with your coworkers and your employees and have conversations. And ensure that you create a safe space so that if you have members of the LGBTQI community representing your brewery, that they feel like they can represent themselves as part of that, right? That their values and your values align. So I think that's the first thing, is set that baseline. And to Maureen's point, you take the time and do that because you want to be authentic with it. I then think what you need, I think one other thing then to take it up to the next level is then, reach out to the community. Make sure that you are ensuring that you are screaming loud and proud that this is a safe space. It is a safe space where everyone is welcome. And in that, ensure that everyone respects each other. And I think that's another just great way of embracing all the communities that all of our breweries are surrounded by, right? I mean, there is so much diversity. And even in rural settings, I lived in St. Louis for 8 years. And there was a difference between St. Louis, the city, and when I went to where my wife grew up, which is Hannibal, Missouri. And I would walk the streets of Hannibal, Missouri, and it was like, are you Black? Are you Native American? Are you Hispanic? Are you a guy? Are you a girl? It was just like, they thought I was an anomaly when I walked on the streets of Hannibal, Missouri. And so, even in these rural settings, as we set these businesses, these breweries up, ensure that you get out and then help educate the community. Hold different webinars or seminars, bring in nonprofits and activists to come in and invite the community to come in and be a part of that. So education and then just ensuring that your LGBTQIA coworkers are safe as well is just a great way to be equitable and inclusive.
That's awesome. And I also think don't be afraid if you don't know to ask someone that you think knows. I mean, I certainly, for 20 years, I've asked questions all around, all kinds of different questions. But I think, really understanding, I know I had a conversation with Carissa a while back about, I think I'm an ally, but can you talk to me about this? And what does it mean to you? And have I been an ally for you? And those types of questions. So really, it's okay to ask the question because I want to be a better coworker, friend, partner, community member. And so I'm going to ask those questions, but don't be afraid to ask and find someone to ask those questions too. Melissa, we have a question for you. Why did you start brewing?
Honestly, I started brewing because it was the 5th job out of college, trying to pay back those student loans. But I fell in love with it. I didn't know anything about beer. Honestly, I wasn't even a home brewer. I just got out of college. I drank Bud Light and Rolling Rock, and that seemed to be good enough. And I just rolled into a brewery and started talking to some guy one day, and he was like, "I'm hiring." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Let's do this." I mean, I had a liberal arts degree, no science, no math, none of that side. And I fell in love with it. I was lucky enough to have a pretty awesome mentor who told me to follow him around and ask questions, and I did. And I was immediately hooked. So 6 months in, I quit all my other jobs and just hook, line, and sinker jumped into the industry. Having no idea, to be honest, nothing. I knew nothing. I was just like, this is awesome. I'm in. And that passion is, I think, the passion that's why I said, like, if people want to come into this industry, come into this industry. I started with no knowledge at all. I told people, you want to come in, go offer to clean kegs, ask questions, see how you can be a part of it, and you can get in. Like, it's not a secret society. I think it's actually very welcoming all around. So yeah, that's how I got into brewing.
And look at you 25 years later, right? That's awesome.
Yep.
So we were talking a little bit about the other question around supporting and empowering employees. How can companies and organizations remain authentic to their support of the LGBTQ+ communities? What ways might you suggest being, we talked about 365 days a year. How can these organizations become that? We know, the authenticity part is huge for many organizations like ours and many breweries like ours, but that's not always true. And there's a lot of people who want to come in, commercialize it, rainbow wash, whatever term you want to use. So I'm going to start with Maureen and just ask what your thoughts are around how can they remain authentic and then how can they be allies 365 days a year?
Yeah, I guess, our perspective is a little different being, a woman-owned brewery. And again, like Melissa's too, we're pretty small. I think we have 7 people on staff, most of which are women. So that wasn't the environment that I came into the industry in. It's something we've been fortunate to create. I think we talk about human resources and how, the employees and the wonderful people that are executing your vision as a business owner, they're really the ones that deserve 100% the best and the most authentic and the most vibrant support from you. So, I mean, that's where I would start and say, you really, it's easy to see through an initiative that's just sort of checking the boxes, the rainbow boxes or whatever it is. And I think that consumers, thankfully, are beginning to see deeper than that too. And they're seeing, initiatives of products on the shelf that just happened to roll out at the end of May. So I do think it's a great thing that customers are being a lot more introspective about it and ask your employees too, like what would be the best initiative for them or what would be ways that feel the most authentic to support them.
Yeah, and I that's great. And I think it's the way, if you think about, bringing in, I know Carissa mentioned like education. I mean, you can't emphasize that enough by bringing in someone. I know we had a gentleman from GLAAD come in and speak to our marketing group and really talk about, marketing to the community. What are ways, what are bad ways, what are good ways? And it was things I think they maybe thought they knew because we do walk the walk, but After that session, it went on like an extra hour, actually. The questions that came through and the conversation was so robust and so amazing. So I think, doing that in your own organization or asking organizations that support during Pride that you believe are authentic, say, what else are you doing the rest of the year? Because I know, for us, especially with our Labels Out group, at least internally, we're always every month talking about the group and how we can do and support the community. So I think that's really great. So Carissa, do you have any examples from Labels Out you want to share on that?
Yeah, and I would even go back to, I think even for our consumers, the drinkers, right? I think there's an awesome opportunity. I think those companies that are authentic in living Pride 365 or just supporting any community are finding ways to connect not only with that community, but then finding ways to get our drinkers to see the value of why we're doing it, right? So one thing that we look at, and this was something that our Labels Out group did, they took the time working with our Sam Adams brand for Love Conquers Ale. It's not going to be just about we put this beer out. It's going to be we're putting this beer out. We want to partner with other breweries, which we did that. We're going to continue to do that. It is how do we make an impact with organizations like GLAAD? We're doing that. And then how do we help educate, not only internally our coworkers, but even the drinkers? Like, how do we get our drinkers to say, oh, this is an LGBTQIA beer, and it's supporting GLAAD. What is GLAAD? Let me look up and see what GLAAD is. Or, allowing me as a drinker that maybe not that I don't represent that community to want to understand the importance of it. And I think that is something that we need to continue to recognize and keep in line sight as we continue down this path of being more inclusive in everything we do with our brands, is ensuring that we invite our drinkers, right? We invite our drinkers to want to educate themselves on the meaning of this and participate in it and not exclude them. And I think for our drinkers that are listening, for drinkers that are listening of how you can be more inclusive is participate in these brands, taste these beers, go to these breweries, ask questions like Jennifer did. Jennifer and I have a long-standing relationship. And she's been a mentor for me, and we've had that relationship where we can ask each other questions, and we've grown so well in our careers. And I think a lot of it has to do with just the support that we've had with each other and some of the other peers in the industry. But I think for our drinkers, if you want to be an ally, go to breweries that are giving you the tools to do it. And then if they're not, call them out and say, okay, you're doing this beer. What else are you doing? And we need to do that. I think we need to call out more and challenge more the notion of it's Pride Month. Let me throw a flag on it. What are you doing after that? You got to do more. So I'm off my wagon now. Getting off.
Don't get off the wagon. Well, all wagons, but don't get off the soapbox. I'm just looking at, we have a couple more of Melissa. I'm going to ask Melissa a question because I agree. More of Melissa. Melissa, I know you're going to actually probably hate me asking you this question.
Bring it on.
I love you, and I can't wait to see you in Oakland. Because I know that you're an inspiration, even though you probably don't think of yourself that way. That's why I know you're going to hate this. Because, in the short time I've known you, I already know that. So how do you continue, or how will you continue to inspire the next generation of brewers? I mean, you're an entrepreneur, you founded your company, to live out their dreams. So if you can answer what you're doing right now, you can answer, I hope to in the future do.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think it's just telling your story, I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm like, man, is this story old? Like, are people just really tired of hearing me talk about the passion of when I first started, and I think that, that's how we keep inspiring people, I can tell you about when I first got my brewing job with as much passion now as it was the day I got it, and I think by holding events and, continuing conversations about being inclusive and continue conversations about, being Pride and being out. And, even for me, I wasn't fully, look at me, I'm out. I can't not be out, but, I wasn't fully out when I was, for the first 10 or 15 years I was in the industry, because I was just like, oh, I'm just me, whatever, And so I think that continuing the conversation and trying to inspire people in that route, that it's not just about LGBTQ community, and while it is, but it's also about the passion of brewing, and that specifically in this industry, it's the brewing that really draws us all in, right? And then we all just want to have the best experience possible. So, for me personally, and for the Good Hop, we continue to have events where we are all inclusive, or where we try and bring people together, and then, support each other and push the conversation so that we can, hopefully they bring a friend and their friend goes, man, this is cool. All right, I want to get into, that's the whole part of like getting people to come to your place, is that they bring a friend and they have a great time and they bring another friend. And that we also do that within this community, right? Within the LGBT community, that somebody brings, their friend and they go, wow, this is super inclusive. I didn't realize that. I'm totally in. I think that's the best way to keep it rolling, is to just keep telling our stories and to keep making it as awesome as it is.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. I also think like the communities, the drinkers, the industry, we want to hear more stories of that. Like, and how you've been mentored, how you make your brewery inclusive, or your tap room or your shop. And I think that's great. And I'm going to go to Erin's question. Erin has a great question about, how do I make my workplace more inclusive? I'm not out. So Maureen, I'm going to start with you, because I know you were talking about starting in the industry. So what advice would you give Erin around that?
There's a lot around that. I would say, like I keep coming back to this, but safety is really important. So like Melissa said too, and I think Jennifer, you also said as well, you may not know right in front of you that you do have an ally, you do have somebody that you can feel comfortable talking with, but you do have to gauge that, whether or not that's going to be the safe, resource for you to go to. But I would say, put up your antenna and, try in ways to kind of initiate that conversation and find if that person exists, right in front of you in your work environment. You might also have a vendor that your company works with that has someone that is part of our community, and you might be able to lean on them a little bit or reach out to them. I don't know what kind of setting we're talking about, but if it's a tap room, certainly there might be some customers that, are there that you can talk with too. But I would say, safety, of course, is like the number one thing, but don't give up. Because, like Melissa was saying too, we're passionate about what we do, and it's so fun, and it's so fun to be yourself and to be able to like follow what you feel like you are meant to do. So, don't give up on that, and find that opening. And maybe it takes some being patient and being a little cagey to figure that out, but just don't let that light go out, because it's so important that we inspire each other with having fun, telling our stories, but like just really having a good time with it.
And that's exactly right. Beer is supposed to be fun too, right? So we don't want to lose sight of that. I'm just going to answer one quick question. It was about, given the popularity of hard seltzers, what are breweries doing to break in the untapped hard crystal Pepsi market? And I think as a brewer myself, and if the folks on the panel don't mind if I speak for them, in general, we're always innovating and looking at what's new. I think, you'll continue to see the non-beer side continue to grow and be incredibly innovative. I think I don't see that stopping, that freight train stopping anytime soon. So I would always be on the lookout for your local breweries. There's tons of local tap rooms that are making other products besides beer now too. So keep your eyes and taste buds open for that, and keep looking. There's a great question from Corey McGarvey here. As allies in the industry, what are ways we can signal that we are a safe place for allies in creating spaces? Melissa, I'm going to go to you with that one.
That's awesome, because Corey used to be one of my employees.
Yeah, Corey.
up until just recently, he just got a really awesome sales job. I think honestly, I don't know how to signal it. Like it's not like a secret handshake, or like you wear a different shirt. I think just by actions alone. Somebody recently called me an ally for a different group, and I was honored. I feel like as a gay person, I have been relying on allies forever and ever and ever. And someone called me an ally, and I was honored, to be honest. But yeah, I honestly don't. I think it's by actions and by doing, and by standing up and speaking out when you can, and supporting when you can, so that it's noted and it's felt, right. And you can't just say I'm an ally. You can't just announce it and people go, okay. You have to show it. It comes in actions and support.
Awesome. All right. Well, we have time. I'm going to ask one last question to each of you. It'll have to be a bit of a speed round because we're coming up on time here. I'm going to combine a couple questions here together so you can answer the part of it that you would think that you want to answer. So I'll ask the questions together. So one of them was, I support the community, but not part of it. What's the one thing you hope everyone takes away from this great event? And then also, several people had asked questions in different ways, but how can we better support the LGBTQ plus owned businesses now in the future? So I'm going to go around Robin. I'm going to start with Maureen, go to Carissa, and then end with Melissa.
So I like the question about how can we best support our LGBTQ plus businesses, and I think frequent them. That's the obvious one, especially in light of what we've just gone through with the global pandemic. But also make them like your regular stops, and also share that with your inner circle of people if they're not aware of it.
Awesome, Carissa.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, I think research LGBTQIA businesses, frequent them. Find out are they owned, right? And what they're actively doing. So to support those businesses that are actually living this 365 days a year, I think that's great. I also think it's very important to just spread the word, right, to others in your circle of our businesses. And that really helps. Again, for some of our businesses, it is challenging to do marketing. I mean, we're very lucky here at Boston Beer. We have arms to do marketing with our brands, but some of our smaller tap rooms and breweries that we work with, there's challenges there. So, find ways to help amplify them on your social channels. Mm-hmm. That's a really good way, to Melissa's point. Allyship is a verb. It's actionable. It's doing. That's just a great way that you can do it.
I would second that for sure. One of the things is that we all have a reach as far as our reach is, but our reach goes bigger when others help amplify us. So to what Carissa said, if you go to a place or you find a place or you love a place and you realize that you love them because they're inclusive or you love them for whatever reason, like post it, spread the word. Even if you're just at, I don't know, if you're in a Slack channel for work and you've got some random chatting going on, throw it out there. Be like, hey, have you been to this place? It's awesome. And then we tell you why. I think that the more people talk, the farther our reach gets. And that helps bring, it helps bring inclusivity to it. And it shows who are the allies by talking about it.
Yeah, and I think just to echo all those comments, also ask if you know someone is an ally or they've attended various events or something. You say, hey, are there some great businesses I can support in my community? Because there are businesses that maybe are not as comfortable being out as we've talked about, but they need the support too. So it's okay to ask and engage. And I think, we talked about this. There's so many great, I think the consumers now are even more hyper aware of supporting local and being really aware of who they're supporting, where their money goes. We all work incredibly hard for our money and to have our lives. And so how are we supporting and how can we do that? And I think that's something that I would really encourage everyone. And I will say a couple ending things. David, I will meet you at the Good Hop to see Melissa. So can't wait to get out there.
We're all going, David. We're all going.
It's a field trip.
We're going. Field trip.
Let me know. I'll make sure that I'm there.
Yeah, we're going to take the show on the road moving forward.
Sweet.
Well, I want to thank these amazing panelists today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining me on this. What a awesome conversation. I wish we had about 4 more hours.
Me too.
So thank you so much. Please, if you're in Milford, Massachusetts, go visit Maureen at Craft Roots Brewing. If you're in the Boston area, please come see. Chris and I are often found at our tap rooms hanging out there. So join us there. And Melissa at the Good Hop in Oakland, California. I want to thank again Grace and the team at Untapped and Queer in Hop Culture for putting on this amazing festival today.
Thank you.
I hope everyone didn't drink all their beers yet. There's so many tastings happening here. And I want to give a huge shout out to our team who did all the great stuff for Love Conquers Ale. Because we're just so proud that the group that came together to pull this together, these on the screen here and internally on all of our different companies. Thank you everybody for that and happy Pride.
Happy Pride, everyone.
Happy Pride, y'all.
What a dynamic and engaging way to kick off Queer Beer. Thanks, Maureen, Melissa, Carissa. We're going to say goodbye to you guys now. I really appreciate you sharing your time and inspiration and some tangible steps that we can take to be more inclusive. So hopefully you'll stick around for the rest of the fest.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Well,
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Jennifer, as you mentioned, everyone on this panel had about over 100 years of experience, I think you said, and I think we really saw that in action. We had a lot of great insight, and we've obviously learned a lot, over kind of our collective histories. But there's still more work to be done, right? Melissa said allyship. It isn't like a secret handshake, but it's about actions. And Carissa mentioned that allyship it's a verb. And I know, lots of people were asking how they can be more inclusive and support. And I think one easy way is just, like you were saying, get out, find those queer businesses in your area, go visit Maureen at Craft Roots, or grab a beer at the Good Hop, or pick up a 4-pack of Love Conquers Ale, because you know that 100% of the proceeds are going to GLAAD. On our end, for every box that we sold for queer beer, a portion of that sale is going towards Right to the Transgender Law Center. And we also have 2 exclusive collabs in our store right now. So I'm actually going to show off our Yeti Colster. It's hard to see in my camera, but we hosted a design contest called Pour Out Your Pride, and we found some really rad queer artists. The winner, Molly Gadjosik, we put her design on a Colster that were donated by Yeti, and we sold out of ours within like 5 days. So we've raised over $1,000. It's going to go directly to GLAAD. If you guys are interested in picking up one of those Colsters, I know, Jennifer, that you guys still have those in your store. So Sam Adams is selling them as well, along with some other really great merchandise. So go check that out in our store. And for everything else today, we're also doing a discount. If you put in the code PRIDE15, you'll get 15% off as well. So Jennifer, you said something really, really poignant, throughout our conversation, but supporting the queer community needs to happen 365 days out of the year. Carissa said it too, to call out and challenge businesses that are to do more, not just in June, but to be queer all year. And Sam Adams has really, really taken that ethos to heart. And I think we've seen that, just from our last discussion and everything that we've talked about today. So thank you again for putting together this incredible panel. And cheers to queer beer all year.
Cheers to queer beer all year. And thank you so much. And it's really a pleasure. I mean, making beer is great, but this is really cool, and meeting folks and having discussions like this are the way forward. So thank you so much for all the organization and planning, and thanks for everyone for attending today. What an awesome day. And I can't wait to participate for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Jennifer. We'll see you later.
Cheers.
And to everyone else, please stick around. I know Marina actually mentioned that she's hosting a Pride celebration with Sam Adams and Provincetown Brewing next weekend. And as luck would have it, Provincetown Brewing and Chris from Provincetown is coming up for our next tasting, their Golden Hook Ale. So P-Town, some of you may have been there. I've been there a couple of times myself. It's a very, very queer-friendly town in Cape Cod, and Provincetown Brewing opened there pretty recently. And they follow something called Draftivism, which I think is amazing. They basically donate 15% of all their profits to specific causes, a lot that are focused on LGBTQ plus inclusion, also environmental conversation, things like that. So we're going to be back with Megan, who's going to be doing a tasting with Chris from Provincetown Brewing of their Golden Hook Ale in just a second here. We'll see you soon.
Oh, God.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Hey, good, Megan. How are you?
I'm great. I'm excited to try this beer.
Yeah,
Do you have one of the beers on you?
I do, right here.
Awesome.
Nice cold.
So I actually had never heard of Provincetown, like the actual town, until several weeks ago. And when I heard about it as like the gayest town in America. Can you tell me a little bit about the history? Like, tell me about it.
Yeah, this is the one thing.
Uh-oh.
All right. You hear me?
You're back.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. So yeah, the Pilgrims actually landed here back in 1620 originally, and then made their way down to Plymouth. So this is actually like the founding place of American democracy, and so it's always very strange to me that there wasn't a brewery here for there's never been a brewery here. So after I started coming up here, 10 years ago, I just was like, this town needs a brewery. It needs a communal place for people to hang out. But yeah, there's a lot of history here, especially in the last 100 years. It's been a real queer haven for artists and kind of the fringe community. Tennessee Williams has a huge history here. And there's just a lot of American theater and a lot of really prolific American artists that started out here back in the last century. So we're very fortunate now that it's a really queer accepting a destination, and it's just one of these places that I think that the mix between the brewery and being in such a queer community is just really just a beautiful melding of the two.
Awesome. I'll definitely have to add it to my list. It wasn't on there before, but it is now.
It's gorgeous up here. I mean, the summer up here is beautiful beaches. The lighting up here is like world renowned. That's why the artists flocked here they still flock here, just because that the sunsets here are pretty magical. So
I don't know. I mean, I live in San Diego, so I don't know how magical they can be.
Okay.
So I'll come check them out.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's talk about this beer. So it's a golden ale called Golden Hook. Tell me a little bit about like the recipe or the process or the inspiration behind this beer.
Yeah, so I mean, we really started with an inspiration of just wanting a really good summer beach beer. Something you can take to the beach, not too high in alcohol, and something you can just like a summer crusher is really what I was looking to make. And I was fortunate to work with Turtle Swamp. Nick Walther, there's the owner and brewmaster there, and so we developed a recipe that's just a really solid, straightforward golden. It's made with Pilsen and flaked corn, and then Mosaic and Cascade hops. But it's just one of those beers that I can drink 6 or 7 of these on the beach, and it makes it a pretty good day. So
yeah, it's definitely crushable, and it has like this nice kind of like mellow like sweetness to it.
Yeah, it has a nice kind of appley kind of like finish to it, which is really just like nice and crisp, which is a lot of people love that. We'll always sell, like I know that a lot of the industry is in the 16-ounce can range, and that's great, but we'll always keep this in the 12-ounce pack because it's too I want it always cold out of the cooler. So
I'm honestly more of like a 12-ounce can kind of gal. I don't know. I like to be able to try multiple beers, and I feel like it gives you like more of an opportunity. And 12 is perfect. 12 is great.
I agree.
So Provincetown Brewing is involved in draftivism. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Draftivism. So we coined a term called draftivism. It's basically, I just thought that, P-Town has a very progressive history to it, and it's a very progressive town. And so I wanted a way to uplift and kind of highlight the amazing charities and groups and organizations here that really make this town what it is. It's a year-round town, from in the summer during our busiest weeks like Bear Week or Carnival Week. We swell to like 80,000 visitors in a week. But in the off season, January, February, March, there's 3,000 year-round residents here. So it's this huge influx. And so as a visitor, when you come here, you come here for the beaches, you come here for the parties, you come here for, the vacation aspect of it. But you don't really get to see a lot of the things that go on behind the scenes, like the Conservation Trust. And, there's this amazing group called Summer of Sass, where this amazing comedian, Kristen Becker, she brings up underprivileged kind of LGBTQ youth from the South and show them what it is to live in a out and queer accepting community. And so I wanted to focus on these charities on the back of the can to basically uplift, to give them visibility. And so we came up with the term draftivism, which is really just a kind of a recreational activism. You come to a beer, it's a brewery, you always have conversation going. And so, about the different charities, it's a great conversation starter and gets just gets the word out about what makes this town so great and what makes the queer and progressive community so great.
That's awesome. I love that you guys and like the whole town are committed year round to these initiatives. That's great.
Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's been amazing. We've been open for about 2 years now. We opened up halfway through our first season, unfortunately, just because of construction delays, but and then went straight into a pandemic. But we survived quickly. We have a really great base of people here. That are part of that year-round community that have really kind of, really helped us and supported us through it all. So.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for telling us all about Provincetown and the brewery and the beer and everything you guys are doing.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers. Absolutely.
All right, I think next up, we are going to be right back in a minute. We're going to try the Dominga Sour from New Belgium with brewer Lucas Alger. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hey, Lucas.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing just fine, thank you.
This is really exciting. This is my first virtual festival, and I love how everyone can come together in real life festivals, but it's kind of cool to see everyone like in their own space and like I don't know where they're from or at the brewery. So yeah, looks like you're at the brewery.
That I am. I'm actually on shift right now, so just taking
a
little break.
Well, thanks for taking a few minutes of your time to chat with us and tell us about this awesome beer.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Do you have one on you? Are we gonna cheers?
Right here.
Awesome. My dog is also here for the tasting. She's not a fan of beer, but she's here to support.
Oh, yay.
So tell us a little bit about this beer, the inspiration. It's a sour. We have a mimosa sour. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. I will let you do that.
All right, yes. So this here is our Dominga sour. And so the inspiration came for this beer back in 2017 when our master blender, Lauren Limbach, went to Foeder Crafters of America in Missouri. And it was a Sunday. She is sitting around with some of the folks from Foeder Crafters of America. And she was thinking, how awesome would it be to create a mimosa beer? And the folks there thought, that's such a good idea. She, a couple days before, was looking around at some of their fooders, found one that looked like a giant egg. And so they actually gave that to her. And once we got it back to the brewery, she named it Dominga. She names all of our fooders. So she named it Dominga, and we brewed up a small batch of the Dominga. It was very popular. And so after that, we decided to go to a wide scale production of it, and it has just taken off. So Dominga is the goddess of brunch, and It's a play on the Spanish word for Sunday. So brunch, Sunday kind of go together there. Yeah, what I really enjoy about this beer is it brings the two worlds of our brewery together. So it brings together our Foeder Forest, and it brings our sour beers, and it brings together our green beer part of the brewery. So we actually blend the two together. So, we're bringing both worlds together there, which is very unique. The calamansi citrus fruit in there really gives it, the bright floral aroma and flavor, which just sets it off. And that is such a nice can. It's so sleek.
It smells amazing.
Doesn't it though?
Yeah, I like the second I put it up to my face, I was just like hit with. It smells like a Sunday brunch.
It really does, and you get the calamansi, and you get the Mexican orange, and it all hits you. It's so floral. It hits you in the nose, and then once you take a sip, it just settles across the palate.
Yeah, it's got like the subtle floralness to it, and the orange is so vibrant and like so juicy. And to me, it's not like too sweet. Like it's definitely something I could like drink a couple of and not get like burnt out on it.
Definitely. This is a placeholder for Sunday mornings at my place, or getting off shift on a Sunday. Everyone usually goes for a Dominga, especially with how nice it is out. Head out to the patio with a Dominga, and Sunday is set.
Awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about like the souring process that you guys do specifically, or maybe just like working with the fruit? Any special things that you guys do?
Oh yeah, souring process. So we have a in-house culture that is in the foeder. There's Brettanomyces and Lactobacillus, and so it actually sits in the foeder for right around a year. So we have to be really patient with this one. And then we blend it with our green beer. And after that process is usually when we will add in our calamansi fruit and our Mexican orange and clementines as well.
Awesome. Is green beer, is that like your base beer, or?
Yeah, so that's why I call our base beer.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah, well, I feel like that makes this beer like a whole lot more special with like how long the process takes, everything that goes into it.
It really does. There's a lot of time and love, and all the patience goes into this.
Rad. Awesome. Well, thanks so much for telling us about it and for having a beer with me.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Cheers.
Have a good one.
Awesome. So up next, we have a discussion about authenticity in queer spaces and craft beer presented by New Belgium.
Oh, well, that Dominga Mimosa Sour is fantastic. I'm still sipping on it. But while I finish it, we're going to keep the New Belgium train rolling with our next panel, because New Belgium not only makes fantastic beer, and as we learned, they're also partnering with Samuel Adams this year to bring Love Conquers Ale across the country, but they're also amazing supporters of the queer industry and have really been pioneers in developing DEI programs for breweries, really setting the standard for the industry. And actually, a couple years ago in 2019, New Belgium hired its first diversity, equity, and inclusion specialist, Patrice Palmer. And since then, I've gotten to know Patrice pretty well through some of our other events. Patrice joined us for our virtual Beers Without Beards festival last year, and they have just really been absolutely crushing it, really at the vanguard of making our industry more equitable and inclusive. Just to give you a little bit of insight, they helped initiate a company-wide program that allowed people to display their preferred pronouns in their email signature and really educated people on why that was important. They brewed an exclusive beer for National Coming Out Day last October 11th called Beer de Queer. And they started an internal group at New Belgium called Pride at NBB that hosts things like Queer Sips, which is a series that invites folks to talk about policies that affect the LGBTQ plus community. Actually, here at Hop Culture, we were so impressed with Patrice's work that we named them our most important voice in craft beer in 2020. So I'm really, really excited to introduce Patrice, who's going to be leading our discussion on creating an authentic space for the queer community, whether that's as a business, as an individual, or as an ally. So let's bring in Patrice and say hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Patrice, what's going on? How are you doing today?
I am good. I am sipping on my Dominga as well.
Yeah, Dominga. Love it.
Yes, and thank you so much for the graciousness and the love and care and compassion in that intro. So thank you so much, Grace.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we have a few folks that are going to be joining us on our panel today. If you want to kind of help bring them and introduce them into the discussion, we'll bring everyone here onto the panel.
Absolutely. So I'm going to first start with a friend, a colleague, Lucas Auger, a brewer from New Belgium. So glad that he is going to be with us today. Next would be Lily Waite, Queer Brewing Project. I don't think there's enough time that we have to talk about all the beautiful things that she has done, created, and has her hands in. And last but certainly not least, we got to let Red Bear Brewing jump into this conversation with Brian. Hey. And so thank you all for being here. Thank you all for having this conversation. And if y'all are ready like I'm ready, we can definitely get started.
Let's do it.
Let's get into it.
Awesome. All right. So friends, family, thank you again for your graciousness and having this conversation. We know we have a bunch of folks out there who have questions about what authenticity truly means and why is that important when it comes to how we show up in our everyday jobs, why that shows up in our everyday life. And so the first question, and this is just going to be popcorn style, I'm allowing anyone to jump in and answer this question. What does it mean to be out in the beer world?
Who's going to jump in first? Also, just want to say hey to everyone. Nice to see you. Really excited to be here. And thanks to everyone whose work made this happen. Very excited. I think for me, being out is quite simple. It's just living, well, ironically, an authentic life, which I assume we'll get onto shortly. But it's being open about who I am. It's talking about my experiences in a meaningful way and not in a sort of contrived way. It's not hiding who I am or the experiences I've had or what that means for me in the beer world. Specifically for me as well, it means running a queer business and as in my work as a beer writer, writing about queer issues and LGBTQ issues. So broadly, I think just for me means authenticity, freedom, and some degree of a peaceful life, and I'm not hiding myself anymore.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
For Red Bear, it's it's allowing us to have pride in we make gay beer, and we're happy about that. To come and enjoy it, and we don't have to worry about if people don't like the queer community and then don't come. You know, we can be ourselves here. So that's what it means to us. We can make a beer.
Awesome.
For me, what comes to mind is I always go back to thy known self be true. And here at New Belgium, I really get to live that out. I get to live my authentic life, and I get to share everything that I've been through, my experiences, and bring that to my team and to my company. And I just think it makes us such a richer environment when you get to do that. And just getting to be me is just so special. So
I think all of you said, you know, kind of the burning answer, which is I get to be me. And I don't know if people really understand what that feels like. Maybe because they don't have to choose between how they show up, how they get to be themselves, and how they get supported in that. And so, one, again, thank you for doing that, for being visible, because we know we have so many siblings who just can't. Let us be real. And that's, you know, one of the things that we will definitely do on this panel is that we don't have that. We don't have folks who can authentically, we'll talk about that even more, authentically be themselves in the spaces that they're in based on a lot of different things. And so I appreciate you all bringing that. And even in myself, to be out is also to be Black. It is also to be non-binary. It's to be all the things at the same time, because I don't take one of those identities off when I show up in the space. And so when I show up in any taste room, I need you to actually understand how expansive I really am. And not just like, oh, you're queer, so obviously we want to be able to, you know, support that identity. But I'm Black and queer. I'm Black, queer, and transgender. I'm a spouse. All these different things all show up at the same time. And I think that's something when we talk about being out, it's the vulnerability, right, of being able to showcase that. All right. So my next thing is, and you all kind of spoke on this as you were talking about your own lived experience, but can you define authenticity, or how do you define authenticity? And anyone can take this.
Well, it's the $1 million question.
Right.
I mean, it's what we've got an hour to sort of dig into. I think authenticity for me is being explicit about my queerness and my transness. It's living those parts of my life in a way that isn't sort of, as I mentioned before, hidden or guarded or anything like that. It's getting to be the woman I am, which for 21 years was something I didn't get to do. And it's doing that, as Brian mentioned, with pride, but also just with a realness that is just me. And it's sort of, there's less anguish in my existence, because I get up and I am who I am. I don't have to put a mask on or present a different face to the world.
Absolutely, absolutely.
For us at Red Bear, it's not just us that need to be authentically Red Bear, but going to the stakeholders of our company, our other employees, and making sure we're authentic to them as well, and speaking with their voices as well. So it's a collaborative thing for Red Bear Brewing.
Awesome.
Being authentic for me here at New Belgium, you know, I get to share that I am a gay married man. I get to live that in front of my coworkers, and have these conversations where, you know, I'm included, we're all included. So
Absolutely. And again, I think as you all are talking about how authenticity shows up for you, it's this, again, it has so many layers. It's very nuanced, right? It's not just one thing that makes you authentic. And it sounds like there's an intentionality behind it. to not conform to what other people want you to sound like, want you to be like. It's absolutely just being. And again, I like to bring into this space that we have so many folks who can't, right? If you, what HRC says, at least 50% of queer people are closeted in the workplace. And so my next question to you now is getting into the weeds of a little bit of your life. So again, I thank you in advance for your vulnerability and your transparency in this. But was it easy for you to come out? And how long did it take for you to get that type of comfortability?
For myself, I would say it was not easy to come out. I spent 22 years not getting to live my authentic life. I grew up very rural space, and it also wasn't, I would consider, a safe place for me to come out. But it is still one of the best decisions I ever made. Freeing a weight off my shoulders, getting to be me, and moving to Fort Collins, Colorado, I have found community, and I've really gotten to grow as a person because I chose to live my authentic self, be myself.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, that's lovely to hear. I think, well, for me, I had to come out twice. I came out sort of when I was, I think, 13 years old as bisexual, which was, I wouldn't say a mistake, but I got bullied for it. And it was like I was at secondary school or high school. It wasn't a very tolerant environment. It was 13 years ago, so there wasn't the kind of representation and visibility that there is now. So I was just a weird little queer kid that got picked on for my sexuality. But at the same time, that also did allow me to live some level of authenticity, in that I could deal with everything that other people threw at me and still sort of not have to, again, hide who I was. But then, and that was quite easy to get to, I think. I realized I was queer and just sort of told some friends and went from there. So that was like relatively easy. But in terms of coming out as trans, that was significantly harder. That took me till I was like, I started telling close friends that sort of like late teens, but it wasn't until 21 that I fully came out and started living as myself, like in an authentic, meaningful way. And yeah, that was a lot harder because there wasn't the same kind of representation. I think we just had the trans tipping point, which is problematic in itself, but it certainly brought visibility to the trans community and helped that a little. But yeah, that was really difficult. But then sort of it got easier as I was living that experience and I was out again. I got a lot of shit for it. But well, as you might expect, but sort of that didn't compare to being able to be myself.
Thank you again for sharing that.
For me, I'm a little older. I came
seasoned.
I came out 20 years ago this month. For my 21st birthday, I decided to introduce my twin brother to my first boyfriend. And that was my coming out. But I actually didn't fully come out and become who I am, my authentic self, because I was also in the Army during Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So I could have been booted out of the military and lost all of my benefit to get my college paid for and all that stuff. That's the whole point of I joined. So I had to live in that limbo in the military until 2007. So 6 years in that life. And then I got out of the service. And it was hard because I was doing my duty, but I couldn't serve as who I was. I called it as when I put that uniform on, I'm Brian, but when I take it off, I can be Brian.
Real. And I think, again, thank you for sharing that part of yourself with us, Brian, because I think that's something that, again, we overlook, is that we are still existing in a world that is not accepting of all of us, and we're still making it happen.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of stress. It's a lot of intentional energy that has to be absolutely deliberate in everything you do, because you're always watching to make sure that your mannerisms are right and what you're saying is right and things like that. And since we're all sharing, I mean, let's do this shit, right? We're drinking. Let's all start sharing. When I came out, I actually was married. I was married to a cisgender man. Shout out to him. Thank you for that. And during that time, I knew I got married because I was trying to suppress who I was. And I thought that would work. Like, you follow there's the rule book of how you're supposed to be. And so I was following it. I went to college, I got married, I'm doing all the things. And it just got worse. One, because I knew that I was not being able to show up who I am. And when it did come out, it would come out in ways that my partner at the time was like, whoa, why would you do that? And I was like, it slipped out, my bad. Like, I'm sorry, that's not what I was trying to do, but it's oozing out of me at this point, right? And so I had to take a long look at myself. And when I did that, I had to literally leave a world behind. I had an entire world that revolved around this image of who I was. And I had to walk away from that world. And it was extremely scary. And that didn't happen until I was like 28. And then I had to come out at work, right? And then the life that they knew me as, the person that they knew me as, I had to say, nope, that's not who I am. It was also very much shrouded in religious ideology as well. And so I had to be like, no, I'm taking this piece of it with me, but the other shit, y'all can keep that. That's on you. And really having to live for the first time by myself. That's really what I would definitely say I was doing, was living by myself. I didn't have anyone to fall back on. And as Lily said, then I came out as trans only maybe about 4 years ago now. That I came out as trans, and I came out as trans on Facebook. Let me do a shout out to my wife right now, because I'm about to tell all our business. I came out on Facebook to everybody else, but I never told my wife. So my wife was literally looking at Facebook like, is there something that you want to tell me?
That's a bold way of doing it.
But it was like, there's no other way that I didn't know what other way to do it. I had to do it. And it was like, it's going to be an all or nothing. And I'm just going to have to, have the repercussions of that. Thankfully, and gratefully, I have a partner who was just like, you really felt like you could have just not told me that? Like, how dare you? And we had to have that conversation about, Patrice, use your words. But all of that was about me having to do that to myself. It was really a mirror to myself. And it was hard. It was completely uncomfortable. And I did get pushed back. When I came out the first time, and then when I came out as trans, I did get some pushback from folks who did not understand. And I had to recognize that your not understanding, misunderstanding, lack of understanding should not dictate how I am able to live my life. And when you do that, there is a power that shows up for you that you didn't even know existed. Because now it's literally nothing people can throw at me that I'm just like, dude, I let my Christian mama know about me. There's really very little that you can say or do that is going to throw me off my game. But that was my authenticity, and that was me having to be open not only to the world but to myself, about who I am, not who I was, who I wanted to be, but who I am. And that is very hard in our industry, right? Because there is still very much layers and nuances and ceilings that we're still breaking every day in order to exist. And this shit ain't easy. If it was easy, then we wouldn't even have to do this. Honestly, if it was easy, nobody would have to do this. And hopefully we get to a world where we don't have to continue having this type of conversation in order to find our own community. but I'm okay with being one of the first. I'm okay with being a part of that line that had to do that, so that, you know, queer youth who are coming up, like Lily said, like now, I mean, Brian, you could talk about the seasoning from years past, but it's not like it was like even 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's why I see it as an obligation to be visible and to be so open about who I am and talk about the things that affect me and the things that are difficult, but also the things that I love and all the fantastic things about being queer and trans and just being who I am so fucking loudly, is so that other people can see that representation and go, okay, well, maybe this is possible. Like over the course that I've been vocal about everything over the past like 4 years, perhaps, I've had so many people come out and say, because you've been so visible and so vocal, I've felt comfortable to come out in beer spaces or just in general. And it's like, okay, well, that's why I do it. That's why I have to do this, even though it's hard. I've just got to do it. And I think that's the same with so many people, because we can see the impact that it's having in so many people feeling more comfortable being themselves, like younger people. Also, shout out to coming out posts on Facebook. Mine was like 400 words long. It was so intense and possibly the worst thing I've ever written. It was so like aggressive and like no one can take me on. But I stand by it.
Right. That's real.
But yeah.
Other folks, is there, anything to add to that?
Well, I'm glad that people don't understand, but as long as they're willing to listen to what we have to say, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't need them to understand fully, but don't come at me. Let me be myself. And that's where I'm coming from. Like my family, we're very rural Iowa. And like, I still get, even 20 years later, some of my family members are, well, we don't like that you're gay. I'm like, well, that's fine. You don't have to like it. I'm still your brother. I'm like, this is who I am. And I'm not going to change for you because this is me. Absolutely. And I'll have the conversation if you want on how I'm feeling and what I'm doing in my life. But you've got to ask me. I'm not just going to give that to me. I'm not just going to give that to you. We have to have that conversation. And you have to be the one to initiate that. Right?
Okay, so we're talking about sacredness now. We're talking about the sacredness of our stories as well. Like, I'm not going to bleed on you for you to understand wounds, right? But also at the same time, very open. I will honestly say queer people are some of the most open people to have conversations with in the world. You want to ask a question about really anything, as someone who relies on the spectrum of some kind. I don't know if it's just like we've kind of used to having, conversations or what, but I just feel like we're so open in that regard.
Well, I think we're so used to defending ourselves.
Okay.
Because we've had to for generations of queerness. We've had to defend ourselves. And so that, like, you may not want to actually talk to people about it, but they're coming at you. So you've got to do something or say something or provide something, because you can't just run away. That's not gonna fix anything. You have to give some of it. But I'm at the point of my life, I'm like, if you want to know about me and who I am and my queerness, my gayness, come talk to me and I will tell you all about it. But I'm not just gonna throw it on you.
Right.
And honestly, we should have had this conversation for the last 20 years. So I'm like, yeah, no.
Real. That's real. That's real.
I think so often it's a preemptive defensiveness. I think because of the societies that we live in that are homophobic, transphobic, biphobic, queerphobic. They're so prejudiced that I think often we have to justify ourselves before we enter a space or before we talk to someone for fear that they're going to reject us or judge us or whatever, or come at us with those questions. We bare our souls so often just to justify our existence, and sometimes we don't need to, but we, for the most part, and I don't want to speak for everyone, I think we often presume that we need to.
No, that's real. I like, even as we're talking about this, I'm thinking about the intersections of ourselves. Like, Brian, you're talking about veteran. I serve. Like, this is a part of me also. And I don't think, again, people don't take that into consideration, that we're complex and we're nuanced. And at the end of the day, we're human. We're human with all of these nuances and complexities that make us so unique. And instead of trying to fit us into this box, because baby, I ain't never fit into a box. Y'all can put me in a box when I'm not here no more. I ain't got nothing to say about it. You can put me in a box then. But until then, I am going to live outside of that, because I just feel like the world is just too unique to only know one half of the story. And so I think about this as we're talking about how we're being authentic, how we're showing up in this space. Let's talk about the industry. Do you feel the industry is authentic? And by that, I'm talking about how our identities are celebrated throughout the year and not just during the month of June.
Yes, I have some thoughts on this.
I think we all do.
Right.
I'm sure we all have thoughts. But I actually wish that more businesses that throw up that pride flag for 30 days in June, instead of putting up that pride flag, put up the ally flag. Because your space may not be traditionally queer welcoming or a queer space, safe space, and that could lead people to the wrong place, all to get those dollars. I'm like, stop that. If you're not a queer space, don't use our symbolism. I'm more than happy, just put up that ally flag then. Show your support that way. But I do worry about that. Like, you know, I walk down the street, I'll see these restaurants and bars that aren't traditionally gay spaces put up that flag. I'm like, people out of town, the queer community coming in, they don't know. I'm like, that sounds, I just don't like it. I wish they would stop using the rainbow everywhere, you know?
No, that's real.
That's just my opinion on it. And honestly, if you're going to just do it for 30 days, don't even bother. Stop. Just stop.
Right. We're actually at T-minus 25 days because we're already 5 days in. So they only got 25 more days.
July 1st, it goes to the Stars and Stripes, because, you know, I'm like, awesome. Well, there's the gayness of America. No, we're still here.
I think that ties into a really important point as well, that a lot of businesses and venues will just put a rainbow sticker or flag on their door and just go, cool, we're an inclusive and welcoming space. And it's like, well, okay, well, what have you done to make sure it's a welcoming space or an inclusive space? But also, how do queer people know that it's there, or LGBTQ people know that it's there beyond a sticker on the door? Like, you can put a sticker on the door, but unless we know that it's a safe space and also where it is, we're not going to find it. Like, I think so often we rely on a sort of build it and they will come attitude across the beer industry, but people just go, there's a sticker, it's safe, everyone will want to come. It's like, well, do the work, do the legwork, tell us it's here, tell us why you're inclusive or safe, like put some effort into it beyond just sticking the flag somewhere. And also do it for more than just June. Like, come on. It's like, I brewed a beer 2 years ago called, with an amazing brewery in Denmark, called 11 Months, because it's sort of like trying to draw attention to the rest of the year that we're still here. We don't just exist during June. Our issues aren't just issues during June. Like, I would really love to see the industry step up and actually be authentic in this sense, and do the sort of the diversity, equity, and inclusion work that it talks about so often, and actually make the industry a safer, better space for LGBTQ people, and not just go, oh, it's June, I'll do a pride beer, donate some money to a queer charity, and tick that box. Just be done with it.
I feel the industry as a whole, you know, I feel we are slowly moving in the right direction. You know, thanks to all you folks, Patrice especially, like real pioneers here at New Belgium, really trying to bring inclusion of the LGBTQ community into the industry as a whole. Yeah, this is just so amazing. I just have to say thank you. I do feel that we're moving in the right direction, but to piggyback off of what you folks have said, yes, I do feel that we need to stop, the industry needs to stop putting out a pride flag just in the month of June, and inclusion all year long. And I so love the 11 months. That is such a good idea.
Right. Like, I'm sitting here like writing it down, 11 months. That maybe something
right?
that shows up. Okay. But no, that's real, right? Because, that's one of the things we're trying to do at New Belgium. Pride 365 is not just that day. It's all throughout the year. It's every day. Like you said, Lily, it's our issues don't disappear after this month is over. July 1 is now like, oh, we've done everything that we needed to do for queer folks. Let's go to the next group that needs to be centered in the conversation. Just like we just finished May, right? So what did you have in May? We had I think women's history was in May. We had Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander month. It doesn't stop. Folks are still being accosted on the street. People are still being hurt and affected by bad policies and laws that have just been on the books forever, and we just keep ignoring it. February, Black History Month, Black folks are still dying, right? These things don't stop because the month has ended. And it puts us into this box, it puts us into this label that we are forced to do. And I think the beer industry, not only we're positioned to do great things because we can go across so many different lines when we're bringing people in, but we can say we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to do, and it doesn't need to just be a program. It needs to be a way of doing things, that our policies and procedures reflect the all that we say that we want into our taste rooms, the all that we want to hire. We see that. And that's really what folks are doing. I think this generation more than any are really like, so where's the receipts? Because if you don't have the receipts, people are just like, performative, and they move on. And that's a real thing now. And so we are now having to be challenged by our communities to show receipts. What are you doing? What have you done? And what are you continuing to do? Because if you're only stopping at, hey, we brewed a beer. Hey, we work with this one person in this one area at this one time, then you're performing. Stunts and shows, I think is what they call it. Stunts and shows.
But also doing it in a way that so it commodifies our struggles. Like that, it's so often it's just rainbow capitalism, and it's like there's more you could be doing, and there's more meaningful things you could be doing. But yeah, we need to just stop boxing every issue into a month to raise awareness. I think we're probably beyond the raising awareness stage.
Yes.
Now let's fucking do something.
Yes.
So we're 100% gay-owned brewery. So around May 15th, we start getting all of these groups wanting to work with us in June. And then I have to filter all these emails out. I'm like, well, I'm going to be busy. No, how about any other month? And then the conversation stops. I'm like ripping my hair out.
Yes.
So yeah, I want to work with people, but it doesn't have to be just in June. It's unreal. It's so unreal.
It's also just so frustrating seeing, like, myself, I've been asked to do things for free. Like the amount of queer people during June is like, oh yeah, we want to just take your labor, not pay you for it, and then we're going to profit off the back of it, but it's okay because we've got a nice pride flag. It's like, drives me mad.
The audacity of some groups that want your things for free or discounted. I'm like, no.
It's exposure. It's exposure for pride.
Oh, but you get on our marketing stuff. I'm like, I can do that myself. I don't need you to do that for me.
Real.
I need you to spend money at my queer space. You know?
No, that's real. And it is so much of the labor piece that we're doing, that we're, as you said before, we were talking about this. We show up authentically and then you commodify it. You make it into a program. And it only can be within the parameters of these things. Like, I guarantee you July 1, let me check my watch, but I'll still be gay. Like, it's still going to happen. So let's work July 1. Let's work in August. Let's work in, these other months of the year where I'm still existing through whatever trauma that is still being inflicted on me. And that's something that folks don't have. And as if you are listening to this, if you are listening to this wholeheartedly from your heart, please remember in your spaces, performance is not going to do anything. It doesn't help us. It doesn't put our issues to the forefront. It doesn't stop the policies that are already in our various governmental floors being passed. It doesn't stop any of those things. So I need you past June 30th. I need you on January 1. Just like I'm gonna need you on December 31st. I need you throughout the year doing this work. And if you don't know how to do it, ask. Again, I think being in the industry a little under 2 years now, folks, you can ask folks, and people will, I don't know if it's the beer, I don't know what it is, but folks will give you all the stuff. They'll give you all the things that you need. Oh yeah, you need to do that. Let me show you. Let me show you how to put it together. So we're here. We're able to do this. We're asking you not to commodify us. We're asking you to think about our stories and our narratives as truth and not have to look for all the evidence of all of our pain prior to trust us and to also see us intersectionally, right? Because we all come with these intersections on top of being a part of the community is a part of my definition, but it doesn't define me. It's just another part of my definition. You get to know me, you'll get to know that part of my life, but you got to get to know me also, because who I am is also sacred. So thank you, Brian, for even reminding me, you don't get to have everything. There are parts of me that are just sacred, and they are for folks who are willing to see that sacredness in who I am and in my humanity.
Well,
all right.
You're talking about emotional currency. Not everybody gets it all. It's what you want to give. Mm-hmm. So it's important, and I wish more people had that concept of you just have so much of yourself to give, and you could think of it like currency. Don't give away the bank. You don't have to, unless you want to.
Unless you want to.
Yeah.
It puts us back in our own narrative, right? It puts us back in the driver's seat, and we're no longer having to be pulled along for the ride. As I'm thinking about all the things, okay, we talked about a lot of different stuff, but what is one misconception that people have of our community? LGBTQIA, QQIA, LGBTQIA plus community. What is one misconception that all of you can say? I'm gonna start with you, Lucas. What is one misconception that you can say that people have of our community?
I would say that we're weak.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel,
okay.
Especially where I've come from, I feel people think that we're weak and we don't have a voice unless it's a collective voice. But I myself will declare that I am a proud gay man.
Yes.
And so I would say for me, that's a big one.
All right.
I think mine would be that we are homogenous. Like, I know that we always say the LGBTQ plus community is a shorthand, but I think we're not one community. We're several communities. We're made up of a vast range of people. I think it's so easy, or not so easy. I think a lot of the time people misconstrue who we are and the fact that we're just one mass. And even within the different letters of the acronym, we are lesbians are all the same, or gay men are all the same, or trans people are all the same, and we all get treated. We all get sometimes spoken to as though we are one, and it overlooks so many different identities. It overlooks intersections, and yeah, I find that so frustrating that we're just this sort of homogenous group. Yeah.
For me, we kind of touched this on already. We don't want the rainbow everywhere. We don't. We want it in our spaces. We want it with our allies, but we don't need it everywhere. So stop sticking it everywhere. It's so in my mind right now. It happens every year. And so, yeah, that's for me. I'm sick of it seeing just everywhere and knowing it's fake. Knowing it's fake.
It's odd. If folks don't have nothing else, they will have audacity. I'll tell you that.
Yes. Yeah.
I think as well, there's an assumption that everyone identifies with the rainbow and finds it like appealing, or it speaks for them. Like, I'm a goth. I don't like bright colors. Like, that doesn't suit me.
Yes. That doesn't suit me.
Likes the rainbow.
If you could come up with like an all black rainbow, then I'm there. But
I'm down for anything that's all black.
Yes.
So let's talk about that. One of the misconceptions I will say that shows up for me is the fact that allies and supporters are not one and the same. We do. We have some fabulous allies and we have some fabulous supporters. But just because you're supporting me does not mean that you are an ally for me and the people who look like me and the people who share some of my salient identities. That is not, they're not one and the same. And I usually define it, I put that line, again, this is an I statement I'm making. I put that line as far as an ally and a supporter about your movement past me not being in this space with you. Because I have a lot of folks who support me when I'm there, right? They're like, yo, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. I'm going to look out for you. I'm going to make sure that you don't feel uncomfortable when you're in this space. But when I'm not in this space, we don't talk about it, right? Allies are the ones who are catching the jokes, who are catching the misgendering that happens. Allies are the ones who are like, no, we're not going to do this because of. And allies are usually the ones who are saying, did you ask? Where other folks are just like, we should do. So when I think about allies and supporters, I think of it from those two lines. The folks who are really doing the work, the heavy lifting that will never be named. They're not going to get a plaque for this. Their name is not going to go down in history. Those are the allies. They do it because it's the right thing to do. They do it because it's what needs to be done. Doesn't slight my supporters, because most people start out as supporters and then you grow into allies, right? Everyone has to start somewhere. But for me, that's a big, big difference between who I identify for me as an ally and then who I identify as a supporter. And a big part of that also is around community. You may be an ally or supporter of Patrice. That does not mean you support Black, queer, transgender, non-binary people. That's not the same. So recognizing that as well is another part of the attempt, because what I want to get to is more co-conspirators. I want to get to the people who ride out. Like, I ain't got to ask you no questions. I call them the people, when you rob a bank, hopefully this is not going to get me in trouble, but when you ride by, the person who's driving in the car, they just driving. They don't ask you where to go. They know all the lefts and rights they need to take. They got foot to the gas and they moving. They like, where we got to go, because I got you. That's who I want on the team. I need those types of people on the team that are willing to do that, who don't want, this long schematic theme of what we should do. And on this day, this is what we'll be doing. And on this day, we'll be doing that. I need the folks who's like, no, we about to ride out. Are we going to the Capitol? Let's do this because we need to be protesting. We need to be being verbal and visible as we are talking about the things that are happening in the community. And no, it doesn't affect me directly, but it could. And so because of that, I'm going to do. I want those type of folks.
I always think of it in terms of like whoever you are, whether you're trans or queer or whatever. So I right now I'm down a well. I'm in a hole of I'm down there. There's allies who will jump down and go, how the fuck are we getting out of here? Like, I'm here with you. And then there's supporters who are sort of leaning over the edge going, oh, that looks really sad. Can I Can I bring you anything?
Yes.
Like, yeah. And then there's also the people who'll take a selfie standing near the well and going, hey, look at me, I'm helping.
Oh, how dare you bring those folks into the space? the selfie contender. Yes, yes, yes. But no, I think that's something that we have to do. And I think that's definitely a misconception. I love, Lucas, that you brought into the space this weakness. I'm like, have you met us? Have you truly met us?
Strongest people. Like, you cannot find stronger people than LGBTQ plus people.
That is so true. It's been a grass movement of community that got us to where we are today.
Absolutely. And it's a continue, even when we were pushed down, even when we're oppressed, even when we're suppressed, these folks are moving, and they're moving across lines, right? Because you're seeing folks who may have a different religion, a different racial makeup, a different gender expression saying, nah, we're not about to do that. We remember that all of this started because of a riot. This all started because folks were up. There you are. You better give that 1969 Stonewall. You better.
There we go.
Yes. But all of this started because of the work, and people were tired. One of the things I will say that my parents always, my mother particularly, will always say, Patrice, I know that you still okay with it because you're not tired yet. And I'd be like, no, but I want to stop. Like, I hate the, nope, because you're not tired yet. Because there is a different strength that comes when you get tired. I don't know what it is, but when you get tired of something, there's a totally different strength that jumps out for folks. And that's really what we're able to give. We're able to give that opportunity that crosses lines. And we're not perfect. We're not perfect. We still struggle. We know we are still very much, I would say, soaked in how our society has created hierarchies, how supremacy has showed up in so many different ways. We know we still have that. However, we got some folks who have some ingenuity. We got some folks who are ready to do the work. And we got some folks who are extremely loud and proud and saying we're not going to do it the way that we've done it before.
And I think there's different strengths as well. Like not all LGBTQ plus people's strength is the same. Some people's is just going day to day to day and just carrying on. Some people's is standing up and say, I'll take these bullets for you. Like it sort of comes back to that assumption of homogeneity. Everyone's sort of waving that rainbow flag, and everyone's strength is sort of being out or proud or visible, and not everyone can. It takes a different kind of strength to get to a point where you can pick up a different kind of strength,
right? And it doesn't negate the strength that you have to exist as you are. And I think, again, I kind of with that homogeny of like we're all supposed to be out. No, I for 28 years I was completely not out. For 30 years I was not out at work. Like that I was not out, and it didn't in that time I didn't feel a benefit. Now I absolutely see where it benefits not only me but other community members. And so there was another awakening that I had to have to be able to do that. And so folks are waking up at different levels. And so I think that's something that we have to bring to the space as well.
I think sometimes as well, that's where the gatekeeping comes in our community. Like, why aren't you out yet? Why can't you do it? I did it. Like, you should do it. And it's like, just let people take time. You don't know what's going on for someone. That really, really frustrates me when there's gatekeeping. You're not queer enough, or you're not trans enough because you haven't come out. It's like, that's not fucking true. Like
at all. No, that's real. That's real. I want to make sure that we have time for questions, because I know that people are possibly asking questions, wanting questions. So we're going to ask that for our last 15 minutes, that folks are able to put questions in so that this fantastic group, I can't wait to be in the same room with all of you. Lucas, I will find you. I can get to you. But everyone else, I cannot wait to get into a room with all of you all and continue to just be in community, because it's filling me up. It's absolutely filling me up. And that's one of the things that this month is supposed to hopefully do, is to recharge us. Is to absolutely recharge us. So I'm hoping that you all will put those questions in the chat. They will, I believe, scroll across the bottom of your screen, and we can all see what you said, and we'll start answering questions from that. So give folks a second to do that right now, and then give us a chance to wet our palates as we've been talking for a minute.
I feel I'm letting the side down just by drinking water.
Oh no! Again, this is a strength, right? We all have we all bring different things. Oh, thank you.
Woof.
Absolutely. Cheers to that.
Yeah,
The
thank
stories.
you.
Yes.
Actually.
Oh, sorry. That Dominga sounds amazing. I need to find it.
Yes, we need to send it some way to you so that you can have it, and it really, really is. Like I'm feeling a little good right now because I've been drinking on it. I'm just gonna let you know, I feel a little good right now, so I'm ready to answer questions.
I think my mic was off, but this is our Wolf Hard Seltzer.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Now I'm not even into hard seltzers like that, but I prickly pear. How dare you?
Nice.
Oh,
I want that.
It's delicious.
I'm really upset that hard seltzer hasn't properly made it over here. People just don't get it.
Really?
Like I think there's so many reasons why, but like ready to drink cocktails and sort of pre-mixed beverages and things like that have just never really made it. And I don't think people understand like generally what hard seltzer is, which is frustrating because I love it. It's delicious.
It is, right? I would say I wasn't a fan, but then New Belgium decided they were gonna put their hands and make that fruit smash, and like I kind of was like, oh, this is hard seltzer, because I had it in different forms, and I was just like, oh, this is what's up.
Well, I really think hard seltzer has come a long way.
Oh yeah.
Since it first came out, because there was some.
Yes.
But isn't that what your one is called, Brian? Oof.
Right.
I think the first time I had hard seltzer was I went to a baseball game, had a corn dog, and this was in 2019. I came over to the US, watched baseball, had a corn dog, and had a hard seltzer. I was like, this is good American culture.
This is what we should be projecting: corn dogs, hard seltzer, and a baseball game.
I come back to the UK like, have you guys heard of this? And like, yeah, we have. Just don't like it. Okay.
That's great.
Game changer.
Right. Game changer. Hey, Grace.
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I've been hearing some really, really fantastic comments that have been coming through. This has been such an incredible conversation. I actually have a question myself, so I asked for it to throw me back into the live stream a little bit early.
Okay.
But so I hope everyone has noticed that we have all included our preferred pronouns with our names on this live stream. And so I was hoping, Patrice, especially with the work that you've done to help, New Belgium adopt that policy as well and explain that to people, if you could just tell folks a little bit more, and Lily and everyone else, kind of chime in about why it's really important. I know folks are wondering out there, like, what they can do as an ally or as someone to be more inclusive in the queer community. I think one of the really tiny, small things that actually has a huge impact is just using the correct pronoun and understanding why. So I was hoping you could just explain that a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just tell folks out there.
Yeah, so pronouns, the easiest way that I like to discuss it is that pronouns are who you are when you're not in the room. How are people referring to you when you're not in this space, right? And so when I use they, them, their pronouns, it is really talking about my entire lived experience, that my experience is not situated neatly in the binary. And that's the way that I show up. And that's the way that I feel most affirmed. When you put your pronouns down, it absolutely opens the door for other people, because I don't have what would be considered conventional pronouns that a person would talk about. And I always love the conversation of they and them. Oh, you're talking about a group of people. You're not talking about one person. It's grammatically incorrect. And I always use the analogy of like, yeah, when the postman comes by or the post person comes by, did they leave a package for me? Well, how many people showed up at your door? I thought it was only one person leaving a package. So we do actually use that in the singular more often than we like to admit. And so again, when you put your pronouns out there, it opens the door not only for folks to say, okay, when you're not in the room, I know that Grace wants to be referred to as she or her when I'm talking or attributing anything to you. But at the same time, it opens the door for people like me who don't have what is considered conventional pronouns to still see that people recognize that I may be slightly different, but it doesn't make me any less a part of the conversation. And so it is something that it can be very small, or I shouldn't even say small. I would definitely say, because for me, it is a big thing to see it. So I don't want to use the term small, but I will say it could be a first step. For folks as they're thinking about how can we be a lot more inclusive. Just being able to do this allows us all to kind of be on the same playing field. I know Lucas is he, Ryan's he, Patrice is they, Lily's she, Grace is she. Cool. I know who everyone has given me the opportunity to know them a little bit better and know just a little bit more about their pronouns. So I encourage folks as a first step to do that. There are a lot of apps. If you go on LinkedIn, I think LinkedIn, Instagram, I don't think Facebook is doing it yet, but you can actually put in your pronouns. And so you could do that on all of your social media as well. So again, it becomes another part of who you are. And then I also like to always leave people with the fact that I don't prefer my pronouns to be they, them. They are. They just are. It's the same way that you have your pronouns. You wouldn't want the preference, because the preference invites change. And that's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking you to see me as I see myself and to honor what I give you and not try to change it to make it palatable for you.
Yeah, I love that. And I love that you call it a first step, because I think that's something that I need to correct too on my end, because it is a first step. It does have a huge, huge impact, and it is really important. And I like that you say that it's not, a preferred pronoun, it's just your pronoun. We run into that all the time with our other festival, Beers Without Beards, which is a women in craft beer festival. Shameless plug. It's going on July 19th.
Awesome.
But people ask, female brewers say all the time, I don't want to be just considered a female brewer. I'm a brewer. I'm a brewer. Like, why do you have to designate that I'm a female brewer? So I think that's really super important. Lily, Lucas, Brian, thank you guys so much for really opening up, keeping this conversation super raw and super real. And I think, that's where we really have found those kind of moments in here to really break boundaries and push things forward. Before we let you guys go, I know there have been some questions about how people can connect with you. Like Patrice said, if you don't know where to start, ask, right? So where can people go to ask you?
You can find me on just LilyWait_ on Instagram and Twitter, or you can go to Queer Brewing on any social media, or several social media platforms, or I don't know. I don't have TikTok. I can't figure that one out. Or thequeerbrewingproject.com. Also, shameless plug, I make ceramics. So if you like ceramics, LilyWaitCeramics.com.
All right.
Love it. Brian,
many strings to my bow.
Yes.
You can find me at Red Bear Brewing, at Red Bear Brewing on all the social media. You can always email me at info@redbear.beer, not .com, .beer.
But what if you are a business that's just looking in June to get your support, because you are available all the other 11 months out of the year? So.
We are not just a gay brewery in June.
You're gay all year. Yep.
Gay all day.
Lucas, how about you? How can we connect with you?
You can find me on Facebook, Lucas Alger. You'll see me in a picture of my puppy. And you can also find me, email lalger@newbelgium.com.
Perfect. Well, thank you again, all three of you, for joining us today. This has just been an absolutely incredible conversation, and we'll let you finish your seltzers or your beers, whatever you're drinking, and hopefully you'll stick around for a little bit more of the fest.
Absolutely. Lily, water is always.
I've got beer now.
Yay!
Shameless plug for my own beer, but yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, Grace, thank you so much for all the work you put into this. And thanks everyone for joining. I've enjoyed this so much.
Absolutely.
This has been great.
Yeah.
Let's do it again sometime.
Yes.
Not in
Can't wait to
June.
do it. Do it in person.
Person, yes.
We need to do it not in June and in person.
Yes.
I'll just fly over then.
Just fly over, or we'll come to you. Like let's we come over.
Well, we could come to you. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah. Or you come here and we'll get corn dogs and baseball and green balls.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds good.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were two. Patrice,
And there were two.
just us again.
Just us.
Oh, well, that was incredible.
Awesome.
It's interesting kind of how we ended that, and I think I really appreciate everyone being super open in that last conversation, because even just makes me realize things like with Queer Beer, yes, we really want to have this festival in person again next year, because I think that's where a lot of the magic really, will happen in the celebrations. But also, is there a better time that we can throw this festival? Can we do it like on whatever, January 15th or something, a day that's not necessarily in June? It's something that, we just have been conditioned, and in our minds, we're thinking June, Pride, that's the time. But I think I want to challenge myself, to reverse that thinking, and to, like you guys said, be Pride 365 days out of the year. Like Lily was saying, she is now able to be authentic and free, and Brian makes gay beer, and that's what I'm so proud of. Lucas is to by know himself be true, is living his authentic life. But and obviously I'm, Pop Culture and Next Class have 100%, been supporting me and backing me to organize Queer Beer. But as you said, there are many other folks out there who cannot authentically be themselves. And there are other industries, right? This isn't just happening in craft beer. It's, Brian served in the military. It's happening in other industries as well. We just come at it through the craft beer lens because that's where we live, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I can't thank you and New Belgium enough for helping to create these conversations, especially virtually this year, and hopefully in person next year. You said that you're not tired yet, right?
Not tired. I'm not tired yet.
And when you do get tired, it sounds like you're going to turn it up.
This just was going to happen.
Thank you so much for moderating that conversation, for creating this safe space, and for helping us to celebrate Queer Beer this year. I really appreciate
Absolutely. And again, I appreciate not only the intentionality that's always behind your work, but also the love and compassion. I think a lot of times we talk about just being empathetic, and really what we're asking folks to actually be is compassionate. So when we think about empathy, we're just really talking about, I want you to understand. But now we're in the mode that not only do we need you to understand, but I need you to do something. And I think that's where compassion comes in, is the doing something piece of it. So I always appreciate working with you and supporting in any way I can, individually and then collectively as a part of New Belgium. So again, thank you for your graciousness.
Of course. Thank you, Patrice, and we'll catch you a little bit later.
Yes. All right, y'all.
And it's interesting that Patrice kind of left us with that nugget, and words only go so far. Action is just as important. And I think nowhere has that been more evident than with the Stonewall riots that happened in 1969. And you saw that shirt that Brian was wearing, and everyone touched on that a little bit in the last conversation. But it's been hard sometimes for queer folks to find those places where they can celebrate their queerness. And then when they do find them at amazing places like the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village in New York, sometimes they're taken away. And in one night in 1969, when police raided that bar, queer folks, trans folks, they decided to stand up. They decided to take a stand and really kind of kicked off the gay rights movement in the United States. So for our next beer, we're going to be seeing a video from Brooklyn Brewery. They created a beer called the Stonewall IPA. Brewmaster and CEO Garrett Oliver will join us in that video to share how Brooklyn Brewery describes it. That beer is it's for everyone, no exceptions, and how that beer really supported the Stonewall Inn Gives Back initiative and that historic moment in the queer rights movement. So stick around, and we'll be back with that video shortly.
Hey, this is Garrett Oliver. I am brewmaster of Brooklyn Brewery, and I'm here today joining you for Queer Beer Fest, if remotely, to talk to you about one of our favorite beers, which is Stonewall Inn IPA. So this is what you're going to be drinking today, and what I'm going to be drinking, here with you. One of the most important things about this beer for us is that this is actually a situation where the Stonewall Inn came to us looking for a beer. And for those of you who are not familiar with the Stonewall Inn, it is a national landmark. It is the place where in 1969, finally the LGBT plus community decided they had had enough of harassment, and they made a stand at the Stonewall Inn. And not to put too fine a point on it, but it wasn't a parade, it was a riot. And people fought back for their rights. And out of that, later on, as the Stonewall Inn grew as a cultural institution, SIGB grew up. SIGB, Stonewall Inn Gives Back Initiative. And so this beer actually is something we've been brewing since 2017, year-round, to support SIGB's actions, not only here in the United States, but worldwide where we sell our beers. And we're really proud of that because this is a thing that really transmits our values. When they came to us and said, will you help raise funds for the Stonewall Inn Gives Back initiative, we were like, hell yeah, what are we gonna do? Now, I'll tell you what this isn't. This is not getting on a float once a year, which is great. This is not something that is brewed for pride. This is a beer that we brew year in and year out, all year, giving that support back. It is not a beer somehow brewed for gay people. It is a beer for people who want to have a good time and want to drink a good beer while they're doing it. So what we've got is a lighter, sessionable IPA. And, we were among the first to brew in this style, 2004, check it, 4%, because let's face it, we want to hang out with our friends and we want to stay there for a while, keep everything tight. 95 calories, because we want to hang out with our friends, we want to have more than one, keep everything tight. So, tasty, light, spritzy, a lot of citrus, grapefruit. The main leading hop here is Citra, which I'm sure many of you already know, but here in a lighter format, but just enough bitterness to make this beer something that once you have one, you might want to stick with it for the entire afternoon and evening. Easy drinking, but not at all lacking in character. What's going on throughout our country now, with people pushing back on other issues societally, really brings us to think about the intersectionality between people of color's rights, LGBTQ plus rights, and we have to support across all those boundaries because those aren't boundaries. Our rights, everybody's rights are the same, as we all rise together, is my point. I'm sitting here in my living room, not making all that much sense, but what does make sense is Stonewall Inn IPA. And I'm sorry I can't be there with you myself today, but I hope you enjoy this beer. It means a lot to us, where we take it worldwide to places where we brew beer. Sometimes people don't understand the message behind what we're doing. We get a little pushback, and then we push back. It's like, no, this is part of us, and this is an organic thing that started with them, and we're so proud to be able to carry on this work and to be able to help do what SIGB does, which is support LGBTQ plus rights all over the world. So cheers to that, and have a great Queer Beer Fest.
Cheers, Garrett. Thank you so much for that fantastic video. And I think now is a really great time just to remind people that that you can donate to our partner for Queer Beer, the Transgender Law Center. You know, as Garrett said, the Stonewall Inn riots in 1969, it wasn't a parade. It wasn't, there was no floats. Like this was a riot. These were people coming together, trans people, queer people of color, who had the strength to stand up to the police, to throw that first brick, and to really arm in arm, stand up for what they believe in. And yet the trans community today still needs our support. Even just this year, more than 30 states have proposed laws that limit the ability for transgender people to receive certain medical treatments or even play on sports teams that they feel match their gender identity. And 5 of these states have passed these bills into law. And yes, while the Equality Act, it passed in the House, it's still sitting in the Senate. So it still is possible for an employer to terminate someone just based on their sexual identity or if they identify as trans. So this is a hugely, hugely important issue, and we're very honored to partner together with TLC and have the opportunity to contribute to this fantastic organization. So please consider, if you haven't already, making a small donation or a big donation or whatever you can. And to learn a little bit more about TLC and exactly what they're doing and all the work that they're undertaking this year, because I think it's really important to understand where your money is going and exactly what kind of help you're enacting to create change in the community. They sent us a quick video for us to check out and learn more about the Transgender Law Center.
Our community has endured so much. A continued relentless assault. Navigating a pandemic without a safety net. Continued violence by police. And even more lives lost. But in this time of so much pain and loss, we have found our strength. To house, feed, and provide health care to our communities as we've always done. To rise together to demand change. For justice, for inclusion, and for compassion. For a new world. We are resilient. We have always been resilient. It is how we have survived. The Transgender Law Center will do whatever it takes to keep trans people alive, thriving, and fighting for liberation. Together. Together, we will create a future where we can live fully and freely. We will do this in the name of Monica Roberts, Lorena Borjas, and so many other community members, leaders, and pioneers that we've lost this year. And as Assata Shakur reminds us, it is our duty to fight for our freedom, and it is our duty to win.
All right, fantastic. Well, hopefully that gave you a peek into the kind of community and safe spaces that TLC can help create. It's so important to have, for the queer community, to have an organization or somewhere that as a queer person you can go to feel that you are authentically represented and understood. I came out to my parents when I was like 17. Fell in love with my best friend. I remember vividly standing in their bedroom and saying like, hey, well, I didn't say it like that. I was like sobbing, but basically saying, hey, I'm dating my best friend and she's a she, and I'm pretty sure I'm gay. And they said, oh yeah, I mean, of course we know, we love you, we support you. And I've just, been so lucky to have that kind of support network, but that's not everyone's story. And so having a place for the queer community, organizations like TLC where people can find that support is just absolutely crucial. So another place where people can find that support is the Oakland LGBTQ+ Community Center. And it's an organization that Almanac Beer Co. here in Oakland has worked with very closely. So we're going to roll on with our next tasting. Almanac Beer Co., their Love Hazy IPA was bred in the spirit of equity, inclusion, and justice for all people. They truly believe that love is love. And proceeds from the sale of this beer support that Oakland LGBTQ+ Community Center. So we'll be back in about a minute or so with Annalena from Almanac to taste that Love Hazy IPA.
Hey, Megan.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah, so awesome having you. So today we're gonna have Love Hazy IPA by Almanac. I've actually already had the pleasure of trying this beer a couple of times because I have a buddy at Almanac who sent me like a care package and this wasn't it. So, but I'm excited to drink it again. It was really good.
Awesome. I'm glad you liked it.
I'm glad I got the chance to put some more in my fridge.
Yeah, awesome. So usually when I do beer tastings, I do the whole see, smell, sip chain of events. So first I like to just look at the beer, kind of set myself up, see what we're working with. You can see it's a really nice yellow, bright color that's coming through from the Pilsner malt in here. And it's hazy, but the light kind of can get through it. It's not a super dense milkshake by any means, but definitely got some nice haze.
It's still a little like pale in color in comparison to like some of the other hazies. I feel like are a little darker and seem a little like less. Yeah, there's a lot of light going on.
Yeah, totally. It's not super malty. And then what do you get from the aroma?
I definitely get a lot of citrus and like tropical fruits, like a little bit of mango.
Yeah, me too. I get a lot of like tangerine, cantaloupe from just the smell.
Yeah, definitely some nice like melon.
Yeah, it's super aromatic. That's one of the things I really dig about this beer is just like how much hop you get on the nose. I think one of the things that sets this beer apart, and it's our best-selling beer year round. And I think one of the things that keeps it in that benchmark is just how drinkable it is. Like, it has that soft mouthfeel, it's round, but it's also not thick, and you can, it's such an easy sipper for being a hazy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's I don't drink a ton of hazies. I definitely appreciate the style, and this one is definitely one that I enjoy because it is I feel like a lot of hazies to me feel like very dense and very like sweet and sugary, and this is a little bit like softer in that sense. So it's much more like enjoyable for my personal style, but like I think it's great. It's definitely like something I could have like multiples of instead of just kind of like tap out on one hazy.
Yeah, that's totally how I feel about it too. And I occasionally a super dense, chewy hazy beer is great, but I do love that this beer is so, it's just super drinkable and super light for the style. What are other things that we can talk about for the flavor? I think, the Sabro and the Mosaic and the Citra here just all kind of work together to create that tropical flavor all the way through.
Yeah, I was actually I was going to ask you guys about the malt too, because did you guys use Admiral in this?
So we have in the past. I think this batch doesn't have Admiral, but it's Pilsner and wheat, so that wheat also adds to that body. But a bunch of our other beers still use the Admiral.
Awesome. Yeah, because you guys are right next door, I think, right?
Yeah, exactly. Admiral Maltings is our neighbor. Yeah. I also want to be sure to mention more about the Oakland LGBTQ plus Community Center, which has been our nonprofit partner actually for 3 years with this beer. They're just the most amazing nonprofit. They provide services for the community that range from sexual wellness testing to support groups to like just fun bingo nights for people to meet each other. They also do some housing assistance programs. They do like everything under the sun. I don't know how they do so many things so well, but we're really, really proud to partner with them. And last year we were able to raise about $5,000 for them. And the batch size is a little bit bigger this year. So we're thinking it'll probably be around 6,000, which always feels great. And they're just really awesome to work with. So definitely check them out if you haven't already.
That's amazing. And so where can people pick this up? They can get it from you guys directly at the brewery. Do you guys distribute anywhere, shipping? Yeah. Like that?
Absolutely. All of the above, really. You can come pick it up at Almanac. We're in Alameda, California. Or you can, if you live in California, even anywhere in California, we'll ship directly via our web store. That's shop.almanacbeer.com. And we have a pretty broad selection now up on the web store, so that's a great option. If you're outside of California, we are distributed in about 15 states, more or less, and we have a where to buy map on our website too, so you can kind of search your zip code and see if we're carried anywhere near you.
Awesome.
Yeah, and Love Will Be Rainbow and supporting the LGBTQ plus center. We started distributing it in rainbow cans in May, so it's pretty much May through June that this limited edition version of Love is out.
That's awesome. I love that people have like extra time to grab it, not just, in the month of June. Yeah, this is delicious. Thanks so much for talking with us about this and everything that you guys do with like the partnership for the Oakland LGBTQ plus center.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a passion project for us. We're not queer owned, but we have a bunch of people in leadership that are queer. So, throughout the year, we're always working on, partnering with nonprofits and whether it's working with the LGBTQ plus community or working towards racial justice or elevating more women in beer. We're always trying to make beers that align with our values and align with the values of our team. And so far, the nonprofit collaborations we've done have been kind of organically driven by team members that say, hey, this is really important to me. Can we do something to help promote?
I really love that you guys have that like company culture and are so willing to like listen and be receptive to all different kinds of employees that you guys have. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's a work in progress too, we can all do a better job of listening to each other, but I've been really excited. I feel like, during the pandemic, we lost kind of that pub culture of being able to sit down and discuss important ideas together in the same space. And so lately we've been doing a ton of these types of beers that have a bigger message than just, this is a delicious IPA that you'll enjoy. We recently just brewed Crispy Girl Pilsner, which supports Punks with Lunch. And they're a really awesome harm reduction group in West Oakland. And that was brought about mostly by one of our brewers who said, hey, I love this nonprofit. Can we do something to support them and work with them? So it feels great to be in a place where we're able to say yes to more and more of those types of projects.
I also got sent that beer too. My buddy who's there is Steven. He sent me Crispy Girl, Love, and then he sent me, you guys did like a Kolsch too. So that was really nice to get that package. He's like, hey, I was thinking of you, and like, I had no idea what to expect, and then opened it up, and all these really cool beers were in there with like really awesome like initiatives and supportive things attached to them, and it was really great. So
awesome. Thank you, Reddy. Shout out to Reddy.
Yeah. Well, cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. Thanks for having a beer with me.
Cheers. Yeah. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll be right back in a minute. We have our keynote presentation from Ren Navarro, presented by Sam Adams. All right. Thanks, Annalena and Megan, for tasting through the Love Hazy IPA. I actually live probably about a 10-minute drive from Almanac, and I did not know about Crispy Girl, so I'm going to have to get my hands on some of that one. So I've had lots of crispy boys in the industry. That's kind of the term we use for Pilsners nowadays. So it's really refreshing to hear that you brewed a Crispy Girl. I love that. Well, perfect. I hope everyone's really enjoying their day with Queer Beer. We're about halfway through all of our programming for the day, and about to get into our keynote presentation presented by Samuel Adams. So I
have the honor of doing the intro to the intro. So kind of like a Russian doll, if you will. But I'm going to introduce someone that I really feel almost needs no introduction. Dr. J. Jackson Beckham, or more affectionately known in the industry as just Dr. J. She's the principal at Crafted for All, which is a consultancy that helps craft beverage organizations become more inclusive, equitable, and just. We actually work directly with her at Hop Culture. She's also the founder and executive director of Craft EDU, which is a nonprofit organization, again, championing inclusion, equity, and justice in craft beer. And you all may know her even better as the first ever diversity ambassador for the Brewers Association. She worked for them for 2 years. So absolutely love Dr. J. Have had a chance to hear her speak many times, and I'm just so honored that she is going to be introducing our keynote speaker today. So let's bring in Dr. J. Hey, Dr. J, what's going on? How are you?
I'm great. How are you, Grace?
I'm fantastic. I'm so glad. And I've seen you dropping some comments too, so you've had a chance to tune into some of the other panels. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, it's been great. It's a whirlwind time for me, but I'm so excited that I got to spend a little bit of time checking out the other panels and seeing some of the amazing offerings today, and being completely jealous of all the great beer that everybody else is tasting.
Yeah, it's always a whirlwind for you because, right, like we've said many times, but supporting diversity, inclusion, and equity, and really making those strides to change the industry, it's 365 days a year, right? It never stops. Absolutely. So your job essentially it's never over, right?
100%. 100%.
Cool. Well, I'm going to let you take it away as you introduce our keynote speaker for today, Ren Navarro.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone out there. Hello. I am so excited to be with you all today at the first Queer Beer Fest. Thank you so much to Grace and Hop Culture, to Sam Adams Beer, and all the other supporters who were making this possible today. This is so exciting. And I will tell you right now, I am actually a little bit nervous. I, weirdly enough, at this point, don't get too nervous when I am speaking, but this is the first time I'm doing a keynote introduction, and I've been totally nervous about introducing Ren. So picture it, if you will, me in my bedroom, laying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, going through the list of qualities that I might talk about in introducing Ren Navarro, and the things that came to my mind. I was like, wow, Ren has this amazing smile, and she gives great hugs, and she's so good at, just interacting with people, and she's so accessible. And then I had a minute and I was like, oh my gosh, you're like fan crushing really hard, and that's a terrible introduction, and you have to be more serious. You have to get this right. But then I thought about it a little more, and I realized that everything that I really admire and appreciate about Ren, those things that I just listed, go deeper than maybe the external. So I'm gonna loop back around on those things and try to do them justice in the introduction. So yes, if you have seen or seen pictures of or follow on social media Ren Navarro, you know that she has a great smile. But I want to call it a defiant smile, meaning Ren smiles in the face of all of the hatred and hostility that is swirling around in the world today, and is often directed right squarely at her. She has the grace and the patience to smile, even though we know that she's tired, that it hurts, and that the road in front of her probably feels like an endless one. Certainly, I feel that way sometimes too. To be able to meet those challenges with a defiant smile is one of the most beautiful acts of bravery that I can imagine, and I'm always in awe of Ren's defiant smile. And yes, Ren Navarro gives the best hugs in North America. I have not checked other continents, but I'm positive of the North American piece, and specifically because you cannot help but feel cared for when Ren hugs you. Ren has a healing hug. And for me, this is so important because when we talk about social justice work, when we talk about activism and what we're all doing today, we often lose track of the fact that healing and caring about the community is a really important part of activism. And it's a part that we sometimes lose track of. And Ren's Healing Hugs keeps that care part of the activism front and center. Ren is super great at interacting with people. And I think for me, this is really drills down to the fact that she is a master at knowing when to call out and knowing when to call in. Right? So calling people out has a time and a place, right? It is what you need to do to prevent harm. It's what you need to let people know that what they're saying or what they're doing is unacceptable. Right? And Ren seems to know exactly when she needs to step up and call out. But she balances that with knowing when to call somebody in, right? When there is an opportunity to allow somebody to learn and grow through deeper exploration of what they're thinking or saying, and when there's an opportunity to get people to imagine different perspectives and different views on what's going on. And finally, yes, Ren is super accessible. Right? I remember the first time I was thinking about this, I was just like, yeah, Ren, this DEI person in beer who's, you know, Black, queer woman with some tattoos and in a biracial marriage with another woman. Like, I felt like I was talking about myself. And then I realized everybody kind of feels that way about Ren. We're all like, yeah, yes, I get you. And I think it takes such an incredible person to be so accessible, but also so expansive, to think so broadly, to connect the dots between seeing and attending to all different types of injustice in the world. So I hope that you enjoy this time with Ren as much as I will, taking in her smile, virtually her hugs, her wonderful rapport with others, and her expansive accessibility as we learn a little bit more about beer diversity and do better, be better. So Ren, friend, I would love for you to take it away now. I'm so excited to listen to your talk.
Dr. J, I just before I get into this, I do have to say that this is like that moment, you know, where it was like, I remember sending you like this fangirl note like years ago now, and just being like, oh my God, Dr. J replied and we can talk. And now fast forward, here we are, and you're introing me for a keynote. So I'm just like, what? This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being you. I'm so excited to learn.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's here. I've been spending the day watching and listening and learning, and I think that this is one of those moments where it is absolutely fantastic to have a queer beer fest, but you also have to ask, why do we have to have it? And we talk about diversity, and you know, if you have listened to the other panelists that have been happening today, so you know, with Jennifer's talking to women who are making a change within the brewing industry, whether they're owning it or they're running it, and then Patrice's panel that just happened, and hearing about these pieces where it's like, how do you be authentic during a period of time where everything has just gone to shit? There's no other way to put it. You know, we deal with every day anyway. And then you put a pandemic on top of it. And somehow, somewhere, you're supposed to say, I'm okay. I can still get through this. I can still make my fights. It's bonkers to think that we can just do it. And listening to what everyone's been saying through the day, and you know, the beers that we've been talking about and how they are giving back to the community and creating awareness, that's the tip of the iceberg, right? We're just scraping the top. And I had a vague idea of what I was going to talk to you about today, probably about a week ago. And I'm in Canada, and this obviously is Pride Month, but here it is National Indigenous Peoples Month. And if you know what's happening in Canada, it's grim. It's very grim. We've just, you know, we've been ignoring our Indigenous peoples who have been screaming for hundreds of years about what's been happening. And recently there was a discovery of 215 bodies of children at a residential school. And we've always been told that residential schools are part of our history. and we talk about it being a dark chapter in history, and that gives it the impression that you can just turn to the next page and it's rainbows and it's unicorns and hey, suddenly we're all gay. And really the notion of residential schools, the last one closed in 96. And if you're young, it means that you were possibly a toddler when it happened. I was in my second year of university, and I had no idea that it was like that, because it was always presented as history. And it is always within diversity, when we talk about these other groups of people, we always talk about the history of it. And we talk about how you had to claw yourself out of this terrible moment and these pieces of bad history, and that we've turned the page and suddenly everything's fine. If you're part of those groups, you know it's not true. And you know that as humans, we're huge on buzzwords. And we talk about, making reparations. We talk about reconciliation. We talk about listening and learning. But who are we listening to? And through all of these things that are happening, we're asking those who are going through these terrible moments to stop your mourning, to stop the wailing, to stop having those moments, to then teach the people who have not been affected by it. And that's a lot of emotional heavy lifting. And if we talk about how diverse we are and we talk about how open we are, then we have to understand that there's an ugliness to it. And I think that, again, with the word diversity, we never define it properly. We talk about diversity in what we need. So right now we're talking about the diversity of Indigenous peoples here in Canada. We're talking about LGBTQ plus communities because this month dictates that is what it is. In February, if you're in North America, it's Black History. If you're in the UK, October, yay, 31 days versus 28 days to be Black and be awesome. It's this thing that we don't break out of it enough. And listening to what other people have said today, obviously we need to. And we need to sit down and say, okay, what's diversity? Because last year when the George Floyd video came out and we talked about Breonna Taylor, which also take a moment, today she would have been 28. 28. I don't remember what I was doing when I was 28 because it was almost 20 years ago. And to think that we've lost someone who would have made so many changes. And so last year, diversity was about Black people. And everyone did their Black squares on Instagram and they said, I stand with insert Black people here, and we do these things, and we're going to make changes, and we're going to brew a beer, and we're going to put it out, and it's going to make some money, and we're going to just give the money to communities, but we're not going to learn from them, and we're not going to listen to them. We're just going to give them buckets of money, and we're going to say, here, I did a thing for you, and instead of listening further and hearing what they need, because we all need something. And yes, a bucket of money is great. I'm not going to turn it away, but where is that dialogue? And, obviously we're talking about beer today, but whatever industry you're in, this applies to you. We talked about what was happening across in general, right? General terms, and said, we'll do better. And we're going to be a better group, and we're going to make some hard changes. Well, as Patrice said in their panel, we're still getting killed. Days after the George Floyd video came out, it wasn't like magically Black people stopped being murdered in the streets. If anything, now we were just talking about it more. And when that had kind of shifted and everyone said, okay, we've done what we had to do, here's some money, here's some yay, we then talked about Asian hate. And we talked about what was happening with that. But then we turned to the Asian community, the same way we turned to the Black community. And we said, what do you want us to do? You tell us, and we'll make it better, because I don't know where to look. I hear Google is free, but you're standing right there. And having these moments where the emotional heavy lifting was such that it burns out entire communities. But we say we're diverse. We say we're welcoming. We say that I care about you and I want to talk about your problems, but I want to filter it and make it easy, and I want it to taste good. So I'm going to dump some sugar on this, and maybe I'm going to leave it for a little bit. And when I come back to it, it's not going to be so bitter. And this year, we're going through it all over again. And we're talking about these moments where communities haven't had a chance to heal from them. And I think it's a great step to start with drawing attention. So, you know, creating a beer to support a community is great, but what do you do after that? What do you do when that beer is sold out? What do you do when the trolls come knocking? Because they always will, right? Trolls they're like the de facto part of life. What happens? And when you say we are diverse, what is your diversity? Are you ticking off boxes? Are you understanding what the diversity is in your area? What does it mean? What does diversity mean anymore, right? We say, oh, well, it's like BIPOC and it's LGBTQ plus and it's these other acronyms and it's this and it's a couple of this with a dash of this. Well, what if we just looked at it in terms of underrepresented peoples? So in beer, we know who those underrepresented peoples are. It isn't just that it's a Black woman. It could be a Black woman who is disabled. It can be a white trans man, because there aren't, you know, again, we're talking, you know, about hundreds of thousands of breweries. And even if 10 breweries had that diversity, that's 10 breweries. It's just a drop in the ocean. And so how do we talk about it? And how do we define it? And how does it affect the area that you're in? Because right now we think of diversity as this giant Goodyear blimp. And it flies over everyone, and therefore it's for everyone, but it's not. We need to start questioning the areas that we're in, and we need to start saying, what can I give to it? You know, talking about the notion of ally, which has come up all day. Ally is a term or a designation that you cannot put upon yourself, right? It's like buying yourself a money tree. You can't do it. Someone has to give you the money tree, because that's where, you know, the intention comes from, and the support and the love. It's the same thing. You cannot post and say, I'm an ally and I guarantee a safe space. You can't guarantee anything. That's how the world runs. Someone has to tell you that you're an ally, and they can take it away from you. So you don't get to be an ally for life. You might get to be an ally for 20 minutes. If you do it right, you could be an ally for 10 years. But there might be someone out there who says, not so much. And I think that keeping that in mind and always being aware of it, because it's a title. I mean, I had to call myself Lady of the Manor, but it's just a title. It doesn't mean much. So, you know, we have to sit down with these things, and we have to really ask uncomfortable questions, and you have to sit with that discomfort. And when you are dealing with marginalized or racialized groups, understand that they may not want to talk to you. They may not want to answer all your questions. Come forth with things. If we're going to talk about equity and inclusion, which seemingly go hand in hand with diversity, you have to do your homework, and you have to try and make some efforts. And I think that, you know, you can have diversity, whatever that is that you're going to call it, but you don't have to have equity and inclusion. We see this quite often. There's a lot of breweries making really huge apologies right now for getting it wrong. If you're on Instagram, you've been reading the stories of sexism, of racism, of misogyny, of homophobia at breweries that people thought were shining examples of what to do. So what happens when you get it wrong? What do you do? Where's your next step? These are pieces that we have to ask ourselves, not just as those who work in the industry, but those who interact with it. So if you're part of the public and you're buying beer, do you know that brewery? Do you know what they're about? It's amazing at how many people will buy a beer and find out weeks later that, oh, they're actually really terrible. And the first thing we say is, I didn't know. It's easy. Technology allows us to find out so much more than we used to. I mean, think about it. If we had a pandemic 20 years ago, we'd all be in trouble. We'd just be screaming outside of our houses. This festival would look very different. But think of how we have the ability now to get answers faster. We have the ability to listen to people around the world. I'm sitting in Ontario in Canada, and Lily's in the UK, and we've all been in this same festival. So we don't have the excuse of I didn't know. Or you can only say it once. And then after that, it's up to you to start looking into it and start asking a few more questions. And I mean, again, this is not one of those you sat down and, 20 years later, you're still thinking it over. But help if you really want to be an ally or you're part of the community, because we as part of the queer community can be allies to other groups. That's how it works. And if you think of it in terms of trying to get awareness and education for your little patch of grass in the universe, and you say, I want to leave this patch of grass a little better than I found it. If we all do that, we end up with forests, and we end up with being able to make change. And I know it sounds this high level kind of, if we all envision it, it'll happen. But we also take this stand of, I can't make the change. I'm but one person. And it's what keeps us from making real progress. Just do a small little thing and it will catch fire. Talking about being able to use your platform, whatever that platform is, whether you're talking to someone in person or you're using social media, you should be able to put something in there that is a nugget that someone else says, okay, I'm going to check into that. And I'm going to look it up and I'm going to see what this does. And maybe it turns out that the place you're talking about is 5 minutes from me and I didn't even know it was there and they need there. So it becomes this amazing two-way road. I help you, you help me. But it's not that I've just come to you demanding that you educate me. It's that I use what I have to make things a little better. And again, not just that I say, I did something good today, so off I go. It's about awareness. If we call ourselves a community, the question is, what kind of community are we? Is it a gated community where you have to know someone to be buzzed in? Or is it one that's open and you can go and hang out and there's a pond and there's some ducks and people are going to be really cool to you because you're going to be cool to them? We throw around these words, but we don't back them up. We talk about the beer community. We talk about this being for everyone. But then when you look at the fine print, they've said who everyone is and what they look like and who they are and what they believe in. And that's a problem. You can't say you're diverse if you're naming who can be there. And if you're ignoring people, or you've said, I want you to come in. It's June. Do you know what? It's Pride. Yay, gays. If July 1st, the first thing you crack is a homophobic joke, we know that that whole month was a sham. So what do? You don't have to turn around on the 1st and be like, we're gonna do more gay stuff for 2 more days. Just keep it going. You have a full year to be able to highlight different things throughout that year. So never think that it is, I have to jump on top of it and continuously show that I'm making changes, that I'm continuously learning. That's exhausting. And I'm sure most of you are tired. As over here, I would give my arm to be able to hug people again. So far, we're on a no hug zone over here. So yeah, you're not going to take all this time and put it out there and say, here is a thing to learn. Here's what you should know. Every so often, just say, hey, did you know that this brewery is creating a scholarship to help disadvantaged youth? They're doing this thing. It's already my favorite brewery. I'm already drinking this stuff. I learned it. Understand that your words can make an impact because you tell one friend, they tell another friend, it keeps going. And we need to just kind of put these pieces in and ask questions of others, but ask questions of ourselves. What do you want to get out of it? It's heavy, it's big. So what little piece can you take? Grace brought up the question in the last panel about pronouns. Let's just talk about our pronouns. It doesn't have to be $1 million idea. It took me 10 seconds to type that into my screen. And anyone who sees it, now we know. And now we can talk about it. And, and I saw in the comments, people asking about they, them, and like the grammar behind it and having conversations about it. And that's how you start. You ask questions. And it is a simple way to go. You don't have to say, you know what, we're gonna scrap everything. It's gonna cost us millions of dollars to redo it, and like hopefully things are gonna be okay. It needs to be that it is real. It needs to be that it is legit, and it needs to be that you can maintain it. And I think that as we go through this, you know, it's as I speak to all of you, wherever you may be, please feel free to ask questions, because this isn't just for me, this is for us. And as we kind of go through these things, it's, what do we want to do? What do we want to take away? And what do we want to see? Because it's great to say that the world should be a better place. It could be a better place, but it's on fire. So how do we make these small steps? And how do we do it in ways that are legit? And what happens when we make a mistake? Because people don't tell you what to do when you make a mistake. They just say, you should do a thing and it should be perfect. And if it happens that there is a misstep, what next? So it's, you know, for brewers who are watching, you've probably dumped a batch of beer and then you go back to work the next day and you're like, okay, I'm gonna figure it out. But when people are doing diversity initiatives, it doesn't work and they say, I'm out, that's it. We're not doing that one again. And the question is, why not? Why aren't you just sitting down and really just trying to figure things out and taking a look at what could have worked and what should work? And, you know, it's, if you need to go and talk to the group of people who were offended by it, don't just say to them, why were you offended? Take the time and say, we tried, and this is what our intent was, and we think we missed the mark by quite a bit. So do you have the capacity to have a conversation about this? Because I think we forget that. We run to our marginalized friends or the friends who are vaguely outspoken, but things are tough. And if you're thinking that, how many other people are thinking that I want to ask that question too? So it's, you know, a little bit of homework, but if we again take these times to look and to reflect, you know, so again, yes, it's June, so it's Pride Month. What happens when it ends? For us, again, here it's Pride Month, but it's also Indigenous Peoples Month, which will end off with July 1st being Canada Day, which already is kind of, it's a bucket of angry snakes. So what happens? What do we do? And breweries are already speaking out, and they're saying, we're just going to look at it as July 1st, and we're going to understand the land that we're on, and we're going to understand the issues and the past and the history and the present of what is happening. Because, you know, we have Indigenous brewers who, some are very outspoken about it and some are very quiet about it because of the history and, again, the present of issues with alcohol. And what some have done, have taken the time to educate themselves and then have taken the extra time to put it out there and to understand what it's about for them, but also to explain what it could be for other people. And keeping that going and being able to have a conversation about it year round. Again, it doesn't have to be 24/7, but it shouldn't be forgotten. Black people shouldn't only exist in February or October. The queers, the LGBTQ plus community shouldn't just exist for a month. We shouldn't exist for 2 months if where you're at does another month of its own. And we need to ask questions about it. Really, the notion is to push. And the notion is to have understanding. And it doesn't have to be that you get it 1000%, but really think about the word diversity. Think about, what is equity? I mean, equity is a thing that it's almost this massive thought which comes to the universe, because a lot of us didn't have equity for a very long time and we still don't. So what does it mean? What does it mean within your company? What does it mean within your brewery? What does it mean within your life? And the inclusion, how do I get to be included in what's happening? And is it that I am a periphery thought? Is it that I am part of what's happening? Is it that I'm definitely in there? Taking a look at questions, I do see that a question popped up that I do want to answer from Jackie, just about the question of, why do we need a Pride Month? And I know that, yeah, that comes up a lot, right? Where people say, well, we don't get a special month. And yeah, it's like Jackie's saying, it's generally from our rural white neighbors or family. And how do you answer that? I think that these months are because we've had to hide. And, Pride Month obviously comes from, and I say obviously, but it may not be obvious, Stonewall, right? The, first Pride was a riot. And thinking of us having to defend ourselves from the police and throwing bricks and punches and trying to stay alive. And the pride of this month is that we're still fighting, and that in spots it's still illegal for us to be us. And that if we come together as a group, we can try and make change. And I think that showing the history of it, because there's all these arguments about Pride just being a debaucherous party, which it can be, but there is so much more behind it. And there is the fact that the first to throw a brick was a Black trans woman. The first to throw a punch was a Black butch lesbian. That's important. And that is part of history, but that is part of what still happens in places in the world. Based in Canada, there's the Rainbow Railroad, which helps LGBTQ plus community members get out of countries where it is illegal to be homosexual. That's why we get a Pride Month. We get a Pride Month to remind people that we're still here, and that there are a lot of people who are living not in a way that they want to live, that it is dangerous for them to be out in some scenarios. It's, look at the bills that are attempting to be passed throughout the states that will literally destroy people's lives and ruin what they are building to be. I think we need more than a Pride Month. I think that it's having that is kind of a first step, and having that to educate those about what we go through. And I don't know if that's, that's probably the long version of it, but it's about awareness, and it's about safety. And, if that trans kid who has to hide and can't be their authentic selves gets to see what it can be like, and, we save one life, I think that the Pride Month is worth it. And I think that it's, people are always, well, it gets shoved down my throat, and it's this and this. And I mean, it's hard. It's hard to convert people. And I don't think you would, because people, it's the comfort of their lives. And it is that position of power that they've now received. But I think that, just mentioning that having pride is about us showing that we fought and that we're resilient. And I mean, Pride it's what Stonewall was just over 50 years ago. I think this is the 52nd anniversary of it. That's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. To know that over here that homosexuality was declared a mental illness up until the 80s. So I think that we need it. It's important. It saves lives. It draws awareness, and we remember the history of what happens, and we acknowledge it. And hopefully we realize that without it, who knows where we'd be at? Who knows what would be happening now? I think that, maybe this Queer Beer Fest would still be an underground movement. And to think that we can have this and talk about it and have it streamed around the world is an amazing thing, and that we can gather safely and just be. So, hopefully that helps a bit to just kind of put that out there. But, just remembering that when we talk about diversity and these initiatives, that's what it's about. What is the nugget of why you want to do it? If it's just about money, let's talk later, but it should be people first. When you talk about your favorite brewery and in those periods of time where you can go in and interact with people, what is it, right? Are you saying, it's a great location. I know I'm safe. I know that they have my back if anything happens. Oh, and by the way, they have really great beer. That's what you want. I mean, breweries are around to make beer, but there's also an experience. And that's what we need to get into. We need to get into these moments of talking about our values and talking about what we will give you. If you come into a space, we'll take care of you. Because, as said earlier, it's not just about putting a sticker on a window and saying here, but that sticker in the window If it's a pride sticker, that's the start of the accountability model. So if you see it and you say, okay, I'm going to go in here because they put this sticker up to tell me that they're supportive, and everything goes absolutely sideways, then you know it was a lie. And then you were able to say, this wasn't true. They've lost all their accountability. They didn't live up to what they were doing. So if there's a sticker in the window, it starts by saying, I'm telling you, we're going to make sure that you're okay when you're here. And that you're not going to sit at the bar and you're going to hear all these homophobic jokes, or you're going to be made to feel uncomfortable, or that you won't be safe. And having those and starting these real accountability models is so important, because that's how you get underrepresented people's looking at you and talking to you and coming into your spaces and saying, I want to check it out. Because last year, the biggest thing I heard through the year was breweries saying, well, we want to hire more BIPOC. And it's really great to say, you know what, I need more Black, Indigenous, people of color on my roster. But why? Why do you need us? Is it just to show that you're diverse? Or is it because you think that within the community that you are situated in, that you're not dealing with people? You don't start with hiring. You start with fostering relationships, because that's how you gain trust and you build more, and eventually it becomes organic, and it takes time. I've been in beer for almost 10 years. And when I started, I worked in retail, and the big push was to get more women working in beer, period. That was it. And when I went into sales, it was still to get more women working there. And when people really understood that I was the only Black queer woman selling craft beer in this province, then it was, how do we get more of you? And that's not how it works, because my friends who look like me and look like you and look like everyone else are drinking beer. So why aren't we working in it? Well, because we didn't feel welcomed, or because we didn't know. I didn't get into beer for real until I was in my 30s. And I've been drinking wine for 25 years. So why did it take me so long? Because I got some level of understanding with wine that I could come in. I could be safe there. I could have a drink. I could learn about it. But beer was always closed off to me. It was this will be too strong for you. You probably won't like this. And it wasn't until I had to push that I understood that, hey, I can actually get a space at this craft beer family table, and I can keep it. But you have to push, and you have to push. And so it's incredibly bold and possibly naive of companies to say, we'll just do diverse hires. You have to prove that it's going to be, and when it's not okay, then you have to prove that you can deal with it. Because if you can't deal with it, then I know that this isn't the space for me. And I'm going to tell my friends that this isn't the space for us. And if it's not the space for us, getting that back where we trust you once again is a really hard thing to do. It's an uphill battle, because it's very hard to have completely destroyed it, kind of shrugged it off, and then turned around and say, it'll be okay. Everything will be fine. You can trust us. And I think that places forget that. And this is that period of time where we're going to watch people again. Every month that has dictated a thing. Look at all the companies that changed their logos to include rainbow flags. I have too many apps on my phone, and 80% of them that are company related are now rainbow. And there are ones where I'm like, I don't get why you would have a rainbow flag, but you do. So I guess I'm going to watch you to see what you talk about and what you highlight, because it's not just about slapping a flag on it and saying, great, yay, gays, queer folks are awesome. It's about doing so much more. Again, it's about engagement. It's about education. And it's also about, are you laying the groundwork for what you will do when this month is over? Will it just be that you've put out a beer? Cool. What happens after that beer's done? So we have to keep asking these questions of, what are the next steps? What can I do? Because again, if you're thinking you are but one person in this giant messed up world, you are, but you have the ability to ask these questions. You have the ability to enact change. Think about it. You go to a restaurant, you have a terrible meal. How many people did you just tell? You've taken to Twitter, you have 100 followers, you've just told 100 people. If one of those people retweets it and they have 50,000 followers, well, now look. So you've taken a negative moment and it's caught fire. So why can't we do the same thing with positive moments? Why can't we say, I wasn't sure about this place because, you know, it's Pride and they didn't seem like super into it, but they've done these amazing things and I've had a safe experience and I think it's great and this beer is a positive thing out there. If we take time during everything that's happening to post one positive thing every other day, just somewhere on social media, it doesn't have to be big, it doesn't have to be fancy, and someone else picks it up and runs with it, it will continue because it'll live out there for a very long time. It will create an accountability model, but it will also show that positive changes have happened and positive steps have happened. And I think that having that is so important because if we talk about it amongst ourselves, we will only be the ones who make the change. And it won't be big enough, but it does take time. And I think that kind of sitting and looking at the places that you love and understanding why you love them, and then the places that you don't love, why don't you love them? What is it? It's probably not the beer. There are places that make fantastic beer and you could not pay me all the money in the world to go and drink it because I know that they don't care about me. And I know that they don't do good things. And I know that they won't change, even though they say they change. It's that, you know, the leopard doesn't change its spots. So it's having these moments and asking simple questions. They don't have to be hard hitting. Because if you ask someone a question about, hey, why are you doing this? They should be able to answer you. And they should be able to say, we're doing this because we want to change what we're doing and how we're doing it. We want to make more room for people that we don't get to see often, but we know they're out there. And we want to give them spaces where it's safe, where they can be authentic, and where we can be held accountable. Because at the end of it, if you don't have accountability, every month can be something special, but it won't change. And it's that reminder of, even when it goes wrong, sit down, take a look, and take it apart. What didn't work? What did work? What's the piece that you can continue? You know, this is a lifelong thing. Marathon where you have to walk and you think that this is terrible and I'm never running again and this sucks. But then suddenly the weather changes slightly and it's cooler and everything feels great and you run an amazing 2 miles and you feel so good and you keep that in your mind. You say, you know what, when the weather changes to this, I hear these birds and I feel this way and I can run. I'm having a great time and I'm going to remember that and I'm going to try it again later. It's that. And knowing that you can't really quit on these things because it's lifelong. It's lifelong learning. It's lifelong adapting. And those who cannot adapt will get left behind. We'll talk about them, but we won't talk about them with love. But we'll highlight the ones that are doing things and those who have made mistakes and have said, hey, we messed up and here's how we're changing. And please watch this space and ask questions. And we understand that what we wanted to do for diversity doesn't work. Because we wanted groups of people who don't exist in our area. Who's in our community? You know, gentrification of communities happens daily. Beer industry is wonderful for it. You need a factory, it's in a spot that's not great. Boom, it's yours for the low, low price of. Do you talk to those people in your community? Do you work with them? Do you let them know what you're about? There's breweries in communities who say, we've never even had a beer from them. We don't know who they are, they're just here. And every weekend, there's a huge lineup of people buying their product, but they don't talk to us. Well, then how can you be diverse? Don't ignore what's on your doorstep. And again, this isn't about going and knocking on every door and saying, hey, I want to be your friend. Please tell me your story. This is about saying, I am aware of where I'm at. And with my awareness, I will try it and make some changes and I will learn. It's here we've been doing... We're huge on land acknowledgements in Canada, but we don't learn anything from it. So we tell you we're on this land and we say, I understand that thanks to this treaty, I can live here. We're on stolen land. That's what we need to say. We need to say, I understand that someone lost a spot that was rightfully theirs in the worst of ways, and now I am here on it. It's understanding that I, as a Black woman, am a settler, but understanding the history that got me here, that my family was taken as slaves and I have become a settler through that. But it is still up to me to help make that change. If I want to be an ally to my Indigenous friends, then I have to understand that. And I can't say, well, I'm Black, it's hard too. That's not how it goes. So understand that it's give and take, but it's also acknowledging and saying that, yes, I am underrepresented in many things. However, I have certain liberties that other people don't have. Part of it right now for me is I have running water. There are at least 23 residential areas in Canada that have not had clean running water for decades. They're always under boil water advisories. There is one brewery opening up out there because it's in a spot where they can actually get clean water. So think about that. Think about us talking about diversity and talking about equity and talking about inclusion. How do I have inclusion and equity if there's a boil water advisory, what accounts to maybe 4 hours from where I'm sitting? It's not far. I can get to Pittsburgh in 4.5. So it's, again, being aware of these things and questioning it and educating yourself. Make sure that you're educated. Follow people on Instagram, follow people on Twitter. Many of the people who spoke today are on social media. Please follow them. Watch what they say, listen to it, get some of this understanding and get it into a way that you will question some things, but you'll also take things away immediately and you'll say, okay, these are things I can do. These are things I can talk about. If you don't have your pronouns in your email signature, add them. Don't worry about what people say. And again, only do it if it keeps you safe. If you're not out and you're not ready to do it, this is not a push yourself into uncharted territory. But if you are in a spot where you can do it, do it. It's the start of a conversation. That's what we need. If we're going to talk about diversity and we're going to talk about making changes, we have to have conversations. And we have to have open conversations. And sometimes we have to have tough conversations where you kind of walk away saying, I don't know about that. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Because sometimes you need to let it marinate and sleep on it and really look at the things that you have held important and say, okay, I understand why this always works for me. I understand that it could be a point of my positions in the world. And, so it's really, think about it. Like Aaron just said, water's a human right. Beer's water, right? You can't have beer without water. So think about these things and understand that you don't have to take it all in because it's a lot, it's heavy. But if you want to make changes, take a look at things, really reflect on what you've heard today, have conversations with your friends later on, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, but have these moments where you'll have some questions. You might even have some answers. You might have answers faster than you thought you would. But really start giving it these moments where it's like, yeah, we can do some stuff, because if enough of us get together, we can do this and we can make some great impact. And I think that it's break it down. Don't tackle it at a high level. Don't say we're going to fix diversity and we're all going to have these great moments. I can do this right now and I can fix this. I can read this book and understand the actions that I have to take and the questions that I have to ask. And, for breweries who say, well, we're all, it's all white owned. That's okay. Who are you interacting with? Who are you making feel welcome? How are you changing your things? Because if you are putting out that you are that safe space, people who don't look like you are going to come into it and they're going to stay, but you're going to have to get it right. And then eventually things will change, but change takes time and not rushing it. And, for those of you who do job postings, don't put that you want to hire more Black people. I've seen it happen. It's awkward. Because I don't trust you. That tells me that I'm going to be the only one working in your space. So what do you do? How do you connect with communities? How do you talk to those who are around you to tell them what you're about? Don't assume. Don't do the I know I'm a good guy, because someone has to, just like being an ally, someone has to tell you you're a good guy. Someone has to tell you you're an ally. So your behaviors and your actions will tell people if you're good. And just leaving your door open won't help. You need to reach out, because there could be a place right now that's got its door open and says, we're really fantastic, but if I don't even know you're there, I'm never coming in. So you've left your doors open, and now there's flies and there's possibly wolves walking around. Who knows? Just close your door. Just tell people that this is what's going to be good, and tell people what you believe in. Values are easy. Really quick value statements. And that tells me that I will be safe, and that you, again, have an expectation. So it's these things that we can really make some huge changes, and pick small pieces and ask questions and learn something and use a tidbit. I mean, everyone's got that, like, you know, little tidbit that they like to drop at weird spots. Like, be that person. Drop a really cool tidbit about something. Talk about beer in Africa. I don't know. Just talk about something that ends up being your passion. And if we can keep getting this going, it'll be amazing. It'll be absolutely fantastic. So I've got 10 minutes left. I would love to open it up for questions. Again, thank you everyone for this. This has been absolutely fantastic. I'm so honored and grateful that Hop Culture and Sam Adams have invited me in to talk. Again, this was being able to be here from Canada Land. It's pretty darn good. So cheers, my friends. Thank you.
I did the mute thing. I'd gone this whole festival without forgetting to unmute myself. I just did it. But in typical fashion, when I do that, we drink. So cheers.
Cheers.
Ren, thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. You know, it's funny, when we first met and first talked, you know, one of the first things you said to me was that you don't like the word diversity. It's like, oh, well, what? We're going to talk about it, right? Like, I thought we were going to do a presentation on diversity in beer. And the more that you started to explain it, and I think as people have listened in the more on this conversation, you get it, right? You understand, like you were saying, diversity is like a Goodyear blimp, flies over everyone. But I'm going to add something to that. It's kind of just full of hot air, right? You know, or it can be. So, you know, you have to be very intentional with how you use that word and how you approach it. And I think you've given us some really good ways and tangible steps to take to handle that. So I haven't seen any other questions come through from people, but, oh wait, here's one. Oh, this is a perfect one from Millicent. How do you stay inclusive if the in-group is the one to tell whether or not a person is an ally?
I think that, I mean, talking about like if someone is an ally, I always find it really weird to be like, hey, Grace, you're an ally. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just, I want to know that, like, you're supportive. And I think that waiting for this kind of like pinned on badge to be like, yeah, I'm an ally. No one should really tell you you're an ally. Like, that's the spoiler of it. They should just be like, I feel safe being around you, and I know that you have my back.
Yeah, exactly. If you tuned in earlier, you might have heard Melissa say, like, there's no secret handshake, you know, to being an ally. Right? It's just about the actions that you take, making people feel more welcome and inclusive and whatnot. So I have a question for you if no one else out there has any questions. But, you know, you mentioned do your homework, you know, educate yourself. So if there's one, like, tidbit or golden nugget that you would tell people, like, what would you say is everyone's first assignment? What can they take away from this conversation and actually go out and do today or tomorrow? That can be kind of their first assignment, if you will.
I think the first easy assignment, since everyone's been drinking all day, take a look at the breweries that have participated and look at what their stances are. Because everyone who's been on today and all the beer that you're drinking, they have a stance. And that should start as kind of an informal benchmark for the other breweries that you look at. You know, what did they do that was different? Like, yeah, it's still a rainbow can, but what's the story behind it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think you were saying, you know, follow a lot of people that you saw today on social media. You know, I think that's one of the things, actually, my wife and I got into kind of a heated discussion about this because we were at Walgreens, this is a story, And at Walgreens, you can like add $1 or $5, onto your order if you want to donate. And I did that. And she's like, no, don't do that. It's like, well, what do you mean? Like, this is helping, she's like, you have no idea where that money was going or where it's going or what organization it's going to. And I was like, how do you know? It's like, well, I follow a lot of people on social media, people like Erica Hart, other social media activists. And I've learned just from following their social media feeds about this. I was like, oh, well, I'm not on social media at all. I get all my news from like the New York Times, like all these kind of like more, some like white owned organizations. That's how I'm getting my news. And we realized that she doesn't do that at all. She's getting all of her news from these social media activists. And so we made a pact to each other. I'm going to be more active in following these people on social media. She's going to send me a list of who I should stay in touch with, stay in tune to. And I told her, because she orders a lot from Caviar, that she has to start going and supporting these businesses in person and picking up from them, which she has done. So
oh, I love it.
And kind of our first assignments, if you will.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Dr. J asked a question. Let's see. Yes.
Dr. J is obviously my informal agent because I am terrible at talking about things I do. Thanks, Dr. J. Beer Diversity is on Instagram and Twitter, which is beer_diversity. Do Better, Be Better is actually the non-alcoholic version of Beer Diversity, which is a group to support and give leadership and mentoring to basically racialized and marginalized kids, basically high school to university-esque age. Again, I have not said that they're in university because socioeconomically not everyone can go. So it's really about a group of mentors to help them out and have conversations, kind of the like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And did you know you could be in beer? Did you know that one day you could be hosting a queer beer festival alongside Megan? So it's it is on the website, it's dobetter-bebetter.com.
Perfect. And yeah, you and Megan know each other, right? Megan, you remember that? Yeah, you guys have connected before?
Yeah, only virtually so far, but
we were supposed to hang out last year, but there was a pandemic.
Something like that.
Yeah, we had to like stay in our homes and talk to each other in the world. Yeah.
So I haven't gotten to experience like the Ren hugs in person yet, but
I know. I was saying I understand the smile 100%, but I haven't gotten a Ren hug yet. So next year when hopefully we're celebrating this event in person.
I'm going on a tour where I'm just gonna do like a whole series of hugs. It's just gonna be the Ren hug tour.
The Ren Hug Tour. I love it. Well, Ren, thank you again so much for joining us and sharing all of your wisdom and expertise and knowledge and own experiences. I really appreciate all of your candidness and just some of the actual tangible steps that you've given us to be more inclusive and equitable in the craft beer industry. So we're gonna say goodbye to you now. We'll leave you. We'll leave it up to you there in Canada. We'll let you get back to your day and hopefully stick around and check out the rest of the fest.
Definitely. Thanks, friends.
Thanks so much, Ren.
Thanks, Ren.
All right. Well, that was fantastic, Megan. That was an excellent presentation from Ren. And, I've had the chance to talk to her individually, but to see her actually give a presentation to everyone was just really, I'm empowered and I'm inspired. So we're going to keep the day moving right along here. We have another tasting coming up that Megan's going to be doing with Andy from Dorchester. They're a gay-owned brewery in Massachusetts that makes some pretty damn good beer. We're going to be trying their OFD, which means originally from Dorchester. It's a double IPA, and I think really reflects the brewery's roots and heritage as a gay-owned brewery. So we'll be back in just a minute or so to taste that beer with Megan and Andy.
Hi, Andy.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, Megan. Hi, everyone watching. Thank you.
Let's crack these beers. We've
Okay.
got OFD from Dorchester Brewing.
Sorry, I don't have a table, so I have to walk back. I'll just show the can for everyone. So I'm Andy for everyone here. I'm the lead brewer at Dorchester Brewing Company. Like I said, we're a gay-owned brewery in Boston proper. We're actually the second largest production facility in Boston proper. And I say production facility because Sam Adams just has a brew pub in Boston. So Harpoon's bigger than us, and then we're putting out the most beer. So that's kind of exciting. We're mainly a contract brewery, and we do brands for, we did a lot of 12% brands and brands from Maine. And yeah, I had to give my Dorchester Brewing Company like spiel.
Awesome. I love it. I actually hadn't heard of you guys. And this festival is really exciting because there's a few breweries in here that I haven't heard of, and it's always exciting to like not only get to like experience new breweries and new beers, but also ones that are like queer owned or do a lot for the community, especially more than just like, you know, like a pride flag once a year. So
yeah. Well, I have to bring this up too because Matt loves to show it off. Who is our owner? We won Best Pride Float in 2019, so that's pretty sweet. So we have like a trophy in the tap room and everything. It's a little ridiculous, but
that's awesome.
it's
Yeah,
fun.
you guys are involved with the Boston Pride Parade.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it was great.
Can you tell us about the float a little bit? Like, how did it win? What was going on with it?
It was, well, now I'm going to backtrack and it's not going to sound amazing. But, I was on it. You know, we just had a bunch of people from the brewery. We all, just got on it and just waved and yelled. And it was fun. People just liked that it was like people from the brewery, you know?
That's cool.
So, yeah, it was a good time.
That's awesome that you guys are so involved, and I love it.
Yeah, well, and, I'll be on that float again once there's another float, I guess. We have rainbow unicorns. I have to bring that up. We have just a million rainbow unicorn shirt. I probably should have worn it. I didn't wear it. Well, you all say you can't really see it anyways.
Well, tell us about this beer. Let's drink this beer.
So OSD was originally called V1. Here, this is the glass we actually serve it in the tap room. V1 literally means version 1. It's the first IPA that we made here. We changed the name because, it's a great name and we wanted to sell more. And we were, growing and putting out in cans. But it's supposed to be kind of a West Coast IPA, but meets like newer hops. Obviously, it's not a hazy, so it doesn't have any like biotransformation hop character. But I don't like to shy away from telling people what's in the beer because it's like, I would rather us be open like that. So it's an all mosaic beer, but with a kind of a West Coast base thought process.
Yeah, it definitely has a little more of that bitterness going on too that I feel like is more prevalent in West Coast versus.
Yeah, it's not too. I would feel like if it was a true West Coast like Pliny the Elder clone, it would be more bitter than it is. But it's like that's kind of meeting of the two, the newer IPAs and the old West Coast style. Yeah,
it's pretty balanced. There's also like a lot of like caramel kind of like malt going on.
Yeah, that's what's in it, caramel malt. So exactly.
Nice. So this is a double IPA, which I feel like there's a lot of like, I don't know. For me, that's around like 8%. Like, what is a double IPA for you? Like, what are the characteristics?
I was gonna say 3. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To me, it's the same. This is our big in our big beer in our main lineup. We have a golden ale, we have this, and we have a big and a small New England and a sour. Those are kind of like our year-round. We put in cans. You can find them in stores, and so This is the big one. I don't know. So
Awesome.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's great. It's a great beer. Yeah, I'm all for like more balanced beers. So this is right up my alley.
Yeah, it's great. Actually, the one I got in front of me, we canned yesterday, so
Nice.
real fresh.
Looks
Oh,
like
thanks.
looks like Matt visited a few years ago. Sounds like I need to make a trip too.
Yeah, it's fun. We have a greenhouse on the roof, so it's hard not to have a good time, I think, at this point.
Very cool.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for taking us to a beer and talking about Dorchester and what you guys do and how you're involved in Pride and everything.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me. It's a little different than, stuff I'm used to doing, which is like over there.
Yeah.
The reason I'm at the brewery is I'm just a complete dingus, and I didn't bring a can of OFD home last night when I left work, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm gonna have to go back. So I was like, I'm just gonna do it in the brewery. So there's like a backdrop,
Well, I feel like it's always nice like hanging out in like a peaceful brewery when like no one's there. So it's a good spot.
Yeah.
Good spot to broadcast from.
Yeah. Well, I was nervous because the tap room's ripping right now, so I was hoping it wasn't gonna be too loud.
No, you're great. Awesome. Well, thanks so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thanks for having me. This is a really cool event.
Yeah.
Cool that we got to be a part of it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, we will be back in a couple minutes to taste the Sandra Day IPA with Lauren, the director of brewing ops from Lady Justice Brewing. But first, we want to shout out our partners, Halftime Beverage. They'll be helping us to match donations to the Transgender Law Center today, and are the ones that got this beer to your door.
We've been a father and son family-owned business for nearly 20 years. When guests walk into Halftime Beverage for the first time and see only beer and cider, they're in heaven. We were early adapters in pioneering a place specifically for people who loved craft beer and cider. Shelves lined with 4,000 to 5,000 choices, hundreds of styles, some 800 breweries from 80 countries. Craft enthusiasts appreciate intelligent dialogue with our cicerones. Our passion for the industry is front and centered. We keep abreast of the industry's growth, especially the local breweries in our own neighborhood. Our online website takes orders from over 38 states. We introduce new products to the marketplace with regular tastings, dinners, and festivals. At Halftime Beverage, our entire focus is on beer and cider.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It is, a beautiful Saturday in Denver. So
Awesome.
pretty well.
What a great place to be.
Hmm.
I totally called you Lauren like 2 minutes ago, and I'm so sorry. I get so mad when people put an H in my name for Megan, so Laura.
It's okay. I get it a lot. Not a big deal.
All right, so what are we drinking today? We're drinking Sandra Day IPA.
Yeah.
From Lady Justice.
Yes.
Awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about the origin of the name? What inspired you guys to name this beer Sandra Day?
Sure. So Jen Cuesta, Kate Power, and Betsy Lay are the co-founders of Lady Justice Brewing, and two of the three of them are lawyers, but they all served in AmeriCorps together, and that's kind of how they came about launching Lady Justice. I won't go down that full story, but they were planning to open and were thinking about naming beers and had a conversation about making a Sandra Day O Porter. So actually the ACLU wrote a blog post. I believe it was the ACLU. And I always talk about the law blog, if any Arrested Development fans are out there. So a post went up on a law blog for the ACLU about Lady Justice and about naming Sandra Day O Porter. And the next day, they got an email that was from Scott O'Connor, and all it said was, "My mom likes IPAs." And everyone's like, well, okay, that's nice. And wrote back, turns out Scott O'Connor is Sandra Day O'Connor's son. And so the O'Connors have become big supporters of Lady Justice Brewing. And so therefore, Sandra Day O'Connor named this beer herself.
I love that. That's an incredible story. That's like way cooler than I was expecting.
It's a fun one.
It's cool when people that like inspire these beers are like so supportive of them as well. Awesome.
Yeah.
Do you have the beer with you?
I do. I'm enjoying it myself.
You're already ahead of me. I just poured it. Tell us a little bit about this beer and about Lady Justice and like the mission of the brewery.
Yeah, so Lady Justice Brewing, again, was founded by three women who met in AmeriCorps, and basically they sat around and said, well, they were working for a nonprofit at the time. What could we do? We want to drink beer, but we also want to make the world a better place. And they were doing some fundraising for nonprofits right around when the economy crashed in 2008. And so, but they always found money for a beer. So that's kind of why they thought, I think we can make the world a better place through beer. So Lady Justice, over the course of span of time, has given away a lot of money to nonprofits. It's a community-focused brewery dedicating time, space, and money to nonprofits that work specifically with women and girls in Colorado. We do a lot of giving through our CSB program, so community supported brewing. That's how we started, just selling kind of like a share, like a CSA, and then opened a tap room in April of 2020, and still have been able to give back even in the midst of all of this. So we also do a lot of partnerships, queer owned, woman owned, queer and mostly women owned and operated. So it's a really cool place to be. I'm glad to be connected with Lady Justice and doing good in the world through beer. Great beer, better world is our slogan. And so the beer kind of, you want to talk about flavor profiles in the beer?
Yeah, let's get into it. Let's drink it.
A little darker than a lot of IPAs you're going to find. It's got 2-row base malt, and then the C45 is what's going to give that the caramel color. Centennial, Citra, and Warrior hops. Citra and Centennial giving it the more of the fruity characteristic, and then Warrior as the bittering hop. I will say when this beer was first brewed, it was really the first flagship beer. It was really bitter. And now, of course, in the world of IPAs, it's kind of mild, in my opinion. Over the course of the last 5-6 years, IPAs have just become these hot bombs. And so what I like about this is the strong malt backbone that it has. It leans a little more British in terms of an IPA, but still has that bittering aftertaste that lingers for a bit.
Yeah, you definitely get a lot of like the fruitiness up front and like a lot of the caramel from the malts, and then towards the end it's like this, it like builds to like this lingering sort of resinous bitter finish.
Yep. So all of that working together, it's one of my favorite beers. It's my go-to when I'm in the tap room. It's our flagship, has been on tap almost all the time. Obviously, in the midst of COVID, it's been a challenge, but it's very popular beer.
Awesome. And you guys are located in Denver then? Where exactly?
We're in Aurora. So
Okay.
in Aurora, so that's kind of the east side of the Denver metro area, at Dayton and Colfax. So we are on Colfax in the heart of the Aurora Cultural Arts District. So we have a mural on the wall with Dolores Huerta, Marsha P. Johnson, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And that has been a big draw to get folks into the tap room to come see the mural. It's been recognized on national news, specifically right after RBG died. People came out just to show their love and support for the work that she has done.
Very cool. Yeah, I love the story that you guys have behind the brewery and the beer, and it's always really cool when people can combine like their passions and their unique backgrounds, especially with beer.
Yes, it's a dedicated group of folks trying to make the world a better place, and I like I said, I really appreciate having the opportunity to work with Lady Justice Brewing and to impact the world with beer, because not a lot of folks think about beer as a way that it impacts community, but it does. It brings community together, and we also use our profits to make the community a better place around us too. So it's a cool place to be for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, beer is definitely like a social uniter for many people. So it looks like somebody like Lori just visited you guys last weekend. That's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah.
I'm hoping that next time I'm in the area that I can swing through. I have a close friend who lives in Denver, so maybe we'll swing by and say hi and have a beer in person.
Definitely. That'd be cool. Where are you based?
I'm in San Diego currently.
Okay.
Yeah. So
not
too far. I've driven through Denver a couple times, and like stopped there, but yeah, would probably fly this time. Yeah, well, thanks so much for telling us all about Lady Justice. It's a really cool brewery that, again, like I hadn't heard of, and now I'm so excited to like try more beers and learn more about you guys. It seems like what you're doing is very cool. So cheers to that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Awesome. We'll be right back with an HRC happy hour presented by New Belgium.
All right, took a nice little break there. Hopefully everyone got a chance to maybe get some food, drink some water. I know this is definitely a marathon today, so we've said it before, we'll say it again, but glad that everyone is still tuning in with us as we're rolling on here into our afternoon. So I really enjoyed that tasting with Lady Justice. I love their approach to brewing, and especially to being an inclusive space for the community in Colorado. We've been talking about that a lot today, about making beer for everyone and creating these spaces where everyone can drink beer together. And a few years ago, another Colorado brewery that you may have heard of called New Belgium, they adopted a moniker, Brewed for All. And it's a really powerful statement they've continually backed up with direct action. In fact, earlier this year, the Human Rights Campaign actually recognized New Belgium as one of the best places to work for LGBTQ+ equality on its corporate Equality Index. They gave New Belgium a perfect score of 100. And it's just one of the simple things that New Belgium has done to become one of the most LGBTQ+ friendly breweries in the country. So we wanted to learn a little bit more about how they went about doing this one simple thing, and how other breweries could potentially do this as well, how they earn this recognition. So joining me again, Patrice Palmer, who you guys heard from earlier, diversity and equity and inclusion specialist.
Yes.
Twister, got it. Hey, Patrice, good to see you again.
Hey, how's everyone again? Hopefully you're having a great day. I am enjoying this packet. I just want you to know that.
For sure. And then we're also bringing in Megan Olson, Community Programs Manager at New Belgium, really integral in driving this initiative. Hey, Megan, what's going on?
Hey, friends.
Great.
Can you hear me okay? This is my first time on, so I want to make sure.
Yeah, we got you. You are loud and clear. So I'm going to leave it to you and Patrice to kind of tell us just a little bit more about how New Belgium became a part of HRC's Corporate Equality Index, what the index is, and how New Belgium is one of the most friendly places for LGBTQ+ people to work.
Thanks so much, Grace. Thanks for having us here, Patrice. It's always good to see you.
Absolutely.
And I'll just raise a glass because technically this is a
happy hour.
Happy quarter hour,
Yes.
right? Yeah, I think 15 minutes here. So cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
And yeah, thank you for to all the sponsors today, all the other breweries involved and thought leaders. It's a real honor to be included amongst your amazing minds and voices. I'm gonna talk for a while. Patrice, stop me, interject as I roll, because I can keep going on this stuff. And then pop in questions as we go, interrupt at any point. And I'll Patrice, also count on you to maybe keep an eye on the time as well. But,
yes.
So I'll just dig right in. So the HRC Corporate Equality Index was launched in 2002. And this year, for the 2021 index, there were over 1,100 companies recognized, actively participated in the index. And there were 84 newly rated companies. So we're a part of, this was our first time this year formally engaging with the index. And the history there, I guess some people know this, maybe some people don't, but New Belgium has never shied away from speaking up and standing up for things that we think are very important, whether it be social equity or environmental sustainability issues, climate action. And so we first, HRC got on our radar because of their business Coalition for the Equality Act. And so it was more in a policy advocacy space. And then secondarily, we had some internal voices from coworkers in the field, from our sales coworkers in particular, who were selling into LGBTQ inclusive accounts and safe spaces, safe accounts. And they were getting asked by account owners and folks in the marketplace, what's your index score? Do you participate in this? And so that was a real fire that kind of lit under us to formally engage and participate with the index itself. So What is it? What does it mean to New Belgium? So the index, I believe Grace mentioned this, but it's a roadmap. It's thought to be like the benchmarking tool for U.S. businesses in LGBTQ plus equality. And we know that's ever changing and ever evolving based on administrations and even down to state and local legislators and elected officials. So they're an incredible resource who consolidate and keep tabs on, again, the evolving landscape of LGBTQ plus equality. And they set those the most gender inclusive and LGBTQ plus inclusive workplace practices. And they lay that out for any business in the US to engage with. And so they rate companies in 4 areas. The first being workforce protections and non-discrimination policies. Second, inclusive benefits. Third is supporting an inclusive culture and corporate social responsibility. And then the fourth is responsible citizenship. So at New Belgium, how does that play out every day at work? It means that we get everyone, we all get inclusive benefits, all of us on our plan for same or different sex spouses, partners, their dependents. Any one of us can call. We have an on-site medical clinic on campus in Fort Collins, and we our Dr. Patty, we all love her so much.
Dr. Patty.
So she's trained in transgender wellness and medical care. So any coworker can call her for guidance for themselves or their dependents on the plan. It means it really honors each of us who work at New Belgium as unique individuals. And it means that we can be ourselves without fear in our workplace. Ultimately, it kind of all distills down to that. And, our path towards engagement with HRC, that was set 30 years ago. We're currently celebrating our 30th anniversary this month.
Yes.
And Jeff Liebisch and Kim Jordan, when they set out to start New Belgium, it was their vision. It was going to be more than a brewery, while aims and practices and commitments and innovation towards world-class beer has always been center. We've also, Kim, she started out as a social worker. So she's always had, treated us as family and extended family, and our presence in the beer industry, our growth has always been opportunities for each other. And so, just from the moment things that they decided as they set up the business and the structure, they offered domestic partnership benefits from the moment we offered any benefits. So these are things that are a part of their legacy that we maintain today. So I'm just doing a little time check here. I'll paint a little bit of a clearer picture on just the index areas. And then, I don't know if anyone does have questions, again, please just pop them in the chat, and Patrice or Grace will call them out. But it's kind of it's not the super sexy work of inclusion necessary. It's not the parties and the collabs and stuff necessarily, but it's very important. So workplace protections, that means looking at like your coworker handbook, working with your human resources coworkers, and making sure that that you have an equal employment opportunity policy, and that it does include the terms sexual orientation, and gender identity, and that those protections are cemented in those documents and policies and procedures in the workplace. I did touch on a little bit of the inclusive benefits, but again, same in different sex, spouses or domestic partners, and then the transgender healthcare all fall under that kind of inclusive benefits category. And then I think the third area, the inclusive culture and corporate social responsibility. I think every brewery on the call today is already checking so many of these boxes here, and it's a really good entry point for businesses who might be a little bit intimidated to engage with the index or formalize some of these practices. But it includes outreach and engagement with the LGBTQ community, whether you're doing collabs or pride beers, and being inclusive of in your marketing and advertising, philanthropic support to community groups, LGBTQ plus community groups, and so just demonstrating that in the public sphere, and then even starting to dig into your contractor, your supply chain relationships and engagements, looking at trying to include as many LGBTQ plus owned businesses in your within your vendor engagement is also included there. So that I just want to leave with two thoughts for folks who are interested in getting to know more. There are so many resources. So many resources, but HRC does a great job consolidating them all. If you sign up, you can reach out to CEI@hrc.org. They do free webinars. They will personally meet with you one-on-one to walk you through the index. The timeline this year, it's released this year, but it'll be for the 2022 Corporate Equality Index. It's out right now. You can inquire if you're eligible, and then get a link, and you can turn that around pretty quickly with them. The deadline for surveys is July 30th, 2021 for next year's rating. And then they take from August through November to review all the applicants, all the materials. And then sometimes they'll do walk through the validation process. They might give you a call, walk through a few questions together. And then scores are finalized before the end of December. And then mid-January of 2022 is when they will announce next year's index. And I just want to encourage everyone who's ever considered it to reach out, just start to build some knowledge around it. You don't have to be perfect. Everybody's journey is different. As I said, if you're already doing Pride collabs or working in your communities and doing some community giving, you already have your foot in the door with several boxes checked. But I also want to underscore that this work does take time. It does take resources. It takes coworkers, focused on this work. It takes the capacity to develop further competencies needed to build around diversity and inclusion within the workplace. And it takes leadership support. So
yes,
that's a few of the notes I wanted to leave with. Everybody's journey is different. The work is never done. Even if you get a certain rating, there's always more work to be done, especially now. We know there's a lot of anti-trans legislation happening, and HRC is a great resource there too. You can sign up to get the Equality Act passed through the Senate. There's still 60 senators needed. It's already passed the House earlier this year. And then every state is a battleground right now for anti-trans legislation. And HRC is also gathering voices and getting businesses together right now. They have over 100 companies have signed a statement to take a stand against LGBTQ state legislation. Thank you. I think we're nearing the end of our happy quarter hour.
Yes, yes.
Quarter quell. No, not a quarter quell. No, it's just a quarter hour. Yes. Yeah, that was a Hunger Games reference, but it's getting later on in the day. Megan, thank you so much for joining us and telling us a little bit more about HRC Corporate Equality Index. I know you said it's not super sexy, but I don't know. I mean, you and Patrice you're in the trenches. You're doing the work. You're getting down. Putting your head down and doing this really crucial, pivotal work that's pushing our industry forward. So thank you so much for that. And thank you, Patrice, for hanging out with us again.
Absolutely.
I will talk to you guys a little bit later.
Yes. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here. And hopefully today is step one. Everyone has a day one or a one day. So I'm hoping that today is day one for folks to sign up and do what they need to do. So thank you again for being a part of day one.
Cheers.
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 All right, everyone, stick around. Another brewery I like to think that is really in the trenches, DC Brau. They're a brewery in our country's capital and has really become a powerhouse for promoting change. So coming up next, we're going to be trying their Vote, which I cracked already. Vote is actually Crystalweizen, and I hope I'm saying that right. That's a style that I'm actually really not familiar with. It's a German-style ale, kind of similar to a Hefeweizen. And this year, the brewery actually committed to donating the proceeds from the sale of Vote to SMYAL, which is the Sexual Minority Youth Assistance League that creates opportunities for LGBTQ plus youth to build self-confidence and develop critical life skills in their community. So we'll be back in just a second here with Brandon, who's the CEO of DC Brau, and Megan to taste Vote.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. You might hear some ice cream truck music outside of my house right now. There's an ice cream truck parked right in front, and it's definitely coming into the room. So I hope that's okay for everybody. But
Well, if you need to pause and go grab an ice cream cone, let us know.
no, it's all right. There's the ice cream trucks come through every day, and our kids the other day they went out and got some ice cream, and now the truck seems to be parked outside waiting for them to come back out again, which is all right. But yeah.
Well, I just want to say, first of all, my hometown is actually not too far from DC Brau, and DC Brau is probably some of like the first craft beer that I had when I was like getting into craft beer many years ago. And I wanted to visit. when I was in town last, but didn't get the chance to make it down. But I'm excited. I'm really excited that you guys are included in this box, and I'm excited to hear all about this beer and more about you guys that I don't know. So,
Cool.
First of all, cheers. We're drinking Vote by DC Brau. And to be honest, I'm also not super familiar with this style. It's one I've never heard of. I feel like every time I go into like judging things every year, there's like some style like this that I've never heard of. So can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So Crystalweizen, it's basically a filtered version of Hefeweizen. So you have some of that character you get out of the Hefeweizen yeast strain, but if you were to pour this out, it's going to be a lot cleaner in body, and also some of the other sort of characters that come out with the Hefeweizen that are very upfront. This is going to be a more sort of subdued version of that, which for us right now, we're really excited to put out because we're going, into summer, and Pilsner right now and the Crystal Weiss are some great products that we can put out there in addition to our normal sort of hoppy IPAs, which we're sort of known for in DC, but we really like doing. We enjoy putting out a lot of IPAs, but we really like doing some of the things that we're not necessarily known for, and this beer really fits into that category.
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely noticed that when I took the first sip and got like some of the aroma in my face, that it still has those like esters and characteristics of those kinds of beers, but it's definitely more like mellow version of it. It's less like, I feel like the other ones are a bit more sweet, and this is kind of a little more like, I don't know.
So when I just poured this out right now while we were talking, and you can definitely see, the filtered character coming through when you look at it. It's not crystal clear, but it's definitely, nothing like what our Hefeweizen would be. There's a lot more clarity to it there. And it's definitely one of the favorites for the staff. When we brewed it, it's something that gets everybody really excited in-house. It's definitely one of those beers that goes on the employee keg box. Everybody's excited for Keller Pils and the Crystal Weizen. So it's fun for us to put this out there. And we're in DC. Politics are just sort of part of our life, and Vote, this is obviously not a political beer by any means, but I'm joking. It's definitely political. So we decided to put this out last year around the election, and just to sort of spread the idea of, getting people out to vote. We put a code on here that you could scan and figure out where you could go to vote and how to do it. So the idea was like, let's just sort of do what we can to get people out to the polls. So that was exciting. And then we decided to brew it again when we were going into inauguration also. And we changed the tagline to "We Voted" instead of "Vote" to get people out to the polls. But it's, being in DC and now being 10 years old, we just had our 10-year anniversary this year. Politics they're a part of your life when you live in DC. So we've never run away from that. We've always embraced it. So whether it's Vote or Pride Pils or Stacked Vote, which is another beer we did, we've always sort of, been okay to embrace the fact that we're in DC. We've got a platform, how big or how small it is, and we're not afraid to use it. So Vote is definitely, a version of what happens when you're in DC.
Awesome. Well, I definitely appreciate breweries using, just like their own voice to encourage people to vote or, be a part of initiatives. And so that's really awesome. I think I signed up to vote at a beer festival. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, very cool. Go for it. What were you saying?
Well, we've got DC in our name, or DC Brau, and I think that there is some responsibility that comes with that, whether it's whether it's DC Brau or any brewery, if you have a claim to your community, then you've got a claim to be a part of it. Community is one of our values here at Brau. We're very involved in what's going on locally in DC and trying to be involved with people on a daily basis. And I think that's part of the responsibility if you're going to be a community business, is to be there for your community. So whether it's about voting or whatever it is, we spend a lot of time and effort making sure that the brewery is a community center for people to come, be together, collect there, talk about what's going on in the neighborhood and in our city, and also to raise funds for many nonprofits that exist in Washington, D.C. that have both a local and a national impact. It's important for us. And Smile, I do want to mention that there was a note earlier that said that proceeds from this beer go to Smile. I do want to just be accurate here. That's not correct. Proceeds from Pride Pills go to Smile. So I want to be clear about that. But we donate 100% of the sales from Pride Pills to Smile and to the Blade Foundation, not a portion of proceeds or whatnot. 100% of it goes to Smile and to the Blade Foundation every single year, and we're excited to keep that going. We were scared that we weren't going to be able to do it this year, just because it's been a tough year, and last year was a tough year. But we're excited to announce that we are brewing a batch of Pride Pills that'll be coming out before the end of June, and will have benefits towards Smile this year. So we're excited about that.
Awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about Smile?
Yeah, absolutely. So Smile is an organization here in the city that deals with LGBTQ youth and provides a safe place for them, both to live, to if perhaps they don't have a place at home, there's a place for them to live, to stay, to grow, and to go to school there at Smile. Also, Smile is really involved on the youth side in the school system and just being there for the youth, which I think is one of the reasons that we're so excited to work with Smile every year. Being in a big urban environment, there's not as much outreach to the youth culture. I think that that we would be able to otherwise find in other cities, and Smile really provides that here in DC. So for us, they've been our partner on this project for all 3 years. And last year we weren't able to do the Pride Pills project, but we are bringing it back this year. We're bringing it back in June and also again in September. Pride was initially postponed until the fall this year, but there's a lot of stuff going on right now, so we've sort of put together a program for now and then again in the fall. But it's been 3 years running with them, and this will be the 4th year. And altogether, we put together just about $40,000 of donations during that time to both Smile and the Blade Foundation. So we're really excited to keep that going, and it feels good after going through COVID last year and not being able to do this project to bring it back and be able to make it happen again this year.
Yeah, and that's so cool that you guys are doing it not just once but twice, and that it's throughout the year. So
yeah, there was some confusion about Pride was not going to happen in June, and then it was going to be in the fall, and then it is happening in June, but it's also happening in the fall. So we thought, you know what, let's just do both, and it'll be a good time for everybody.
Cool, awesome. Well, thanks so much for telling us about this beer. Stoked to get to have some more DC Brau in my life on the West Coast. So
hopefully one day we'll get it off.
We'll be back. I plan on visiting my family's in Baltimore, so I plan on visiting them hopefully sometime this year. And my brother's close to DC, so hoping to stop by DC Brau and Denizens.
Yes, excellent. Very close. Very close.
Yeah.
Just a few miles up the road, so
Cool,
that should be easy to do.
Nice. Well, thanks for joining me and having a beer, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too. Cheers.
Thanks. Cheers. Awesome, guys. We will be right back. There's a virtual cooking class presented by Allagash coming up.
All right. Well, I think we've tasted quite a few beers by now, so I'm thinking it might be time for us to balance everything out with a little bit of food. So joining us for our next segment here for our virtual cooking class, we have Chef Chala. They're the assistant editor at Bon Appetit, a community organizer and advocate for food justice, culture, and history. Chef Chala actually joined us for Beers Without Beards back in the fall and cooked us an amazing beer mac and cheese recipe. Hey Chala, how's it going?
Good. How's it going over there?
I recognize that kitchen. I saw that in Beards.
Copper backsplash.
Yeah, love it. And then you guys can't see her, but behind the camera is Gabrielle Linhart, founder of Queer Food Foundation, who's
hi everyone.
Hey Gabrielle, who's also helping us today. The Queer Food Foundation, their mission is to promote, protect, fund, and create queer food spaces to celebrate, honor, and be a resource for queer food workers and chefs. Gabrielle and I actually went to graduate school together. We're in the same graduate food studies program at NYU. So stoked that you guys are back with Queer Beer. For this particular class, we partnered with Allagash, and we're going to be featuring, yes, there's the bottle. We're featuring their iconic Allagash White beer in this recipe. And from Allagash, we have Liz Wilson today joining us. Hey Liz, what's going on?
Hi, how are you?
Doing fantastic. It sounds like you've had a chance to join us for part of the day and watch some of the best. And now here you are to tell us a little bit more about Allagash White. You know, I think for me, Allagash is such a pioneer in the industry, right? And such a well-known name. And so when you guys approached us about participating in Queer Beer and to hear that you wanted to be an ally in this space and find ways to educate and learn more about the LGBTQ plus community and the queer community, I was just really impressed and stoked by that. So I'm hoping to kind of kick us off before Chala gets into the recipe. If you could just tell us a little bit more about Allagash White and that iconic beer.
Yeah, so excited to be here, and it's been such a pleasure to work with you and Chala and Gabrielle on pulling this together. So I'm just so grateful to be here. So yes, Allagash White, here we are. And I saw Chef Chala has it in bottle. I have it in cans. So for those who don't know, we are located in Portland, Maine. We were started about 26 years ago by Rob Todd. We're also one of only 14 breweries in the United States that's a certified B Corp. So that means we make business decisions for the good of our employees, community, and environment. So that really guides a lot of our decision making when it comes to our brewery. But getting down to Allagash White, it is the first beer we brewed all those years ago, and it's still what we are most often known for today. It's a Belgian style wheat beer. We brew it with a spice blend of Curacao orange peel and coriander. So it's citrusy, it's hazy in appearance, and super refreshing to enjoy with food. So I think it'll go great with the dish that Chef Chala is about to prepare for us. But balance is a big part of Belgian inspired brewing. And so you'll find in Allagash White that there's no one particular flavor that overpowers this beer. And that makes it for a really nice beer to pair with all sorts of dishes. Being up here in Maine, we love our seafood. And so I think there's a lot of Allagash White and seafood pairings. And I think we'll dive into a little bit of that today. So yeah, thanks so much for having us.
Well, speaking of seafood, Chala, take us away. I know that you're rested. Tell us what we're making today, and let's get into it. I'm starving.
Into it. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. So today we're going to be making a beer poached shrimp toast. Thinking about all of the lovely bright flavors in Allagash White and how well it goes with seafood, I was thinking, is there a way to make a seafood dish that also feels like a little elevated but has beer in it? So this recipe is really easy and simple, but so full of flavor. The flavors of the Allagash White really come into the shrimp. And being from Maryland myself, I love seafood in the summer. So there's also plenty of Old Bay in this, to sate my own heart. Now that I'm living in New York, Old Bay is not as popular, but I use it as often as I can in the summer. So we are gonna go ahead and get started. The very first step to making the shrimp toast is getting your toast ready. I decided to do my toast in the oven with a little olive oil on sourdough bread just because it gives it a little more flavor and more crisp as opposed to putting it in a slice toaster. You can also use a toaster oven for this. I just don't have one. So I am setting my oven to broil. I'm going to take about 2 tablespoons of olive oil. Any olive oil you really enjoy is good. And I'm just going to give this all a really lovely light drizzle. I'm not measuring it out because I like to eyeball things, but I'm just gonna drizzle my toast, drizzle my bread, give all of that a nice kind of rub in the oil to get it nice and coated. And what that's gonna do is help the bread crisp really evenly, get all those nice olive oil flavors in there, and let it serve as a really great base for the shrimp toast. And I said sourdough specifically in the recipe because the tanginess of a sourdough really helps lend itself to match the sort of flavors coming from the beer and match the flavors coming from the recipe. So just a quick douse in some olive oil. We're gonna pop these in the oven. The bread is going to go in the oven for about 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes on each side. Everyone's oven is a little bit different, so just kind of keep an eye on it and play it by ear. But I've tested it out with my oven, and it's about 3 minutes per side. So I'm going to set a timer for 3 minutes. And now we are going to get into the beer portion of this. So to poach our shrimp, we're going to be using just Allagash White beer. No water, no other poaching liquid. Just beer. So you're going to take 1 bottle of Allagash White and you're going to pour it right into a saucepan, and you're going to turn that saucepan onto a nice medium heat. And I had actually never thought to poach something in beer before developing this recipe. And I was like, is that a crazy idea? And I looked up on the internet, and other people have beer poached shrimp cocktail recipes. And I was like, okay, this is something that can be done. But the idea of turning it into a shrimp toast was something that was so exciting for me because, it's summer, people are starting to gather again, and a shrimp toast is something that's so quick and so easy, but so easy to share with people too. So you're gonna get 1 bottle of Allagash White on the stove. You're gonna get 2 bay leaves. I did a teaspoon of Old Bay seasoning. It smells like Baltimore. I miss it. You're going to take a tablespoon of minced garlic. Get that in there. Love nice garlicky flavor. Going to use the juice of a whole lemon to really up the brightness and bring out more of those bright notes that are already in the Allagash. And then just a couple of teaspoons of salt to really get everything nice and seasoned. It looks like I'm doing a chemistry experiment. Everything's all bubbling and fizzing. But we're going to just give this a gentle mix and let that come up to a boil while we're waiting on our toast to flip. This is like the slow, boring part where you have to like watch a pot boil. But so while that is up to a boil, I have all of my other ingredients here just kind of prepped out and waiting to go. I have my baby cucumbers. I have my Kewpie mayonnaise that's going to help build the sauce. I have some butter that's also going to really help build the sauce for this, as well as some fresh dill and fresh parsley, because fresh herbs with shrimp, especially in the summertime, really helps bring out those like nice fresh flavors. So this is heating up, and I used medium-sized shrimp for this. You can use larger shrimp, you can use smaller shrimp. Your quantities and the cook time will change. But medium shrimp was a good middle ground for me, just because you don't want shrimp that's like too big. We're gonna chop them up into bite-sized pieces anyways, but you don't want to like get a whole shrimp when you bite onto the toast. And it's time to flip the bread. So you see how it's already starting to get nice and golden. The olive oil really helps get a nice crisp on it. I'm going to pop that in for another 3 minutes. If I know how to use my own oven timer. So we're going to pop that in for another 3 minutes. As I was saying, medium-sized shrimp. I used frozen shrimp just because it can be hard for everyone to have access to good quality fresh shrimp. Frozen shrimp is a-okay, just make sure you thaw it beforehand. And the flavor is still going to be very great. The flavor is still going to come through. So we are just about at the point where we are ready to pop our shrimp into this lovely poaching liquid. If you're cooking along, just like give it a good whiff, because it smells amazing. If you're not cooking along, I really wish that like in 2021 we had smell-o-vision and I could just waft this towards you. Unfortunately, I can't. So you should have been cooking along. I'm sorry. So we're gonna go ahead and take our shrimp and just get them in here. Want to get a good shot in the pan?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And so the reason this is on a simmer and not a full boil is because we're just poaching the shrimp. We don't want to boil it. We don't want it to get too tough. We're doing a gentle poach until the shrimp is just pink and just cooked, because that gives it a nice toothsomeness. It gives it a nice bite without you having to like fight with the shrimp. I personally do not like when I get a shrimp cocktail and the shrimp is rubbery and you can tell it's just been overdone and it's been sitting out and you have to like fight with it. I'm not trying to fight with the shrimp. We don't have to fight with it. It's our friend. So we're gonna let this just poach very gently. See, it's already starting to turn pink for some of these. And it usually takes around 3 minutes. Yeah, you know, sometimes you're just watching things boil. Sometimes you're just watching things simmer, but that's half the fun. So as that simmers, got another minute going on the toast. It really does smell incredible. You get smells of the garlic, the Old Bay comes through, all of the lovely aromas from the Allagash White. You really get a bit of that citrus peel coming through the coriander. You like genuinely can smell all of these lovely, lovely flavors as everything kind of just mixes in here. And while your shrimp is getting ready to finish up, you're gonna wanna take just kind of like a shallow dish, bowl, something, and line it with a paper towel. Grab my paper towels. You're gonna wanna line it with a paper towel and have a good landing place for your shrimp so that it can drain off any excess liquid. But you're not gonna wanna rinse them or pack them dry because that'll knock kind of all of the flavor off. So you're gonna wanna have something sitting ready. Feel free to give your shrimp a little flip if they need them, a little stir if they need them. Just really let it all in there. We're gonna grab the bread. Oh, that's perfect. So the bread is nice and crispy and ready to be topped. The shrimp is here coming along nicely. Give that probably another 30 seconds or so. Oh, smells delish. While that is finishing up, we're gonna start getting ready to make our sauce. So I have a tablespoon of butter here. And what I'm gonna do is take some of this poaching liquid and really kind of temper it with this room temp butter to get a really rich base to help build into this sauce. So, I'm gonna grab our beautiful, beautiful shrimp here. Get the money shot. We're gonna get our beautiful poached shrimp that have this perfect pink color to them. Apparently flamingos are pink because most of their diet is comprised of shrimp. This is something I learned fairly recently in a Wikipedia hole during quarantine. So the more you know, truly the better you are. So we're gonna grab all this shrimp, and the reason we're kind of spreading it out like this is to let it cool relatively quickly, because we're gonna wanna chop it into smaller pieces, but right now it's pretty hot. So we're gonna let it sit. We're gonna turn the stove off and grab about 2 teaspoons of this poaching liquid here and mix it in with this butter. Because I was trying to think, like, how can I get more Allagash into this? How can I, really enjoy all of these flavors of the Old Bay? And I was like, don't just throw away the poaching liquid, find a way to use it. And butter makes everything better. So that was the thought process behind this. So you're gonna mix the butter in until it gets nice and melty, melty, melty. I truly think that you could just take this butter mixture, dip some shrimp into it, and call it a day. That'd be fun for any party. But we're still gonna put these on toast, so stick with me. So once your butter is mixed in, nice and melted, smelling amazing, you can sell this stuff. Sell this on its own. We're gonna take our 1/4 cup of Kewpie mayonnaise, and I asked for Kewpie specifically because Kewpie has added MSG in it, which gives it this amazing, amazing umami that other mayonnaise just doesn't have. Other mayonnaise just can't compete. And it has this just like lovely flavor that is so good with seafood. So a little bit of Kewpie mayonnaise. We're gonna take this butter mixture and we are gonna stir everything together like that and start to really build this lovely sauce that is gonna be the foundation for this shrimp toast. It should have this nice consistency, not too thick, not too thin. Oh, already smells absolutely amazing. So from there, we are going to add some fresh chopped parsley. I did about a tablespoon of this because I really love parsley and really love the sort of like lemony flavor that comes through. We're gonna get some chopped dill as well. Dill has this really lovely freshness that, like, dill with shrimp is just one of the best flavor combinations. Something about it is just super spectacular. And we're gonna mix this in. Get that nice and going. And then we're gonna take our sliced mini cucumbers. You could do regular cucumbers and like cut them lengthwise and cut them into chunks, but mini cucumbers I feel lend themselves much better to this kind of recipe. You know, we're doing something a little finger food-ish. Mini cucumbers definitely remind me of fancy finger foods. So we are gonna get all of those in there and get that coated up and get that ready for our shrimp. So I'm gonna grab my plate, grab my toasts, get everything ready for the grand finale of the shrimp themselves. So we are going to grab our shrimp. They're still a little warm, but that's okay as long as they're not piping hot straight out the pan and you can like actually pick them up and touch them. They should be okay. And you're just going to kind of chop them into bite-sized pieces. Bite-sized is a relative term. I fully understand that bite-sized is a relative term, but this looks like bite-sized to me. So that's what I'm going with. But feel free to do what's bite-sized for you. So you're going to take all of your shrimp, just chop them into these perfect little bite-sized pieces, add them in with your cucumber Kewpie mix. Oh, this smells so good. I am very excited to not only eat this, but that I'm also excited that I know that many of you out there are eating this as well, and that makes my heart happy. You get really just such a lovely aroma of the Allagash white. Chopping shrimp. Sometimes I do sing to myself in the kitchen just to keep it entertaining. I hope someone else out there also is like humming to themselves in the kitchen while they're cooking along. Please sound off in the comments if you are. I would love to feel less alone on that. All right. We've got our shrimp going. Enough shrimp to feed a small army. Or 2 to 3 people, as the recipe says. That's a small army, I think. I think any more than one person counts as a small army. All right. We've got shrimp 4 days. And I don't know if I said this earlier, but hopefully it's clear now to use peeled shrimp. When you put them into the poaching liquid. You can use unpeeled shrimp and peel them. Actually, don't use unpeeled shrimp and peel them later because peeled shrimp will take on a lot of the flavor better. So peeled shrimp is the way to go. So you're going to mix all of that in there until you get this really gorgeous looking shrimp salad. And again, if you don't like bread, if you are gluten-free and you don't want bread, or if you're gluten sensitive and you don't want bread, you could totally eat this as like a shrimp salad on its own. It would be delectable. But we're making finger foods for the summertime, so we're putting it on toast. So you're gonna take your toast, you are going to take your bread, you are going to grab a spoon that I don't have on hand, so I'm going to grab a spoon from off camera. You're going to grab a spoon, and you're just going to get a generous amount of this shrimp salad right onto your toasts. Beautiful little toasts. Some of you might have sourdough bread that's bigger than mine, because when I first tested this, the sourdough bread I used was a little bigger, but pay it no mind. I'm still putting the exact same amount of shrimp on here. I do not care if the toast is smaller. The shrimp toasts are simply getting piled higher. So you're gonna get everything onto your plate. Get your shrimp nice and piled high. Don't pile it too high because everything will start to try to fall apart the second you bite into it. I've learned this from experience, but it's fun to try. It's at least fun to try and see how far you can outstretch your mouth to fit a shrimp toast in. Last one. Amazing. Oh, these look incredible. Got some shrimp falling off the toast right now. So to finish these off, I have sliced some chives just to kind of give a little bit more herbaceousness, a little bit more freshness to the shrimp toast. So I'll just give it a little garnishing of chive. I had also fried some capers. I would have showed the method, but we didn't quite have that kind of time. But I just took some capers, pressed them between some paper towels to squeeze out excess moisture. fried them on a low heat in some oil, and strain them out. And they give you this really lovely crunch element that mirrors the crunch of the toast while also having this amazing briny saltiness that really makes you feel like the shrimp just came out of the ocean, even if you are using frozen shrimp like I am. The saltiness that these little flavor bombs really add really elevates these shrimp toasts to another level. And then the very last thing that I would add to this is just a squeeze of fresh lemon to really cut through all of the lovely fattiness of the Kewpie, of the butter, and give you a nice bright kick of acidity and zing that really makes the shrimp stand out and really makes all the flavors that came in the Allagash stand out. So my plating's a little sloppy. I haven't worked as a line cook in a while. If I had a chef, they'd be upset, but I'm very pleased with this. So these are the beer poached shrimp toast. I hope you all enjoyed this recipe. I hope it was easy enough to follow along. And thank you for cooking with me.
Yes.
Cooking with Chala. Yes. Am I drooling? I don't know. I hope not, because I know a lot of people in the comments and in the chat are. So that was incredible. And actually, full disclosure, I'm vegetarian, but that recipe looks like something I would eat right now. So thank you so much. We're actually going to, I know we sent out a newsletter with the recipe and the ingredients, but we're also going to post it in this stream as well, which will be up forever. So if you guys want to come back, if you're watching and check it out at another time, we'll have it in the description section of this YouTube live stream, so people will be able to find it there as well and cook it now. And for those of you that did cook out there, I hope you're enjoying it. I think since I am vegetarian, Chala, I'm wondering, do you have any suggestions maybe if I didn't want to eat shrimp, or are there any other, is there a good substitute for something else that vegetarians could actually put in this recipe?
Yeah, so I would try actually doing like a poached, like sliced mushroom. A really, like a white mushroom, and just try to poach those in the liquid. They'll take on a lot more like of the water, but they will also take on flavor really well. Mushrooms are nice, but also just any vegetable that you can poach, either like an asparagus or a broccoli, like an asparagus toast with this recipe with the cucumbers would be really great. Or broccoli or a broccolini. Yeah, anything that like you want that stands up to like a nice poaching would be really good at something like this.
Yeah, the asparagus sounds delicious. That's a really key idea. I wanted to just quickly, we only have a couple more minutes here, but before we sign off, I want to just give you some opportunity and some time to tell people what you're up to, where they can find you, how they can connect with you. Let everyone know.
Yeah, so you can find me on Instagram at chala.gram, CHALA_GRAM. These days, I am mostly just up to working my job at Bon Appetit as the assistant editor of the print magazine. If you want to subscribe to the print magazine and see my name in there, I won't say no. I'm also working with Queer Food Foundation on some more events happening this month. We're doing a partnership with the Museum of Food and Drink. We're doing a few events coming up. We're also doing one with the James Beard Foundation. So keep your eyes on at Queer Food Foundation on Instagram as well for more awesome queer food events that we got coming down the pipeline.
Perfect. That was going to be my next question, was to maybe turn the camera around on Gabrielle and hear what was going on with Queer Food Foundation, because I know that you guys have been working on, we've talked a lot about this festival, how Pride is 365 days out of the year. And I know you're working on your own initiative called Queer Beer, or Queer All Year. So I was hoping that you could tell us, I don't know how much you can share yet, but just, tell us what's going on with the Queer Food Foundation.
Yeah, so we decided to launch a campaign called Queer All Year in June specifically because around this time, a lot of queer folks are tokenized and utilized only during the month. And then after June rolls past, we don't really get to be on events and panels and things. And so this month, we're going to showcase individuals who have supported us for this entire year and individuals we've supported for this entire year, just to bring more visibility and solidarity in what we're doing in the food world. So we're super excited about that. We have a lot of events, like Chala said, that were set up. We have a few more Instagram lives But if you want to get in contact with us, hit us at info@queerfoodfoundation.org.
Awesome. And thank you guys again for joining us. Thanks again to Allagash, especially for providing the Allagash White, which is really the perfect beer for this recipe. There's Liz, and to say goodbye to us.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it was wonderful.
Yeah, it was so much fun and such a blast to partner with everyone here. So we're going to say goodbye to everyone and let Chala and Gabrielle enjoy their shrimp toast.
I hope you all enjoy your shrimp toast too. And feel free to send me pictures on Instagram. So many people sent me pictures of their mac and cheese last time, and it was so lovely to see. So DM me pictures of those shrimp toasts.
Do it. You heard, Chala. All right, guys, take it easy.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all so much. Have a great day.
All right, everyone. So we're coming up here on our getting close to the end of the day, but we still have a couple more tastings to go. So up next, we have Collective Arts. Matt and Catherine are going to be joining us to taste through their Life in the Clouds, which is one of their flagship IPAs, and also to talk a little bit about the special art that went onto the can for their Pride Edition series. They're featuring some really great queer artists on the artwork on the can this month. So we'll be back in just a minute with Collective Arts. All right, we're back with Collective Arts. Hey, Catherine. Hey, Matt. How's it going? Thanks for joining us today.
Good. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to tear into this Life in the Clouds New England IPA. So I think I'm really interested also in talking about the art and some of the artists that you're featuring on the Pride Edition series of the can this year. But I know everyone probably wants to get into the beer first and have us crack it. So Megan, do you want to kind of take us through and help us go through a little tasting with Catherine and Matt of this beer?
Let's do it.
Do it. You guys have yours? Oh, perfect.
I poured mine already.
Nice.
I actually ran back to my fridge really quick because you held up your beer, Grace, and I was like, wait, mine doesn't look like that.
Oh, yeah. So there's different artists that are actually featured on the can. So there's actually 4 artists that were part of the Pride series this year: Ethan Berry, Matthew Willie Garcia, Gabrielle Grimes, and Henrik Campea. Am I saying that right? Yes.
There you go. There they all are.
And we actually did a collab glass as well, which you'll see if I can get it in front of the camera. Features Henry's design. And if you can buy this glass right now, it's in our store. And if you buy it, all the net proceeds are going towards an organization called Queer Art, which supports queer artists. So if you haven't had a chance, go nab that glass. But yeah, let's get into the beer. Catherine, can you kind of take us through a tasting and tell us a little bit more about what Life in the Clouds is all about?
Yeah, for sure. So if you've poured it, you can kind of see that it pours this bright, hazy hue.
It's kind of a light golden color, and it's got a nice thick white head when you first pour it. You're gonna smell fresh juiciness. It's got kind of a tropical fruit, mango, peach. It really kind of hits you in the face. And then when you take your first sip, you're really gonna get a lot of citrus, a lot of orange, grapefruit, some tropical fruit notes. You'll get mango, you'll get peach, and then you'll kind of really find that there's a low bitterness. It's really pretty true to style from a New England IPA space. So it's really low bitterness, really low astringency. So it's something that you can definitely kind of have with some pace. And the mouthfeel is just really, really rounded. There's a little lingering citrus, but for the most part, it kind of washes back pretty cleanly. So this is something that, again, hops are really the king here. We've got really on showcase the two featured hops, which would be Simcoe and Mosaic, which I'm sure if you're joining us today, I'm sure amongst your favorites. And then it's brewed with a good deal of oats, so it's kind of got that really nice round but clean kind of mouthfeel. Really something that, again, I think this has become one of our bigger brands in the portfolio, just because it's something that is so approachable and friendly to the New England IPA drinker. So yeah.
We love our hazies, don't we? And this pours out a beautiful, beautiful hazy. I'm really getting that mango and that peach that you were talking about. What are you picking up, Megan, in this beer?
It's super tropical, and I feel like I kind of get a little bit of like it definitely has a lot of like citrusy notes too, and I feel like I get like the sweetness and maybe a little bit of like the tartness and like the bite from like the citrus as well.
And the oats too, as you were saying, Catherine, it really does round out, kind of give it that nice smoothness to it and balance as well. So
yeah, definitely. Awesome. Yeah, no, it's really something that I think we launched this, what would it be, Matt, 2 years ago now? And it's funny because I've went on, we did a series with this one previously called Amplified Voices, and us brewery folk always get the ones with the dented cans and the imperfect ones. I'm not complaining. But yeah, no, this has been a quickly become one of the most popular ones in our portfolio. So yeah, we're excited to feature the program on this one as well, and be able to share with you guys today.
Yeah, and I was hoping we could talk about that a little bit more, because I think one of the most unique things about Collective Arts is how you guys marry beer and art all together, and you're supporting artists all year round. But specifically, during June, you do create a special Pride collection that Matt just showed us featuring queer artists. So I was hoping you could tell us a little bit more about how that idea came to be, why you guys decided to feature queer artists on some of the cans of such a important beer for Collective Arts.
Sure, I'll jump in here, and Catherine can add to it. For anyone who doesn't know Collective Arts, we're all about creativity, both inside and out. So both what we make, but also champion emerging artists, as you said, and so that really has us founded in creativity, and to have a truly creative world. Diversity, equality, inclusiveness are central to that and are key. You really can't sort of self-actualize unless you feel a sense of belonging. So a lot of what we champion, our three values are community, creativity, and leadership. And so everything we do, we look to champion those, and they intertwine. And so that's part of our day-to-day, and featuring artists and letting them have a voice. And typically the artists submit, and it's a global call for art, and that art is then curated by different volunteer curators. So it's not our opinion of what is amazing. We have different creative thought leaders who will do that, and that art get applied to all of our packaging. We sometimes reverse that, where we go outbound and we commission art, or we reach out to artists that we think are amazing to create a collection. And often those are associated with what we call our MORE initiative, which is really trying to drive it's creativity for community, and really trying to drive that, drive a more thoughtful world and a more better sense of belonging. And so a lot of what the themes are that we focus on are in and around diversity and inclusiveness. And so obviously Pride is just center to it all for us. And this is our second year doing a limited series of the Pride cans. And actually the curator in this year was Tim Singleton, who was actually part of the first series. And so we handed him the reins and allowed him to curate.
Yeah, I was hoping that you could, so he curated the designs for this year. So were people submitting, or did he find them? How did that curation process work?
Again, this is normally we have an inbound submission. In this case, he went outbound and he went to 4 artists, and I really love what he did. And he really focused on creating a collection. I'll hold them up in front of my face again, but a collection of art that is diverse, but really holds together with a really strong message. So if, again, I'll try and hold them up to the best I can here.
You want to maybe do like one at a time, and we can kind of take a look at each one individually? Matt?
Sure. So yeah, I can do that. That makes sense, rather than just hide behind these here. So if you want to look at this can to start, this is Gabriella's can right here.
Nice. And is there anything else, Gabriella, anything else that you wanted to share about her, or that we should know about her, or where we can maybe
I think the best is most of what she's a Black queer digital artist is how she would describe herself, and most of what she focuses on sort of the portrayal of queer people of color living joyously and beautiful. I'm reading right here because that's how I want to make sure I get her words right, and that's how she would describe it.
Nice. Who else do we have featured on the can this year?
Okay, I think this is Ethan here. Let me get this right. Yeah, this is Ethan right here. So I'll start. Actually, I'll go.
Okay, nice. Definitely getting a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, Ethan's based in BC, and he really focuses on just exploring the sexuality in a lot of the subjects, his art subjects. And then let me see who else. This is Henri.
Henri, yep.
Which is Brazilian artist. And, I just love this. To me, this is just such a beautiful piece, because wouldn't we want to feel like this all day? It just invokes such a positive energy. So I really love this piece.
Yeah, I love the motion, kind of the colors that he used in that design. It just makes me feel like I want to drink a beer on a beach. Makes me feel very happy.
Yeah, and then the final one is Matthew here. And I love this because it's so different. It's very abstract by nature, and that's really most of his style is very abstract portrayals, and just beautiful, and definitely worth checking out. And the background story of all of his art.
Very nice. So what do you? Oh, sorry, Matt. Go for it.
No, I was going to say, and if it'd be worth everyone checking out our Amplified Voices series that we did just before this as well. And that was a really fun experience for us, where we just handed over the keys to the brand. We said, we wanted to be, we need to make sure we have a platform and a voice for all. And so champion marginalized communities, and really handing the keys over for the art. So that's really what the theme was. And we had a few thousand pieces submitted, curated, and really took over every single brand. And it really was, for us, important, because it shows that this is not about a one-time initiative. That was taking over everything we do for 3 months, and then we have all these other additional series, and it's putting for us a stake in the ground to say this is something that we're serious about and is important to drive. And it's not, as a straight white male, it's not my voice that needs to be heard. It's I need to hand over the keys and be an ally and help to allow that to be championed.
I like that, handing over the keys. I think that's really a great analogy. kind of in that same vein, what do you want your consumers to take away from this collection? What are you hoping that they look at these cans and say or get from them or enjoy, or what do you want consumers to take away from it?
Well, like all art, it's meant to be appealing, provocative, thought-provoking, and so I think with everything we do, that's the individual will take away. Every individual will take away something different, but for us, it's within the queer community. Obviously, there's amazing art that's being brought forward, and that's important to, as an ally, to help to champion that and make sure that voice is heard, because often it's suppressed, and that might be something I'm not as aware of, that it's being suppressed, but my sort of my blinders may be on, and so it's important for us to make sure that those blinders are fully off, and we champion that. And as I disdain, as an organization, I think we disdain the status quo, and we believe, as I said at the beginning, that or I believe I did, creative world is a better world. So most of the problems we have in the world today are people stuck in the past and infighting, and not really looking for creative solutions, and creating boundaries amongst communities. And for us, community is important, but it's open. It's not. Society should be rated on its gross domestic happiness, not gross domestic product. And that's part of, if we can do our little bit to help drive that message forward and help people think and be more inclusive, then we can have some pride ourselves in what we've brought into the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And continuing to do it. We've said that over and over again, but doing it, not just today. Today's maybe the first step, but doing it the other 364 days out of the year. And it sounds like
completely.
Yeah, and it sounds like you guys started this initiative last year, continued it this year. Have you seen any differences, in like the amount of participation or the art that you had last year to this year? Is there a different theme? I don't know. Are there any differences between the 2 years?
Well, this year, it was the first year we gave it over. Like last year, we went out to 4 artists we loved, and this year handing it over to Tim. So it's really interesting to see how he approached it. And it will continue to evolve. As I say, we just did the Amplified Voices, which very much was, connected to this and a continuum, and we actually, have, summer for International Women's Day, and making sure we're championing causes that really, the broader, thematic is just, inclusiveness and diversity. And so this may be for the 3 months that we feature specifically around Pride, but it's woven in everything we do all year long.
Absolutely. Catherine, was there any, did you have a favorite design this year, or any designs that you were really into this year, or all of them?
I love them all, and kind of even in ahead of this, reading a little bit more of the bios behind the artists and just hearing kind of their background and what they brought to these. And I have a soft spot for the one featured on the glass. It's
glass, yeah.
I want a print of that. I want the glass. I want it everywhere. It's just, I think Matt said it well, of really just, there's an energy there and a celebration that I feel just really captures the emotion. And I really appreciate what Chala said of celebrating Pride, not just during the month of June, and really carrying that throughout the year, because for all these causes, there's moments of noise, and there's moments for we have reasons to talk about it, but the more that we can continue to yell at the top of our lungs throughout the year, and not just need to have a day or need to have a month to have those voices be heard, is something that I think again, I really love the series, but I think there's always more that everybody can do to just carry that voice throughout the year and make sure that we're being loud. If we have a platform, that we're using that platform in a really positive way.
Yeah, and there's different ways to do that, right? We're using a festival format, but there's art on a can, and there's cooking, as Chala showed us in the last segment. So there's so many different ways that you can be loud and that you can be proud. So that's a really good point. Yeah, Matt, go for it.
And yeah, I was just gonna actually, I have a quote here from Tim that I really like, and he said, on how he curated the series, because I it wasn't me, so I wanted to use his words. I wanted to focus on including the artists with a variety of styles, backgrounds, disciplines, expressions, and more. Each piece of art in the series is distinct and unapologetically queer in their own way, yet still work together as a collection, which I think is a really beautiful metaphor for what Pride is. And I thought that was really, really well captured and very thoughtful in how he approached it.
Yeah, I love how he kind of captured that, as you said. Do you think that's, because I know he participated last year as an artist and then curated everything this year. Is that something that you're looking to kind of continue? Like one of the artists this year will curate next year's, or do you have any plans for the future with this series?
We're relatively organic, so I don't know if we've thought that far ahead, but it clearly worked out extremely well. So I think that's a really nice approach, where it's a pass the baton forward approach.
Yeah, pay it forward type of thing. So
yeah.
You guys, I don't know if you guys know, but Megan actually helms Instagram called @isbeeracarb. Has a huge following on Instagram, which I also think is a totally different kind of art, right? And also another kind of platform that you can use to be a voice. So Megan, I don't know if we haven't really talked about that yet today. If you wanted to tell us more about, how you approach your Instagram and using that platform to be more vocal and be more of an advocate for diversity and inclusion on that particular platform.
Yeah, totally. I've always been like a very creative and like visually kind of creative person, and so Instagram made sense as like a platform to me because it's photos. And honestly, I've told this story a lot, but I initially ended up on the app and like with that handle and that account because I was just trying to meet other people in beer, and then it sort of transformed as it started to grow a following, and then as I started to like further in my career in beer and have all these experience of like positive things, but also like not so great things of like feeling like a bit excluded just of who I am as a woman, as a gay woman. And I'm just a very vocal person as well. And I just didn't want people to come behind me in the industry and have the same experiences, or people to not even want to enter the industry because of those stories. And I wanted to encourage change and encourage impactful like conversations and help either like change people's perspectives who were stuck in a certain mindset, or encourage people to speak up or to do more actionable things. And I saw my Instagram account as like, okay, well, I have this following and, I post all these fun photos and stuff, but I just didn't personally for my account, I didn't want it to just be photos. I want it to have a little bit more and like an impact. And I realized like I have 30 something thousand followers and like I have a pretty good like engagement or reach. And so I have that ability to use my voice in the way that I'm passionate about. And that's important to me to speak to others.
Yeah, absolutely. So whether it's through, a festival like this or a platform like Instagram or artwork, like Collective Arts is showing off on their cans, I mean, there are just a myriad of ways that we can get out there and support. So Matt, Catherine, I wanted to thank you both for joining us today, for telling us a little bit more about Life in the Clouds and this special Pride Edition series and all the great artwork that you're featuring. And again, I'm going to give, of course, a shameless plug. I know some people have already gone and bought it since I said something. So, if you have a chance or if you're interested, go ahead and buy one of those glasses on our site, our Hop Culture store. All the net proceeds are going towards the organization called Queer Art. So everything that we can do to help would be fantastic. So Matt, Catherine, anything else that you guys wanted to say before we let you get back to your day?
No, I would just say the Pride series is out in stores now, and similarly, we have charities both in the U.S. and Canada that we're supporting with proceeds from those sales. So because I believe the cans that actually were sent in the package did not have the Pride art on it, from my understanding. So just wanted to flag that with everyone. And no, I really enjoyed this and appreciate you having us on here. So thanks.
Of course. Fantastic. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you later.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Well, Megan, we've come to our final tasting of the day. Can you believe it?
Last year. And it's a doozy.
It's a doozy. Yeah.
Cherry chocolate beer by Mountains Walking. And we're going to chat with Lewis, who's their head brewer.
Yeah. So stick around, guys. If you're still with us, I guess you can probably stay with us for one more tasting. So we'll see you in a couple minutes with Lewis from Mountains Walking.
Hey, Lewis.
Hey,
How's it going?
not bad. How are you doing?
Good. Ready to try this beer.
Yeah, like you said, it's a doozy.
I was speaking of art in the last one, I was checking out the can art on this one. It's pretty cool. I'll hold it up so everyone can see it.
Yeah, so the artist's name is Andrew Holder. He kind of does the art for a lot of our labels, and then we use another company that kind of puts everything into the format that we need as well.
Wow.
But, yeah.
That one just popped a bit. I was spinning it around looking at it and shook it up a little bit too much. Let's dive into this beer. I see there's like a lot of different things going on. It is it's a sour with cherries, chocolate, vanilla bean, and lactose. So can you walk me through this beer a bit, like in regards to like maybe what you guys do with the souring process of it, and then just the different ingredients that you guys use in here, and maybe where they're from, or like why they're together in this beer?
Yeah, for sure. I think the concept for this whole series, the sweet series, came about. There's a local bakery a couple blocks down the street from us called Wild Crumb, and they have these fruit tarts in there, and they do some pretty wild flavor combinations. So the first probably 5 or 6 that we made were just flavor combinations that they were using in their fruit tarts, and this happened to be one of those. So we kind of want to mimic that in a sour beer. I'd say this beer progressed in the last batch into like our smoothie sour kind of base. Before we had been using a little different fruiting method with it. So this time we switched that up, went with the smoothie kind of sour method. The base beer is just 2-row and a lot of malted oats. And this one's probably about 30% malted oats, if I had to guess. Yeah, the souring process is pretty straightforward. We use Lallemand, the sour VCA, which is just a sour sack strain. So pretty straightforward. Drops the pH and drops the gravity from probably like 27, 28 degrees Plato down to like 13 in probably 4 days or something. So it's a pretty thick beer, but that's what the kids like these days, or that's what I'm told.
Yeah. Can you explain to everyone like the definition of a smoothie beer?
Yeah, so I guess really, I mean, you're a brewer, so you're probably well aware of the technicalities of this style at this point. It's kind of a love it or hate it thing. That's for sure.
Yeah, I've had them, but I've never actually brewed one.
Yeah. So, like I said, we switched the fruiting method on this. We used to add it when probably most breweries are going to add fruit, which is, towards the tail end of primary fermentation. Now we do not do that with this beer, so we'll transfer it, centrifuge it, spin it as bright as we can, get it in the bright tank. That's where we'll fruit it and condition it on whatever other adjuncts we might be using depending on the batch. So yeah, potassium sorbate in the centrifuge and really spinning as bright as we can, and kind of, if we're going to do this, we kind of want to do it right. And so far we've yet to have any problems, and we've been doing it for a little over a year. So not going well with that, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So adding in the bright, you're going to get a lot more of that like flavor and aroma coming through, because it's like nothing's really being taken out. It's like all at the end. And yeah, it's definitely like thick too.
Yeah, I mean, with the finishing gravity that high, the sourness cuts, some of that down, I feel like, and thins it out a little bit on the palate. I'd say pH wise, this is probably like 3.25, if I had to say, something like that. It's pretty low. I didn't check this batch. I didn't check the notes before this. But yeah, this series is pretty fun for us. We do like, peach cobbler, black currant cheesecake, I think we just released. And, me and, my wife might split, one every now and then. But I feel like they're a good splitting beer, a great beer for the last beer of the day for you.
Yeah, it's definitely like a dessert beer. It's like after a meal, maybe you definitely split one with someone.
Yeah, they're fun to try with friends and different, things like that. So we tend to we have a lot of people that like them now. And I still love, mixed culture, faintly tart beers. That's really a preference of mine stylistically. But yeah, there's a place for everything, and they're kind of fun to make. So yeah.
Yeah, I definitely always had fun playing with sours and fruit and everything when I was brewing. I only did a few different like souring methods. I used to work at a brewery that used yogurt to sour their beer, which was like never really any fun. It was like always a mess, and I was always picking up like tons of yogurt from the grocery store on my way in, and people gave me really weird looks, but
yeah, I've definitely used like Good Belly in the past. I think, years ago in North Carolina. You've done, used grain. I've definitely used everything to kettle sour beer. But I mean, I'm a pretty big advocate for this sour VCA that we use with this. It's an interesting yeast strain, especially if you want to run it through a canning line and you don't want to worry about bacteria and things like that. It's interesting. I used it in a stout not too long ago. In a pastry stout that kind of co-pitched and made it mildly sour, and we're playing around with it with a rice ale next week, 100% rice ale. So we're kind of messing around with it and having fun. It's cool.
That's cool. I don't know many people who make like sour or like tart stouts. I think I've only had one in like the entire time that I've been into craft beer. That's pretty cool that you guys are very like experimental, and yeah, there's definitely like a lot of layers in this beer too with all these flavors.
Yeah, I mean, we use a mixture of sweet and tart cherry on this one. So, and then Pinella's Cocoa Nibs, which is I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. They're in Florida, and they're just a craft cocoa nib producer, and their product is amazing. So I think the cocoa nibs for this were from, I want to say, Ghana. Most recently that we used in this one, but I would highly recommend them if you've ever got to use them for something. It's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, sadly I haven't brewed very much lately, but I will definitely keep them in mind.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about Mountains Walking? It's another brewery that I'm honestly like is new to me and that I've been introduced to through this festival. So
yeah, so we're in Bozeman, Montana, which most people probably have no clue, I guess, where that is. A lot of people are probably familiar with Yellowstone National Park, so we're definitely about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from there. So that's most of our traffic is, tourist traffic, and it's a big outdoors area. There's a couple really nice ski mountains and great hiking and, a lot of river sports and yeah, it's a cool little progressive town. There's a college here, so the population of the college is half of the town, so it kind of envelops most of the town. But it's nice. I've been here for 2 years. I came from New York City. I had been with Other Half for a little bit, and before that, I had been in Wyoming and North Carolina in the industry. But yeah, so Mountains Walking, our 4th anniversary will be in September. We make a lot of hazy IPAs. We make a lot of sour beers and big stouts, but we also make a lot of lagers. And that's kind of been really fun for me. We decoct and we step mash and we spun, we cold condition for really, really long periods of time. So we do a lot of crazy stuff, but then we do a lot of fun stuff too. For me, which is lager beer. So yeah.
Yeah, we all brewers love lager beer, right?
Yeah, and it's great that we have owners that are like on the same page. So
it's cool.
Yeah.
It's rad that you guys have like such a variety of beers too. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'd say we normally have like 20 to 25 beers on tap. And,
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm glad they let us do this. I mean, this really means a lot to me too. It's really cool. I haven't done anything like this before, and being a queer brewery and this industry has definitely had its ups and downs for sure, depending on where I've worked in the past. But where I'm at now, it's really nice, and it's really cool that I'm glad I got to take place in this. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being a part of it. Are you guys queer owned? Is that
no.
Just like
just me,
supporters, allies?
Yeah, throughout the years, we've had multiple, people in the front of house, and I'm the head brewer there, and I identify as queer, and I had talked, with the guys at Hop Culture, and they invited us to do this. So, it's really cool. So.
Yeah, rad. Well, I'm super stoked that you could be here and chat about this beer. It's awesome. I definitely a fan of you guys, and have to add you to my list to come visit and come have some lager as well.
Definitely. And if you're here in Montana, 3 hours away too in Missoula, there's a brewery called Imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And they are huge advocates for so many causes. I can't say enough amazing things about them. So if you come here, you've got to go there and check them out. And people should definitely go check out their social media as well, because what they do is really, really cool too. So yeah.
Sweet. Sounds like a road trip is in order for me.
Yeah, come hang out. We can drink all the lagers.
For sure. Well, thanks again. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah. See ya.
Wow. Well, that's our day, folks. I can't believe it, but 6.5 hours later, if you're still with us, we're at the end of our inaugural queer beer. And what's that just in? Oh yeah, we raised about just shy of $2,000 for the Transgender Law Center during this festival. So thank you so much to everyone out there that had a chance to donate. You still have a chance now. I'll be talking for just a little bit to help wrap up the fest. So feel free while I'm still talking to go ahead and get those last minute donations in. And if you enjoyed participating with us today, take a look at our Women in Craft Beer Festival, Beers Without Beards. So it's going to be our 4th year of this event, going on sale on July 19th. So while everyone kind of gets in those last minute donations, just wanted to give a huge shout out, big thank yous to all of our partners that joined us today. First and foremost, Samuel Adams for working with me essentially pretty much every day for the last 8 months to pretty much bring queer beer to life. And you'll see their touches all over this festival, from the insert that went into the box to the badge that we had available if you checked in one of the beers in the box on Untapped, to the panel that Jennifer hosted earlier, to our lovely keynote presentation from Ren, and of course, all the work that they're doing from their whole team with Gabe at Labels Out and Bree, who designed the can this year. They're just doing some really incredible work. So we were incredibly honored to partner with them. And all of our other partners as well, New Belgium, Allagash, Collective Arts, Yeti, Queer Food Foundation Halftime. Megan, yourself for joining me today as a co-host and taking out a good chunk of your Saturday to help us celebrate. I'm just feeling really incredibly empowered and inspired that everyone that joined us today. So thank you everyone for being in those trenches and having the courage to break those boundaries and those barriers, including you guys, you who joined us to watch today. Just educating yourself and learning how we can break more of these barriers through drinking a glass of beer. I truly believe that beer has the power and the platform to create change. So thank you for joining us today. I'm going to challenge you a little bit. Consider taking that next step. Consider what is your homework. What is that next action that you can take? As Patrice said, maybe this is your first step. Maybe this is day one. As Ren noted, find your patch of grass. If we all do that, we're going to create a forest. As Jen said, Jennifer said, focus on pride 365 days out of the year. Learn more about the businesses that you're drinking beer from. Donate to TLC if you haven't already. Support these queer-owned businesses and queer-supporting breweries, and get out in your community. And if you're still wondering, what can I do? Ask. Connect with some of the people that you saw on these panels today. Drop me an email, drop Megan an email or DM on Instagram. What more can we be doing? Change happens one step, one beer at a time, one brick that's thrown into a window at a time. And together we can all lock arms and take those steps forward. So, we're here, we're queer. We all love beer, right? So I started this event by quoting one of my favorite and also one of the most amazing queer icons. So I think it's probably only appropriate that I sign off with his words as well. So in the immortal words of RuPaul, if you can't love yourself, how the hell are you going to love anybody else? So can I get a cheers up in here, Megan? And we'll say goodbye to everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers, everyone. Happy queer beer. Happy Pride.